如果往回瞧，我们那千年之缘有远有渺小。我咬紧回忆，为最初那口气骄傲。说分明时光就总剩一条，与风而上很好。可能我知道，你蹲在另一秒。路被光环绕，怎么能忘了希望亲吻过心跳？问以后有没有我的续命草？我敢把想念抛山就笑，因为我真想要过上帝要，但是我没讨饶。等我看见明日再次的坐标，另一个我们要的地灵药，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标，孤身到同行后再向前跑，雕刻在时间纤维中的荣耀。风和泪过招，我听到乌云说要苍穹的拥抱，月光下星空下固有一只暗光鸟，我遇见回音对我一笑，说迎战吧别逃，那真爱风号，那些破烂的羽毛，等我看见明日再次的坐标，另一个我们要的地灵鸟，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标，孤身到同行后再向前跑，谁到此以后可别忘了，在击掌以后不要分道扬镳，别糟蹋了脸上刺绣的年少，心静悄悄天高高，路上有个路标，似乎指向山顶的庙，老人家轻飘飘，我问他明天的可好，他笑笑，看见明日再次的坐标，一个我们要的地灵鸟，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标，孤身到同行后才向前跑，谁到此以后可别忘了，在击掌以后不要分道扬镳，最开始的启程到最后找到。
on. Won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise. How unruly. My oh my, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up!
It's almost time!
Hang in there! We'll protect everyone! Someone will come to help us!
Who will come to help us? No!
How interesting!
Very interesting! You. Why do you always cling on to him? Hmm?
Austrian. It's been a long time.
Caillou! Do not I like that.
Hey! You!
Hey!
Stop!
You! Cheers!
The cursed name, Kaiser.
Hello. I'm a spriteling. This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Oh, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Sprite-laying strike! Ha! Hey! I'm a spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow! That hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! Pitch blind, let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival.
Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness.
The world can't be without spritelings.
会叫，我们那千年之缘有远有渺小。我咬紧回忆，为最初那口气骄傲。说分明是光，就总剩一条，与风而上很好。可能我知道，你等在另一秒。路被光环绕，怎么能忘了希望？亲吻过心跳，问以后有没有我的续命草？我敢把想念抛向九霄，因为我真想要过上帝呀，但是我没讨饶。等我看见明日再次的坐标，另一个我们要的地灵鸟，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标，孤身到同行后再向前跑，雕刻在时间纤维中的荣耀。风和泪过招，我听到乌云说要苍穹的拥抱，月光下星空下固有一只暗光鸟。我遇见回音，对我一笑，说迎战吧别逃，那阵爱风号，那些破烂的羽毛。等我看见明日再次的坐标，另一个我们要的地灵鸟，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标，孤身到同行后再向前跑，谁到此以后可别忘了，在击掌以后不要分道扬镳，别糟蹋了脸上刺绣的年少。心静悄悄，天高高，路上有个路标，似乎指向山顶的庙，老人家轻飘飘，我问他明天的可好，他笑笑，看见明日再次的坐标，一个我们要的地灵鸟，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标，孤身到同行后再向前跑，谁到此以后可别忘了，在击掌以后不要分道扬镳，最开始的启程到最后找到。
Don't Juan. Won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise. How unruly. My oh my. Such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up.
It's almost time.
Hang in there! We'll protect everyone! Someone will come to help us!
Who will come to help us? No.
How interesting!
Very interesting.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, HOK fans across the globe, welcome back to the 2025 KPL Grand Finals. This is the, 10th day of the knockout stage. My name is Sagi, alongside me is Blam. Blam, what do we have for today?
Oh, we have a banger of a matchup today. Obviously, it is into the lower brackets once again. Hopefully, we're not going to be seeing that 4-0 sweep that we've been seeing throughout the lower brackets, right? I mean, KUAISHOU Gaming and Wolves Esports are definitely going to be playing their hearts out with their tournament life on the line right now.
Well, exactly right. Today we have, like what you mentioned, KSG going up against Wolves Esports. There is a lot of storyline into this because when we talk about Wolves, we talk about KSG. It's a long rivalry whereby KSG always make it to all these grand tournaments like the KPL Grand Final 2024, whereby that was the largest upset that we've seen up to date, whereby KSG was up 3-0 against Wolves in that lower bracket finals just for Wolves to bring it into a reverse sweep against them to claim that grand final spot. So, stakes are high, not just for the game, but also for the feelings and momentum for these two teams.
Exactly so, right? I mean, both of these two teams have definitely battled throughout the history of the KPL, right? At the same time, within the Challenger Series as well. We did see Wolves go up against KUAISHOU Gaming because KUAISHOU Gaming were in the elite group, and they're the only remaining elite group team as well, right? But Wolves were able to beat them 3-1, but it's no longer a best of 5. It's now a best of 7 with the potential of that ultimate battle. So, again, just a refresher for those at home. Sagi, explain the global ban pick.
Simple enough, global ban pick is wherever every game goes on, all the heroes selected will be automatically banned out for both teams. Let's say you pick Luban, Master Luban in game number 1 on blue team. Blue team will no longer be able to pick those two heroes for the remainder of the series until we go into game 7 where things start to get interesting. Game 7 is the ultimate battle where all global bans will be removed and it will go into a blind draft between two teams where heroes can be similar.
They can be similar. I mean, to be honest, between these two teams as well, KUAISHOU Gaming are no stranger to the ultimate battle, right? Like last week, we saw them take AG Superplay all the way to that best of 7, where they did obviously inevitably lose, but they were able to get the team members at the side of AG Superplay scratching their heads. So KUAISHOU Gaming, obviously translating into fast hands, are definitely going to be trying to topple Wolves, right? Obviously, this is, like you were saying earlier, Sagi, a bit of a rivalry throughout history where Wolves have always come out on top, so there's a lot here for KSG to actually prove.
And if you're a Wolves fan as well, coming in from Pang's background, yesterday was his 5th year debut anniversary, so coming in today, he definitely has to or wants to be able to prove that he is still one of the best junglers currently in the KPL scene because he is going up against KSG's Point, one of the newer junglers into the scene that has had so much praise from multiple junglers, be it DRG's 1-1, be it all these different players. They were praising the fact that, hey, KSG, your jungler is just an absolute amazing of a monster.
I mean, both junglers are, right? Like, obviously, like you were saying, Pang is definitely one of the more of the family brands of the jungles, right? Like, if you talk about any global player that has a little bit of information of the KPL, they'll know names like Pang. But whereas Point, on the other hand, is definitely one of those new bloods, right? Obviously, definitely trying to prove himself against somebody like Pang. Maybe even trying to get his own FMP skin, right?
Oh yeah, FMVP skin, just like we mentioned, every player in the KPL is working towards that. But hey, Pang has one of them. It is the FMVP pay, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely that is something to be working about, especially you are playing at the grandest of the stage, which is the 2025 KPL Grand Finals here. You lose one, you go home. There's no more second chances because they are at that lower bracket.
They are at the lower bracket as well, right? I mean, to be honest, for KSG as well, like, it's none of the victories have been clean, and none of them of their defeats have also been easy as well, right? Like, they've definitely gone the country mile with a lot of these teams within the KPL. Like, it's never been just like a stomp against KSG. So I feel like with the roster they have right now, especially with like players like Point and Dow as well, right? They're really kind of like leading the charge here for KSG.
Yep, the feature matchup between the junglers are definitely one to be talked about, but if you take a look towards the bottom side of the map, the farm laners as well. On the side of Wolves, you have the Track, which they just brought back on towards the substitute, currently back into the main roster, where he has been pretty phenomenal in the Wolves roster, but he's against Dow, one of the ex-Wolves farm laner that has been playing for Wolves for God knows how many years so far, just for him to be in KSG's roster now. So the storyline is very special, right, whereby you have the current Wolves farm lane versus the ex-Wolves farm lane.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, both of these farm leaders as well, right? Like, their signature heroes are very similar. Like, the only main difference is for, obviously, Dow. He likes that Marco Polo, whereas, obviously, for Track, they like to go for the Luban. But their other two picks, the Lady Sun and the Ali, are basically going to be a point of potential contention here for both of these teams within the BPs.
I like how you bring up the marksman, because one single hero that we need to bring up, especially coming in from Wolves Esports, has to be that Gerya. Although the Gerya's win streak has been broken, I think it's about like 10 win, 1 loss currently in the KPL Grand Finals for the side of Wolves. But that KDA on the side of Track has yet to be broken. It is an insane KDA number we're talking about.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when you see those, like, BPs come through and they get their main heroes and you see that 100% win rate, you know for a fact in that game, they're looking to keep and maintain that 100% win rate. I mean, there's been a few times where some of these players have faltered their 100% win rate, and it's definitely been a devastating loss, not only the game, but potentially the series and potentially their 100% win rate being taken off of the gorge here. But I mean, it's not going to be too much longer before we get into the action, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be introducing the teams very soon, but both teams, obviously, tournament life on the line. There is going to be a lot to play for between both Wolves and KSG.
Yep, we will be bringing up the trailer between the feature matchup today. Wolves Esports will take on KUAISHOU Gaming as we bring you a decent of a video. Definitely very interesting of a very teaser video exactly here, Bland, whereby we've seen teams, especially Wolves and KSG, they go a long way back, where every single encounter that they actually had was really in favor for the side of Wolves Esports, whereby Wolves took down KSG in multiple events. That we're talking about events such as the KPL Grand Final 2024, that reverse sweep, sure, KPL Spring 2024, KPL Summer 2023, it goes way back and many more events, but definitely, it is a story between, can KSG finally conquer their demons to take down Wolves Esports in a playoff setting, or will Wolves find their marker and bring back themselves to their original form to challenge the entire lower bracket run? Will be an interesting one coming in for today.
I mean, that would be amazing, right? Like we talked about yesterday, we kind of like pried into the amount of Cinderella stories that are available within the KPL, right? Like there's been so many, and especially it doesn't end here with all these like historical facts we're speaking of right now about obviously how KSG have never beaten Wolves at this kind of like where we are within the standing, right? Like lower brackets, they always lose here. Wolves always gets that dream run from the lower bracket all the way into the grand finals. Yes, they do obviously lose to AG, but the fact is that Wolves are a team that even if they drop to that lower bracket, they're still gonna ride those high times and get themselves to where they want to be. And I mean, second place is still better than leaving the competition at 8th place.
Exactly the case, right? Every single win that you net yourselves in the lower bracket will push you even further because they are right now at the lower bracket quarterfinals. One win pushes them to the semifinals to fight against DRG for that final slot. So everything in line for this KPL Grand Finals, every single win that you get pushes you one step further towards the playoffs, pushes you one step higher in terms of that prize pool.
I mean, that's the thing as well, right? Like, both of these two teams were probably watching Dragon Ranger gaming yesterday, like, and seeing their dominant performance is definitely, like, already a motive to get them through into that next bracket, right? Because, I mean, at the same time, yes, they saw a very dominant Dragon Ranger gaming, but they are probably going to be wanting, especially a lot of these players and a lot of these boys are very competitive, right? Like, they want to prove themselves to beat Dragon Ranger gaming. But less about the Cinderella stories. Let's get the action going as we take it to the stage.
各位好，欢迎来到2025年 KPL 年度总决赛淘汰赛的比赛现场，我是英凯，欢迎大家的到来。今天是败者组1/4决赛，也是一场宿命之争。重庆狼队在去年的比赛里面陷入绝境，让3追4，极限翻盘。现如今虽跌入败者组，但也迅速重整旗鼓，刚刚零封了对手。 他们今天要交手的队伍也刚刚与 AG 鏖战7局，携复仇之势而来。今天这场宿命之战，谁能够笑到最后呢？让我们用热烈的掌声，首先欢迎重庆狼队。
And the first contender of the day, it's Wolves Esports.
接下来，让我们有请第2支战队登场，让我们欢迎苏州快手。
The contenders coming in for today, Suzhou's KUAISHOU Gaming gets onto the stage.
赶逐云霄志， 狭路勇者胜
The。featured matchup for today, Wolves Esports taking on KUAISHOU Gaming here. It will be not a considerable 0-4 or 4-0 that we talk about, because this matchup is heated and it will be very, very tight between these two teams. But let's check out a bit of a trailer before we head into the official matchup of today.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the 2025 KPL Grand Finals. We are into the lower brackets. Whichever these teams come in on top will make it into the lower bracket semifinals to beat and play Dragon Ranger Gaming. But we are not going to focus too much on DRG today. It's all about KUAISHOU Gaming and their roster. But Wolves right now on the stage as we see their roster come through. And these are the players they are drafting today.
And Sakura is once again taking return spot in towards that clash lane here. Very interesting substitution coming in for the side of Wolves here. And on your screen, that's the man himself, Pang, with his 5-year anniversary in the KPL from yesterday.
There it is. And then obviously we have one in the mid lane as well. Definitely one of the maestros as well. Obviously had quite a few MVPs to his name. Definitely performance here. Matching up to the rest of his teammates on the side of Wolves Esports. But then this is the one where we was talking about with an introduction, right, Sagi? Track, we have the eyes on him.
Yep, 34 KDA, the highest one in that KPL region right now. He has had a phenomenal growth throughout the entire years in the KPL, but of course, in towards that roamer will be one as well. And on towards the flip side, it will be their opponent for today, KUAISHOU Gaming. They've been hot. They pushed AG to that 7th game, only to lose out that ultimate battle here. But who can really push AG to 7 games?
I mean, definitely KUAISHOU Gaming can, right? Fast hands, definitely on the gorge, and they were very precise. But the thing is, we have Radish here as well, being drafted today, as well as Point. Another point of contention between these two teams. We have Pang and Point going head-to-head.
Man, Point is just an absolute beast so far. He's had phenomenal performances out of the knockout stage games that we've seen so far. And of course, the man, the henchman coming in for the side of KSG will be Liu Lang in that mid lane as well. He is what? An absolute beast on those new up plays that we talk about. And then this will be Dao in that farm lane.
Yeah, Dao, again, another great point for the side between both of these two teams. Looking at farm lanes, it is definitely going to be one of the points within today, but also it's going to be their captain as well, right? Yang, as their support, is definitely going to be doing everything he can to prop up Dao and giving the best performances possible. But we can't mention these players onto the side of KSG without mentioning the fact that Liu Liang as well as Point, between them both, have 16 MVPs so far, and Pang only has 5.
That's absolute crazy numbers here that you just brought up here, Blam. But of course, it all boils down to one thing and one thing only. It's always about a team game when we talk about Honor of Kings. So MVP's pretty cool, but whichever teams comes in today with a better form might be the leading pack coming into the series.
That's just a cheap little trying to sit on the fence there, Sagi. I think we are, because if you look at it, Point has 8, Pang has 5, and we're looking at these points of concession as well, right? Into the jungle. Yes, obviously, as you say, MVPs are cool and all, but it is a team game. But if you can carry so much and get so many MVPs for your team, is that going to be a problem here for the side of Wolves game Esports?
Might be the case, right? Because when we talk about the matchup between Wolves and also KSG, we will oftentimes put our focus onto one thing and one thing only. It is the jungle matchup that we're featuring for today. It is between Wolves Pang, one of the FMVP pay users coming into this tournament, and against KSG's Point, one of the newer blood into the KPL, which he's had phenomenal performance across the KPL Grand Finals.
I mean, one thing that's going to be interesting for me here, obviously, before we get into the BP of game number 1, is that do you think that that kind of support-centric draft that we were seeing from yesterday, Sagi, is going to be the another contestation of between these both two teams, right? Obviously, trying to lock in something like the Konger as well as the Sulier, as well as that Dunshan.
Oh, you bring up a very interesting fact as well, because talking about roamers, Ziyang is one of the FMP roamers as well. He's from Eastern Pro and Hero. He's had so much experience coming in as the multiple title champion roamer here. So his pool definitely will be a point of contention here coming in from both of these two teams, because from what we saw yesterday, roamers will be the dictating factor in setting up successful plays for their teams.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's definitely something that you can't be overshadowing if you are looking at your opponent and saying, right, okay, we've got two big players on our team. We've got Point and Dao for the side of KSG, but then we also have Pang and Track as well. But their support, both Wan and Yang as well being the captain for KUAISHOU Gaming, is definitely going to be one of the focal points for me anyway. I'm going to see how these two supports play a hand into these potential big catches and big team fights.
The first catch that you really need to do will be the pick and bans here. Wolves Esports take on the blue side with a 47% win rate, with KSG taking on the red side with a 52% win rate in this game number 1.
Nicely done here. I mean, to be honest, yesterday was a blue show, right? It was an all-blue show for the side of DRG. Can Wolves follow that same kind of tradition here within day 10 of the 2025 KPL Grand Finals, the knockout stage? But it's still something that is tried and tested and staying familiar of yesterday is those bans into the support role. The Sulier getting banned out here for the side of Wolves Esports. They don't want to fight that Iron Colossal too early within this BP.
Feels like Roamer has been the star of the show coming into the entire KPL Grand Finals of this year, whereby we've seen fantastic plays coming in from Ziyang. Yesterday, we saw DRG support play immensely on those engages, and today, we're starting to see more of these roamers being the prime target here. Sulian, fun. Master Luban as well, removing that Luban number 7 combination away from that pool.
Yeah, I feel like that second ban onto the side of Wolves Esports is definitely a designated ban towards Luliang, right? Like, we saw some of his newer plays throughout the entire of this knockout stage, and they have been phenomenal, right? So taking that mid lane menace off of the gorge here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, definitely going to make them think, what are they going to draft here at the first 2 red picks? But it's all down here to Wolves Esports. What do they go for blue, right? Do they lock in something like the Cap Boom here for Huan, or do they go for something like the Hayek? Because obviously that is something that hasn't been banned for this first game.
Ooh, they instead put the priority on towards Arlie here. So Arlie being picked up here, banning away the Goya. That's one of the main counters removed from the pool coming in from KSG that they honestly banned it themselves here. So that does leave a lot of these options here, like I mentioned, the Haya, the Cap Boom, the Konger, all up and available for the side of KSG. But they do, in fact, go for another lane counter here. It will be the side of Dao picking up that channel as a direct counter towards Track in that farm lane.
Yeah, I think it's a good counter, right? Obviously, we could have maybe Wolves Esports maybe trying to think, you know what? Okay, game number 1, let's try and get that Jing out from the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, right? Obviously, a good pickup onto something like the Ali, or maybe even a potential Mai Shurnoi a little bit later. But it's going to be the FMVP skin coming here through for Pang. He picks up the pay, and following suit is going to be that Konger.
It's an early pickup on his main hero here, his signature one that he made a name for himself for that FMVP skin here. It's coming up to show to match Point in that jungle for that early game contention here. This is all about jungle control between these two teams in this first game.
Yeah, we speak of jungle control being a great thing, right, for both of these two teams, because we saw it go horribly yesterday for one of the teams, right? Like, these level 1 invades can be so risky, and it can mean, it can already spell the end, the beginning bit of the end, right, as we saw yesterday between DRG. But it looks like here we're going to get the KUAISHOU Gaming going for the Diadia. Obviously, again, another counter towards the Ali trying to get locked into place, but obviously for the side of Wolves Esports, they're not going to be able to go for the Ali and Diadia counter anyway, or combo anyway, because they have that Konger.
That will be very interesting as well coming in for the side of Wolves Esports here. So you have the Pay, you have the Ogre, two very strong early game centric junglers here. So you are both lacking the mid and clash lane to really finish up your composition here. So back to the topic that we really discussed about, how are you going to be funneling all these resources to your jungle that will control that early game tempo? What are you supposed to draft in this case?
I mean, they definitely need something like a frontline, right? Maybe something that's going to be able to kind of like get a little bit of intel. We may be seeing, obviously, one on the Conqueror, just kind of being very proactive like we saw yesterday. When that pick did come through, it was kind of like just going around the gorge, just trying to make sure they're able to get that information for their team and knowing where the enemy team was going to be, right? So that Pong is not going to kind of have a bit of a surprise when he kind of wonders or maybe loses one of those buffs in the early game.
Yeah, we saw that, right, whereby Game 4 between DRG and TTG, immediately at the first minute mark, all 4 buffs were into the pockets of DRG here. So you don't want anything like that to happen in your game number 1. That would really damage your tempo going into Game 2, Game 3, or even Game 4. So definitely setting up a proper Game 1 tempo will be what both teams look to do in this Game 1 of this Best of 7 series.
Yeah, and even if they do get game number 1, obviously, it doesn't mean that it's going to be the series is written over for the other team that lost, right? But over to KUAISHOU Gaming here, they do ban out their shirt, which is obviously a good counter to the Ogryn, right? Obviously, being able to use that Silk imprint, that Silky Beauty, just bring him in, CC him, just kind of stop him having that kind of rampage, or even using the Conductor of Souls, right? Because that's going to be the focal point here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming going into these team fights so far. Because if we're looking at their front line, so far, it's predominantly going to be that Ogryn. So I feel like the clash lane here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming needs to kind of maybe replicate something along the lines of a second kind of like initiation, right?
Potentially something like the Meng Tian or like the Moyino assassin route, but I'm kind of worried for Wolves Esports here because you draft like Depay and Arlie, but you're leaving open the potential counter on that Xiao Qiao here, which KSG could really pick up in this 4th pick, which they do. This is such a good counter into that double marksman in your face sword style.
Yeah, Xiao Qiao coming through here. Again, we've been seeing, obviously, the use of that ultimate. Again, just big AoE potential into these team fights, right? So much damage, especially as they traverse into the late game. It's definitely going to be a problem here for the side of Wolves Esports, especially if we're looking at their draft so far, Sagi. It's a very squishy comp.
It is a pretty squishy comp here. So KSG, they do allow themselves to save that final picker. Might we even see Radish go on towards the Lubu here? Because they, on the side of Wolves Esports, on the side of Sakura, they lock in that Meng Tian and Angel out here. So they are really focused to do that full burst potential onto a single tank lineup onto point that you just mentioned about.
Yes, exactly. We do get Sakura, obviously, locking in that Meng Tian here as well. Going to be one of the big picks up into that clash lane. But, I mean, we have to mention the Menace, right? The Menace herself is at Angela, a pick that, obviously, within Global doesn't quite have that same kind of success, right? Just sitting in the brush, being able to get the dunks onto those squishier heroes. But more importantly, it's going to be a good counter to this Ogryn, right? Like, if you land that 2-1-3 combo, you're going to do a lot of damage to that tank.
But man, look at KSG's draft. They have 4 direct counters towards the side of Track's Arlie here. They're putting so much pressure against Track in that farm lane because they know if they shut down this Arlie, there is no late game to be talking about. And Dao on that channel will eventually outscale Track in that farm lane late game matchup.
He will do, right? Especially using those wolves as well. Obviously, that's going to be one of those early points within this game. Is like dropping those spirit wolves down is going to do a lot of damage. It's something that Maple Dance cannot block, right? So that's the whole beauty of the Arlie is if you're going against something like another marksman that has such a great projectile that you can block. Like if, say, for example, trying to play along against an Arlie there is quite a hard matchup because of being able to block those flaming palms, but you can't block those wolves once they're on you.
Exactly right. It makes it so difficult for you to lane against. So for the side of Wolves Esports, we can really imagine them sending Trek towards the mid lane and allowing Trek to just clear the mid lane, go towards Clash lane, get all these neutral resources, and then go on those teleportation portal to collect multi-lane resources. Avoid the lane as much as possible against Dao on that channel and Zliang on that Diadea, which are strong counters against the Arlie from early to late.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's definitely going to be a big contention for that space bright, right? Like, just getting that onto your side for your team just kind of enhances the great momentum and movement for your team in the early game. And we saw it yesterday. I mean, DRG were heavily contesting it. They were able to kind of get it away from their opponent as well, TTG, and they pretty much showed what the fruit bears, right? Like, if you are able to get that early game lead in terms of resources and don't let it go, it can result to you in a 4-0 victory, right? Like, that's something that both of these two teams have got to watch out for.
That's why momentum is such an important factor in a best of 7 setting here of LAM. If you lose momentum, you lose the mental game. It puts you in a very bad of a mood. Your whole team is so down that makes you like think like, hey, do we have really what it takes to bring on the series to a reverse sweep that we were talking about yesterday? But it's Wolves Esports. They did it before against KSG last year. So can they really do it today? Bring in that win streak that they had on KSG in multiple playoffs games that they really pulled in for majority of these years.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, if you're KSG, you know that you can get a 3-0 victory here over Wolves and get to match point, but then you have that PTSD, you have that nightmare from the past that's like, okay, we got here before and Wolves sweeped us. So even if they get to this point here for the side of KSG, they have to count their blessings, and they also have to make sure they check their mental, right? Like, they don't want to kind of let Wolves at that game number 4 take a lead and then basically do what history is already written. Sometimes they say, if you want to know what happens in the future, learn your history. So maybe KUAISHOU Gaming have definitely taken a look at the history books here between themselves and Wolves Esports.
Or perhaps write your own history, make that lower bracket run a miracle for you in the KPL 2025 Grand Finals here. This is the knockout stage, day number 10 between Wolves Esports on towards the blue side and KUAISHOU Gaming towards the red side. Winner of this series will advance to the lower bracket semifinals. Loser will drop out. But let's check out the audience before we head into the game.
And here we are getting into game number 1 between KSG and Wolves Esports. Wolves on the blue side here, and obviously KSG onto the red. Obviously, we were talking about into the BP here, Sagi, about the rotation top side of the map for the marksmen to try and get a little bit more resources for themselves. But it seems like we're seeing that vanilla gameplay. We're seeing both duo down to the bot side and the clash up at the top side here. A lot of damage going onto the Conqueror. Potentially a bit of an engage here, as obviously Pang looking pretty low. Already doing a lot of damage is gonna be that Xiao Qiu and Chano combo.
Man, that Liu Lang Xiao Qiu is doing so much damage onto the side of Pang here, forcing them to back away towards safety here. But back to the lane they talk about, due to the unexpected rotation coming in for the side of Wolves, they do in fact force out Dao's flash very early on towards that laning phase.
Again, yeah, the flash, obviously, in the early part of the game is not going to be a problem unless you're seeing a very relentive kind of team going down to the bot side to try and get that gank onto Dao. But right now, he knows he's safe. He knows that flash is going to be up before that neutral objective, right? So it's not going to be too long before he gets that back. But already leading that level advantage into the top side of the map is going to be Wolves Esports. But respectively here for KUAISHOU Gaming, they do take the lead here with the gold.
I'm very interested to see how Wolves Esports play this early to mid game, because they cannot really play slow per se, because once you play slow, you will be outscaled towards that later part of the game. For his track, he is so pressured right now. There are like, what, 4 direct counters against the early on the side of Wolves Esports here, so they need to play well, but Blazing Brilliance onto his Radish here, just a bit of the hook and prod that we talk about.
I mean, to be honest, yes, he does have the odds stacked against him here, right? But at the same time, it is track on the early, and we've seen some fantastic performances so far. But I think you have to kind of give hand over here to Juan for drafting this Angela as well, right? Like, as soon as you see Point put down that path of passing, you know you're going to be dropping that second skill there just to try and get the stun or the slow to then follow up that big burst combo from Angela.
Yep, those are one of the few ways that you can actually play on towards the Angela here, especially for the side of KSG. You draft a singular tank sort of composition. One big burst coming in for the side of Juan's Angela could spell disaster coming in from KSG. So we need more of those moments coming in for the side of Wolves to really break open that early game marker here. Once track hits those 3 items, that's the goal signal coming in for the side of Wolves in that 10th minute mark.
Yeah, exactly right. Like, if they're able to put the stop here onto something like KSG's points Orgrin, it's definitely going to be a blunder to their front line, right? Like, that's the real kind of point is being just that spearhead, but at the same time, Radish can also replicate that as well, right? Obviously, just using the flash, diving into the backline, using that Vati combo just to kind of blitz the backline here on the side of Wolves Esports, because the backline is looking very heavy here, whereas the front line for the side of Wolves is not too scary.
Well, frontline coming in from Wolves, you do have Sakura on towards that Mengtian, a very goal-efficient sort of clash thing here. But take a look towards the top side here. A bit of focus on towards Sakura here, but Pei is here. They're going for Radish.
Yeah, Radish maybe getting caught out here. He does actually use the ultimate, tries to get that extra little bit of sustain from there, but they're on the run. Mengtian is now potentially getting caught out in this 3v1. Pang has left him to the dogs, and KSG get first blood.
Point with a proper timing on that rotation here does get that first blood for his team here. That sets up the tempo that we talk about for side of KSG to put their marker on that first blood, and right now on this Tyrant. There will be no contention coming in for side of Wolves Esports. It will be very dangerous.
Yeah, a bit of a premature blazing brilliance there. I mean, it was enough to zone out the side of Xiang, right? Like, it really cut off that Diadea into this Tyrant pit, but it was just a little bit too sort of like far from the pale, right? It does mean that KSG is able to get first blood, able to get the first neutral objective.
Yep, first neutral objective going into the pockets here, coming in for side of KSG's point here. But let's check on the replay here. It was a 2v2 engaged by the side of Wolves Esports, but jumping into the fight is Pang, getting hit on by the knockup coming in from Liu Lang Xiao. And at this point, Sakura has no flash due to the previous play. That resulted into a clean kill going on towards the hands of Point in that exchange.
I mean, you saw there within the replay as well, right? You saw that Juan was able to, like, basically phase check Point all the way to the top side of the map, which gave Pang that kind of initial bit of intel that was able to kind of save his life, but unfortunately wasn't enough to save Sakura's life here. But unfortunately, we got a little bit of a technical pause here between these two teams, making sure we get these gadgets back on point. But so far within this early game, Sagi, KSG have definitely looked like a frightful force against Wolves Esports.
And early game is not their strong suit coming into the draft, right? Whereby you have so much late game potential lying on towards Liu Lang on that Xiao, on the side of Dao, on that channel here. All these lead to a smooth transition towards that late game, because you don't need to win the early game. You just need to make sure it's equal for your side so that you can outscale the Wolves lineup.
Exactly right. Just kind of outscale them, make sure you kind of get those resources and maintain the resource lead. But at the same time, a technical pause here is going to be a bit of a break for these players, right? Just kind of be like, right, okay, let's just examine what's went well within this first part of the game and basically just reflect on that, I guess.
Yep, reflect on your mistakes is definitely something you need to do in all these high-stake games. It's just like my ranked games, right? Every time you rage, you tilt, and then you're like, man, why couldn't I win a game? And that's where it actually shows. You need to maintain that mental, maintain that consistent performance. That's how you rank up.
I mean, why didn't you win a ranked game? It's because Kin's on support with his execute. That's why you didn't win your ranked game. Shade to Kin there. I know he's in the chat somewhere within the platforms, but no, exactly. It's all about reflection when it comes to Honor of Kings as well, right? Like, it's less about blaming your teammates, even if they are playing solo queue or playing with randoms. It's more so kind of like, hey, what did I do bad and what can I improve for the next game? Which, obviously, this is something that players within the KPL are already going to be too familiar with, whereas new players to Honor of Kings and new players to the ecosystem of Honor of Kings is something that it's a skill I would say it's best to adapt early than later on.
Yep, it's an essential skill that we talk about for normal players, and especially important coming in from pro players who want to go big in the Honor of Kings global esports ecosystem that we talk about here. But this technical pause, like Vlad mentioned, we're just getting those gadgets in, checking all sorts of things to make sure that the game goes in a competitively fair for both teams. But looking at the draft, right, I'm a bit worried for Wolves Esports because they are on a set timer. Once they don't hit their marker at the 10th minute, things could go really ugly very quickly if they don't end the game before all the remainder of KSG start to kick in their power spikes.
Absolutely right. But I mean, before the technical pause there, we did see that Wolves, with a little bit of a Hail Mary play, was able to get the T1 down to the bot side, right? So that being taken off the gorge here, especially the trade for the top side, definitely kind of puts a little bit of a slow here onto KUAISHOU Gaming. It might not be the biggest slow or the biggest stun for the whole team, or even stunt of growth, but it's definitely still like a hallmark here for Wolves Esports, right? That they do have leeway in this early game and have a point to return to that, being on track for that 10-minute timer.
Yep, you break away the tower, you allow the RLE to cruise across the gorge, collect that red buff, collect all the resources across the map. That's how you push that item lead, which is about like what? You're expecting a 700 to 800 GPM coming in from your farm laner so that the RLE can hit those 3 items. And those 3 items will be the Sparks Forge, Doomsday, and also the Daybreaker here. So definitely that will be something interesting coming in for both these two teams to really talk about going into that mid game.
Exactly right. Just a potential, obviously, technical pause here going through for both of these two teams right now. Obviously, you get to see both our faces. So rather than just yapping and seeing the players just kind of like zone out, it's time for us to entertain, right, Sagi? Like, between these two teams, obviously, we've touched on it previously about the history between KSG and Wolves. But do Wolves repeat the same history? Did they take KSG within this one? Or is it like you were saying earlier that KSG are going to be able to kind of rewrite their own history here?
Ooh, that's the interesting point whereby there may be mental block coming into this series, whereby we saw KSG, if you go check like any sort of like information site, you know for a fact that KSG always lose to Wolves multiple times across the playoffs where it mattered the most, especially at the brink of elimination. And then one key factor that Wolves Esports is currently at right now. Last year at 2024 KPL Grand Finals, they were at the exact same lower bracket that they punched through every single other team to meet KSG at that lower bracket finals to just reverse sweep them and go for that grand final. So they were meeting KSG a bit early based on the current matchup here, but I'm just thinking, will the exact storyline unfold the same way like they did last year?
I think that's the only thing that time can tell, right? Like, if it's going to be the repeat of the history between these two teams, or we're going to see something emerge a little bit more different to what we're expecting, right? But I mean, KSG, we have to look at their performance so far within the 2025 KPL Grand Finals, knockout stage as well, is that they've been a team that have been able to take AEG all the way to that best of 7, right? I mean, they were able to take down JD Gaming as well, obviously a team that was their partners within the elite group. But we're going to get back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Less of the action, less of the history lessons. We'll touch back on that if we need to a little bit later. But now we are back onto game number 1. As I was saying before the break, that T1 being taken down to that bot side of the map is going to put pressure onto Dow.
Yep, and there will be a equal trade on towards that top side, allowing this 1,000 goal lead to be in favor of KSG here. But rotations coming in for a side point. He is looking to push away multiple members side to side of Wolves Esports. So this turret here, another one, will be traded on the cross map.
Yep, another one bites the dust here between both of these two teams, but a nice pincer movement, right? We saw there from point very early on, the blessing of this Ogryn means that you can kind of just use that path of passing to create your own path. And they were trying to kind of lock down both track and 1 between that T1 and T2, so that then Radish was able to just focus that T1 into the bot side of the map and maybe even potentially get some kills, but we're now seeing a big resurgence of the blue down to the bot side.
But man, KSG providing so much pressure here, but Pang has already countered that top side with 2 consecutive turrets here. So it's a bit of a win here coming in for the side of Wolves Esports based on the number of towers they've taken. But to be honest, for KSG, they do in fact get away the Crimson buff away from the hands of Trek and also Pang here. Take a look at the gold chart here. It is Pang leading the chart, but 3 other members coming in for the side KSG is dominating that second half.
Yeah, a bit of a problem there for KSG, right? The fact that Punk was able to get that T2 topside is definitely going to put a lot of pressure. And like we always say, Sagi, turrets don't come back. So that T2 is just completely gone for the rest of this game 1. So any, like, chance of Radish just kind of going back to his lane to have a bit of a safe farm is completely been taken off the table here.
Yep, a slow and steady wins the race here coming in for this game number 1 here. But Wolves Esports, you're on a timer here. More resources taken away from the side of track will put you further behind here. But take a look at Juan's damage here.
Yeah, just trying to bring in that Organ right into the line of sight of that Blazing Brilliance. Just trying to capture the knock-up here onto Kongera. He's able to use those clones to get himself to safety and even recall back to base. That was definitely a clutch one there for one on the Wolves Esports.
I gotta say here, Blam, Liu Lang has been phenomenal on this Xiao Xiao. From the early game to the 7-minute mark, he has been everywhere, landing all those fans to really damage the members coming in for Wolves Esports here. And right now, they're going on for that mid tier 1.
They're looking to get a bit of assault here onto the T1, right? But at the same time, that Vanguard pushing topside is definitely going to relieve the pressure here for the side of Wolves Esports. But for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, they're going to have the minions catch that naturally. But now we're getting a bit of a team fight right now. Point taking a lot of that damage from that Angela. But at the same time, Meng Tian maybe getting caught out. Radish a little bit too lost in the sauce. Gets taken down by Juan.
Ooh, a bit of an over-engager coming in for the side of Radish here. The Plux has been pulled, but then he walked into that 1-2 combo coming in from Juan, annihilating Radish across the gorge here. That puts Wolves Esports back into a superior control over this game 1, whereby we're starting to see the goal lead flip into the story for the side of Wolves.
Not only is a goal lead flip, but look at the XP lead here for the side of Pang, right? Pang's level 13 points, now back down to level 1. So we were talking about that 10-minute mark, right, Sagi? Now it looks like Wolves are on track to get there.
Yep, they are on track here, hitting the slow timers here, but not engage on towards Point here. But Point, with the path of passing, does allow himself to bail out of that safety zone here. But you're talking about, right, the reason why Pang on that Pei is so consistent with those farms is because Pei has so much mobility to cruise around the gorge here. But we will be heading into a small bit of a pause here to check on those tech issues that we're talking about.
Yeah, another technical pause here, ladies and gentlemen. Not to worry too much, but definitely the technical pause there for the side of Wolves Esports was a little bit of a second win, right? Obviously, we saw the takedown that T2 topside, which the consequences of that T2 takedown has meant that Radish has not been able to be in these team fights as much as he would like to, right? Like, we've been seeing him for the past, like, minute or two where he's up top side, clearing out the minion wave, clearing out the vanguards, having to go back down to the bot side here. So already you're seeing that the amount of pressure that a T2 being lost so early in this game 1 really creates here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
It locks you away from those vision points that we talk about, whereby reduced vision really affects you from defending your own jungle or pathing deeper into a specific lane, because you have no more shelter on that lane. Once you get caught out in the middle of the break point, you're just going to be chased down all the way to your own jungle, or when your team decides to come and save you.
Exactly right. He's like, you know what? Let's see what we can do here. Obviously, we haven't seen the fan cam here, just pointing proud to his chest. A true Wolves Esports supporter there. He was also the hype man for the crowd, right, when we saw those introductions into game number 1. But right now, we do have to take a little bit of a pause. Obviously, a little bit of a blunder on the action, right? Like, we were getting into the swing of things, and things were turning around for Wolves Esports, and KUAISHOU Gaming definitely having a bit of a shakier hand in this game number 1.
Well, KSG, like we talked about, they don't necessarily need to get the lead in that early game. You just need to equalize it and make sure that they find those late game markers here. Once the game hits about 12 to 14 minutes, that's where KSG starts to get online. So that 10th minute coming in for the side of Wolves Esports, once they hit all those items on Pei, on the hands of Pang, on the side of Trax Arlie, that's where the go button starts to be enabled, and they will want to proactively find those fights here. But so far, it has been pretty quiet in terms of that team fight department. It's about like 1-to-1 in terms of skill score.
Yeah, I mean, the team fights have been a little bit of a, not a priority within this one, but I feel like it's because they just have such a strong front line, a strong backline right onto the side of Wolves Esports. Like, if you play into the enemy's jungle and you think you are playing aggressively, like, you've got to try and find intel on Juan, on this Angela, because we've seen it already. As soon as he drops that second skill, that slow, that stun comes through onto Point, really stops that whole momentum that he was shifting and building for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. But we have to think, right, like, we're talking about that 10-minute marker, Sagi. So for KSG to survive that 10 minutes timer, do they have to then try and pull this to a Tempest Dragon match?
I don't think so, right? When we talk about Tempest Dragon, it's so far from where we are at right now. We're on like, what, 8 to 9 minutes on towards the clock. You have so much Tyrant and Vanguard before you actually pace towards that timing here. So for KSG's first step is to mitigate a 10th minute power spike coming in for the side of Wolves and look to trade or win out those team fights to really put themselves back onto track, especially when we talk about these marksman versus marksman matchup. Item spikes are more important compared to the likes of the assassins coming in.
Okay, item spikes coming through a little bit more important than the assassins, but I think at that same time then, in that same breath, will we be seeing a bit of a focus onto both Track and Dao here? But this is all no speculation. We can obviously follow that point back into the action right now between Wolves and KUAISHOU Gaming. As we were saying within that little technical pause, it is only 1-for-1 in the kill game.
Yeah, very dominating performance coming in from Pang as well. He's already level 14 at the 9th minute mark, so his GPM is definitely pretty darn high. 8.4k at 9th minute, about like what, 900 GPM. So he's working on almost like 4 items before the start of that team fight at the 10th minute mark.
Yeah, it's not looking too well here, obviously, for KSG point. I think, like, he just has to just get that defense. Like, if we're seeing Pong scale on the pay, we definitely need to see that defense being scaled here onto KSG point, right? Like, if he doesn't scale fast enough with those defensive items, he's just going to get melted like butter.
Exactly, and you can start to see the waves being battered up coming in from both cross sides to really put pressure over to this 10th minute mark that we keep emphasizing about. But the first Shadow Tyrant and Vanguard will be spawned on towards the Gorge for this best of 7 series here, and Wolves Esports has already laid their paws on this Tyrant. It's going down super quick.
Going down super quick, but there may be a bit of contention here. Obviously, we do have 4 fights off the side of KSG, but it's going to be into the backline. The Blazing Brilliance takes down Dao. So in terms of damage, that's going to be a blunder here for the side of KSG, as well as point going down as also. That means that their front line is definitely taking a battering, as well as their mid lane. This is Wolves Esports really playing to that 10-minute marker.
Immaculate team fighting coming in for side of Wolves Esports. It started off with Pang securing that smite on that Tyrant, and then One and Juan combination capturing Dao's channel, and right now they're not done yet.
They're not done. The takedown onto Luliang into the backline means that the Xiao Xiao is going to be also down. So now they get Dao back. Luliang goes down. So damage overall is completely just mitigated back-to-back here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. Wolves Esports looking very dominant here. Taking that T3. Taking away the Crimson Golem as well. Looking for another fight at this T3 into the mid lane. Once again, into the backline. Ming Tien taking down Dao. Down goes Point again. This is a bloodbath for Wolves Esports in this dominant game #1 as they push the Crystal and look to get a team ace. Radish goes down. Crystal follows suit.
We were talking about timers, we were talking about all those success stories here, but Wolves Esports were the one to find those breakpoints, and they win out those team fights easily, leading to kill after kill thanks to One and Juan. That Angela and Kong Kong combo is just so devastating. And then, the start of the match, hey, Pang has had a clean series in this game 1.
Very clean series. I mean, yes, he looked like he was taking a bit of a blunder, a bit of a backseat there in that early game, but fortunately for Wolves Esports, he was just playing to those timers, right? He knew effectively what he had to do, and I feel like it was all a point of turn, or a point of no return here for the side of KSG as soon as they lost that T2 to the top side of the map, right? Because as I was pointing out, Radish was always very absent from the team fights at that point onwards, and then same for Dao as well. So it's always going to be a bit of a handicap in those team fights that ensued after that T2 takedown in the clash lane.
Which is like a bit of a concerning factor for the side of KSG, whereby why did they decide to take that fight, knowing for the fact that Pang was so ahead in terms of gold, knowing for the fact that the channel on the hands of Dao needed more items to really get himself going into that mid-late game scenario that we're talking about. But they lose out that team fight, and that snowball starts to roll for the side of Wolves Esports, and you can see it was just kills after the Tyrant, and immediately in the span of 2 minutes, the game is already over.
The game was already over, unfortunately, there for the side of KSG. Obviously, a very dominant performance there for the side of Wolves Esports. KSG definitely had Wolves Esports back towards the rope in the early game. Obviously, that may have been the win knocked out of Wolves, but it was definitely the resurgence of that second win that got them this win here in game #1. And we have to highlight, obviously, some of those key players, right? Obviously, just playing the fantastic front line was definitely Sakura on that Meng Tian, right? Like really giving over space and time for the rest of Wolves Esports to collapse into those team fights.
Exactly, right? And it's been a while since we've seen Pang on a pay get this very controlling performance out of like the past few games that he played, right? I think when he played against DRG, he's been playing more of these traditional tanks and fighters compared to the pure assassin pay that we talk about here. So very good stuff so far coming in from Wolves Esports. You can definitely see the 5th anniversary buff coming in for the side of Pang is starting to kick in this game 1.
Definitely kicking in for game number 1 here between these two teams, and already kind of like keeping that same pace, right, that we saw from the last lower bracket series of Wolves Esports. Very dominant performance in game number 1, but I feel like that's not going to be enough to knock KSG down. I mean, if it is, then it's definitely going to be a little bit of a blunder for them within this lower bracket run.
Yep. It will be an interesting one because so far, out of all the lower bracket games, we had like, what, 3 lower bracket games, and all of them ended in a 4-0 fashion. And game 1 has just concluded. That's just scratched my head. Like, man, will we get another 4-0 today?
It's potential, right? I mean, that's what the lower brackets has been full of, but history tells us a little bit of a different story between Wolves Esports and KUAISHOU Gaming. So I feel like if it is going to be a bit of an upset to that flow that we have been seeing in the lower brackets, I feel like this is the series that it's going to be showing.
Yep, we'll only have to wait and see coming in for the remaining of the games. But let's take our focus and check out the scoreboard on what exactly unfolded in this game 1, whereby we saw Pang had an immaculate game, whereby everybody was just rocking 7,000 below. He's been ramping up those goals, those kills with an 11,000 just 12 minutes short.
I mean, this is what happened when you give some players some of their main heroes, right? Like, not only did Pang get his pay, but Sakura on the Meng Tian as well, right? As you can see, the indicator from those gold borders for those that aren't quite used to or knowing of the KPL players and who their main picks are. This gold border is just an indication for you guys to know that these are the heroes that they shine on the most. And you can see here, 402 for Pang. He was up 11k to points, 6.8k. So that's an impressive lead there in the gold.
It's like during the pick, we would discuss about the team halfway around jungles pathing, jungles tempo, and really it was just the Wolves Esports playing a superior campaign in the one that Myanmar, even though kills were being traded back and forth. At that point whereby you're fighting for a 10 minutes, that's where items are taking, and that's where once each was Esports, everything leaded to the 8.5k goal for the side of Wolves' favor.
Exactly right. Like, obviously, the gold was the main focal point here for both of these two teams, but then as soon as Wolves got a runaway with that lead, it became an issue here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. As you can see, obviously, a lot of damage going through for the side of Wolves Pang. A lot of damage, a lot of kills coming through, but I feel like that was a huge setup here for the side of Wolves is Juan, right? Like, that Angela pick towards the end of this draft, the 5th pick here, really made the difference here for the side of Wolves Esports, because it just meant that Points Ogred wasn't able to gain access into these team fights willy-nilly without any kind of consequence, and that consequence was either a slow, a stun, or major burst damage here from the side of Wolves Esports.
And it was really thanks to the fact that Pang had a much more smoother jungle transition coming into this game number 1, where you can see every single play coming in from his FMVP skin was just immaculate, getting that 4-0 and 2 score, and you can see his trophy rack right below his IGN.
Yeah, exactly. Trophy rack, but at the same time, like I was saying to Kin the other day, I feel like they're going to get to a point here where they're going to need just a conveyor belt with all their accolades and their trophies, right? Because players like Pang have been here for a while, and they're able to kind of rack up such great achievements in such small amounts of times. And you're going to be seeing here why this player has an FMVP skin on the pay in these highlights.
Yep, you can start to see this initial first play here. KSG's Radish going in for a big play, and then he was like, what, over diving into the enemy territory. But this is the exact moment whereby we saw everything fell in line for the side of Wolves to really push in for that final few moments. They were getting 2 kills on towards point, on towards down, and this assassination play coming in for the side of Pang sealed the deal for the side of Wolves for this early game end.
He was just zipping into the backline, man. I mean, that Xiao was just like, hey, look, I'm safe. And then all of a sudden, it was just like, yo, I'm dead. Like, what happened? And what happened was Pang on the pay, right? Just so much damage, so much ferocity, and really just the driving force of opening up this base, right?
And you can see, it was only, what, 11 minutes, and Pang already, like, accumulated 11,000 here. So every single play for the side of Wolves Esports, they really played so darn well for this exact moment.
Exactly, they played very well in that game, number one here between Wolves Esports and KUAISHOU Gaming. But just a friendly reminder for those at home that aren't familiar with this format, it is a best of 7, so you gotta watch out. This is not a sprint, it is a marathon between both of these teams.
Yep, a marathon that goes long in terms of few things: players' mentality, players' vitality, and also the likes of the coaches' pick and bans going into a long series here. So, if we were to pull back a bit and talk about the general pick and bans here, so what have we seen so far coming in from both of these two teams that are much more expensive than we usually talk about in the pick and ban setting?
I mean, they did obviously take off the Conqueror as well as the Meng Tian. Both of those are very sort of like highly contested picks within Global Ban pick as well, right? Like definitely always getting onto that ban hammer. So Conqueror, Meng Tian, as well as the pay, right? Like that's definitely something that definitely gives a lot of performance with the teams within the KPL, especially those that are a little bit more acclimatized to the pay play style. But then over to the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, you're probably looking at the most expensive pick here, I feel like, for them. May have been the Orgrin, the Diadea, and the Fati.
Ooh, those are very good points as well, right? Especially when we talk about the Fati being a pretty decent combination with the likes of the Dunshan. So that will be not available coming in for the side of KSG. And Point, he's been one of the better Orgrim players coming in towards the 2025 KPL Grand Finals, and he suffered a loss on that hero. That will definitely put a bit of pressure coming in for the side of KSG going into the further stages of the draft. But okay, so those are the few important picks coming in for both of these two teams. So do they change up their draft mentality here? Is it going back to the Haya? Is it going back to the Cap Boom? Or is it putting more priorities toward the jungle matchup?
I think maybe more priority to the jungle matchup, right? Like, that's definitely one of the key victories here for the side of Wolves Esports, right? They know their core. They know that Pang is going to be able to get them the play carry potential that he's able to show, right? As he did in game number 1. And then you start to see just the draft from that point on for the side of Wolves Esports was just all kind of like formulating around Pang. Obviously, they needed a little bit of frontline, which was obviously Sakura picking up the Meng Tian. But then we also needed that peel into the backline, right? Like, even if there was a potential team fight to happen, the fact that that 5th pick of the Angela came through onto Juan here just meant that any team fight that was going to take place for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming or look like it was going to be a dominant hand into that team fight was just completely turned into a kitty cat because of that Angela.
Oh, that Angela really played super duper well. I think there were 2 major moments. Number 1 was counter engaging against the side of Radish going in for that backline Hail Mary. The second one was really that Angela finding the assassination, that full burst damage on towards Dao's channel, and that really allowed for the side of Wolves Esports to get that smooth 10th minute team fight and scaling towards that 1 to 2 minute game winning push.
Exactly right. Like, it's a potential here for the side of Wolves Esports, right? Like, they can just continue playing how they did here, but at the same time, they do obviously have other cores that they can rely on, right? Obviously, they can try and focus and give potential over to Track. Yes, Track had the Ali, which we've seen a little bit more of a dominant performance for Track on the Ali. I mean, it was a low kill game, right? Low kill game. We had, what, 2 technical pauses, and even after the 2nd technical pause, it was basically like a 1-1 score, right? So, like, there, it's already showing you around about that 8-minute mark, we still had very little kills onto the board and still plenty of time for Track to shine on the Ali, but it wasn't really needed because they played effortlessly to that 10-minute timer that was really reliant there for Pang.
It really was overshadowed by Pang's amazing performance on his FMVP's pay skin coming into this game number 1 here. So game number 2's draft will be on its way soon. So we will be seeing more on the playstyle difference, right? Whereby Point, he's known for his assassins like the Fate, like the Jing, for example. These are the 2 picks that made him so well known into the KPL scene, whereby he has amazing performance onto them.
Yes, amazing performance for the side of Wolves Esports Pang so far. Obviously, we will be getting into game number 2 very, very soon. And if we just take a little trip down memory lane, right? Like, obviously, Wolves Esports know that they don't always need to get that payout Pang there. I mean, that was a scary face, right? Like that. To me, if I saw that in a dark alley, I would run.
Yeah, I would run. Maybe that's the case here, right? Because no one wants to see a ferocious Pang with TipsPay hunting for you across that river here. I would be afraid if he was in my ranking on the enemy team.
I feel like maybe that's where I'm missing out in my rank matches, right? Maybe I need to either have that face like Pang, right? Just play. I mean, it might scare my mum and dad while I'm in the living room playing Honor of Kings, but if it gets me wins, sorry, mum and dad, but I'm gonna have to pull those faces.
We all love a good jungler player, and who doesn't like Pang? He's always having a smile towards his face. He's so energetic coming into the series here, and he is so darn good on those assassins there. But to be honest, we have to cover point as well. His performance with those assassins has been the talking point coming into the tournament here. So I'm still expecting, if the Ogren, if the tanks don't really work out for the side of KSG, they will just default to a different playstyle whereby they put point on more of these assassin carries.
Exactly right. Like, if we've already given one assassin, we can imagine that it's definitely going to be something that comes into fruition here for the side of Wolves Esports. But I did want to take us down memory lane, but then I saw Pang and got distracted. The memory lane part that I was talking about ever so slightly is the fact that when Wolves played against KUAISHOU Gaming in the challenge series here, not a single assassin hero into the jungle was actually played here, and still Pang was able to perform, right? Like, he had the Yang Jian, he had the Arte, as well as the Dune as well. So it's already showing that if he needs to, if the core needs to change onto the side of Wolves Esports, it can, and it can happen, and it can adapt promptly and aptly.
And talking about the Yang Jian pick, it has been one of the more favorite jungle fighter picks coming into the 2025 KPL Grand Finals, whereby we've seen amazing performance coming in from Point against AG, where he played it without a Dolia and still found a lot of success. And for Pang as well, during the upper brackets, he brought it out against DRG. He had a phenomenal single carry performance here. So Yang Jian will be a point of contention between these two junglers coming into the further pick and bans of like different games.
Yeah, it's been interesting, right? Obviously, the Yang Jian from yesterday for DRG, I believe it was actually put up into Clash Lane, right? Like, it's been a while since we've actually seen it. And by a while, I mean, like, probably like 2 best of 7s where we haven't seen it go into the jungle or paired with that Dolia. But because what we've been seeing from the dominant support draft here within the BPs is that the Dolia kind of takes a little bit of a backseat, right? Like, especially within some of these comps that we've been seeing so far between these two teams. But speaking of comps, that's your up-to-date global ban pick there, ladies and gentlemen. Picks like the Ali Pei, Kong Konger, Meng Tian, as well as the Angela off the board here for the side of Wolves Esports. And Chano, Ogren, Diadea, Xiao Xiao, and Fati for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. This now is going to be something that affects this ban phase, as you see already. They get Kong Konger, game number 1. They ban it out, potentially here for the rest of the series.
And KSG, the Yang Jian that we're discussing before the pick and bans has been locked away from the hands of Pang here. So that opens a lot of these mid picks here coming in for the side of Wolves Esports. They have 2 ways of doing this. Either put priority on towards Juan with that cap boom higher, or put priority onto Track's known Goya. His Goya has had a phenomenal 90% win rate out of the entire event. So that's definitely a point of contention here coming in for the side of Wolves.
Definitely a point of contention here for the side of Wolves so far, right? But it's going to be that Dun Shan come through here for the side of Wolves Esports. Are we going to be seeing that Lady Sun combo come through here as well, Sagi? What do we think? Okay,
there's Lady Sun, there's Aaron, there's also like a tank like Dun coming in for the potential combinations before the side of Dun Shan, right? So for KSG, they do in fact take away the Goya to really amp up that laning prowess on that Goya. We know when you pick the Goya, you want to be playing that early to mid game very aggressively because she is such a strong lane bully.
Very big lane bully here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, but that's going to be now solidified with that Kaiser, right? So they already have that spearhead for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, means that now they're going to formulate some kind of backline, right? Like, they have the damage here from the Gulia. What are they going to be looking towards in that mid lane? But it's definitely not going to be the cap boom because it goes over to Wolves Esports.
I'm a bit worried for KSG. I got to be honest with you. The Dunshan Lady Sun coming in from Wolves Esports has a 100% win rate, and this 3 picks already coming in for the side of Wolves is so darn strong. You have Kaboom and you have Lady Sun. These two are immensely strong early to mid laners.
They very immensely strong early to mid laners as well, right? I mean, you're definitely going to be looking at that the burst damage here coming from Kaboom in the early game, right? Obviously, just being able to put the pressure on. But also, you're going to be seeing that ultimate, right? You're going to feel that meowing of pain from the side of Kaboom. Just be able to kind of drop it onto minion waves or even just onto the beginning part of a team fight. Just already get that huge poke before it even starts.
Nice wordplay there. Mountain of pain here coming in for the side of the Kaboom. And you can say as well, right? The pay coming in from game 1, that was very painful as well.
Hey, we're going on with the puns. I mean, what more can we come through? Maybe a mighty ban here for that KUAISHOU and Nui for the side of Wolves Esports. But no, they're looking to kind of focus the tank, right? Because obviously right now for the side of Wolves Esports, what could really sort of complement Wolves Esports drafts right now is definitely a secondary tank into that jungle, right? So banning out the Floorborn tank, banning out the Arta here, I feel like it's a good call for KUAISHOU Gaming.
Yep, KSG, they are looking to really limit the pull coming in for the side of Pong here. You can start to see like almost like 3 bans towards the jungle and 2 bans on towards the Clash. And coming in for the side of Wolves Esports here. For the side of KSG, they think like, okay, that's a lot of mid and roamers banned away from our last 2 picks here. What are we going to strategize around to really complete our team composition to play around Dow on that Guya?
Yeah, again, it's going to be really interesting here to see what KUAISHOU Gaming do come through with, right? Obviously, mid lane, we know that the Xiao Chao has been taken off the board here, that they like to try and go for something a little bit more team fight orientated, maybe something like the Lady Chen. But it's going to be the second time we're going to be seeing that Lumbar come through here within the KPL 2025 KPL Grand Finals, right? Like, this is something we only saw yesterday when Dragon Ranger picked it up. I think it's that those were the first 2 showings with this pick within the knockouts.
Yeah, I think Talent Gaming picked that up yesterday in that game 4. Didn't really have the most fantastic of performance due to how fast the game actually exploded wide open here. So I'm really interested how Ziyang, one of the FMVP roamers we have in the KPL history, pull it out here for their showing here. But that's the Dun plus Dunshan combination here. One more to complement the Dunshan to really allow Wolves Esports to play towards the side of Track and Juan, these 2 big carries. And then Charlotte on the hands of Sakura will be that late game priority that we talk about.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something great here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, right? That Garuda here coming through here is definitely going to have that long-range poke, set up those team fights very well, kind of trying to replicate that poke that we're going to be seeing from Kaboom in the later part of the game. But we're getting the Dunshan, we're getting Dun and Dunshan come through here for the side of Wolves Esports. So we were definitely like notifying that this was going to be the case here for Wolves Esports. And if you have the lack of healing for your team, what's better than that doing, right?
And we're looking at KSG as well, Lumber and also Guan Yu. That's a heck of a lot of engage being drafted for KSG here. So Wolves Esports, they will need to protect Track really well on that Lady Sun to really avoid all these engages. If not, this Guya will be an explosive point of contention coming in from KSG's mid game here, because Lady Sun, sure, her laning phase is super duper strong, but going into that later stage of the game, she needs more items, like 3 to 4 items for her to get going.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, obviously, in the introduction of today, right, like the points of concession between these 2 teams, right, is definitely the jungle and definitely the farm lane. So as you were right to say there, Sagi, Dao, picking up this Guya is going to be a early to mid-game lane bully. So potentially would we see the chance of these lane swaps, right, like we was talking about it in the last game, obviously looking to try and make a good contest for that Space Sprite.
The Space Sprite is the #1 contention here, which brings up the question as well. Do the side of Wolves Esports go for that active lane rotation here, whereby we've seen so far Lady Sun, if you pick her up, you can play like an early, drop her towards mid lane, or better yet, find those aggressive lane rotations and put her towards the Clash lane so she can benefit from all these neutral resources around the map.
Yes, exactly right. Again, just kind of benefit for everything for the side of Wolves Esports, but at the same time, I mean, we see a little bit of a different story into the bot side of the map, right? Obviously, Lady Sun getting online a little bit later than the Guya, but the one mark that we could be seeing here for the side of Wolves Esports, right, is what we saw yesterday, is when we see that Eternity Blade come through pre-4 minutes, right? Like, as soon as that item comes through, it's going to be a little bit of a disaster here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
Yep, KSG will definitely have to play towards their strength here. The Goya combination coming in with the Lumber will be a much more needed factor here, as it is very similar to the script given to them from last game, whereby Lady Sun, she needs those items to start to get herself going at the 10th minute mark, whereby this Goya, once she hits that 2 item, that's her goal button, that's where she starts actively hunting members of the side of Wolves Esports in that mid game.
Yeah, I'm just hoping we're going to see some frightful ultimates here from that Lumbar, right? Like, that's something that could really kind of change the pace and change the tempo of these team fights between Wolves Esports and KUAISHOU Gaming. We're going to get into game number 2 very soon, ladies and gentlemen, as we are now stepping onto the gorge for the second time between Wolves Esports and KUAISHOU Gaming. KUAISHOU Gaming have something to prove here in this game number 2, but can they do it? Only time will tell. And only the crowd can give them the energy that they need going into this game number 2.
So much damage here coming in for the side of Lady Sun and Dunshan combo here. The poke damage on towards down, definitely not making him feel good in this lane.
Yeah, exactly right. That's something you don't want when you're in the farm lane, right? Is just that early game damage, a lot of pressure, because I mean, you only really have your common skill heal that's going to restore just a little bit of health, and then you're really relying on your support to kind of take a lot of those blows here, for the especially in the early game.
You can see as well, right, due to the fact that you drafted as Lady Sun Dunshan, you got all the triangle quadrant towards the bot side. You stole away the enemy neutral, you stole away the fire beak, and then you take the fire hawk as well. So that's like what, extra 3 camps of extra gold on towards the hands of Track in this early game alone.
Yeah, it's pretty scary, right? But at the same time, KUAISHOU Gaming know that, right? This isn't a team that's just stumbled into the knockouts, right? They are here for a reason. They're a team that took AG Superplay to a full best of 7. So, yes, they may have been denied those early game resources, but they could still bounce back here.
Yep, bouncing back is exactly what they need here. A bit of a freeze coming in for the side of the bottom lane. For the side of Wolves Esports, they take it chill, they play towards their marker here. But in this early game alone, who will be the deciding factor here coming in for the side of KSG? I am looking at Ziyang for those fancy flash engages with that ultimate to really set the pace going for the side of KSG on those team fights.
Hey, when those team fights aren't been going in your favor in game number 1, right, you've really got to shift the focus. And obviously, with Zhang being the captain here, you're right in calling that out, Sagi. I feel like that it is going to be the support that's going to be looking for those crucial ways into these team fights, especially like you were saying there, the flash engage combo here for the Lumbar.
I like the counter initiation coming in for the side of KSG. They know for the fact that Dao is in a tough situation right now. So he is like, okay guys, bail me out of this, send me to Clash Lanes, and send me across the gorge so I can collect all these resources here. I do not want to be pulling that lane against Track and 1 with that Dunshan and Lady Sun combo.
Exactly right. You got to make a little bit of a adjustment, right? If it's not going too well in your favor, you want to make sure that you are putting everything, not all your eggs into Dao's basket, right? Like, so obviously there's still a point that needs to get those resources online, obviously, to try and build that tanky sustain for the Kaiser, because that's going to be, obviously, other than Zhang, if Zhang gets taken out, you're really looking at point once again, like he played with the Organ in the last game, to be your spearhead into these team fights.
He will be a good factor here for the side of point to really soak up all this damage here. You are looking at like what, 3 big beefy boys coming from KSG that will simultaneously charge into the face of Tracker. So engage does come through, Raging Sandstorm drop, and you can see Wings of Judgment putting pressure on towards Tracker. You know that they are looking to really limit Track in his tracks.
Yeah, put a stop in his tracks, right? I mean, I don't know how many puns we're going to come out for the side of Track. It seems to be one of the key things whenever we see Wolves Esports play, right, is we just come out with all the puns and put a stop in that track of puns. But at the same time, right now, Wolves Esports, KUAISHOU Gaming, 4-minute mark. The Tyrant looking like it could be hotly contested here between these two teams. A big stunt here coming through, and it does go over to the side of Wolves Esports. So Pan coming through with the smite.
Very consistent smite here coming in for the side of Wolves Pong here. Securing that buff, allowing them to further push up these waves, so required in this game number 1 here. But we can start to see, allowing Dao on that Goya to really roam the map gives her much more resources to take all these farms, take all these resources, and then Liu Lang has to take the shorter end of the stick, play that reactive role, play that defensive role on the weak side.
Yeah, I mean, it's what seems to be the point right now for Liu Lang. He's just kind of just been there as a little bit of a, not a spearhead per se, but just kind of just trying to be an aid to his team, because he knows if he gets caught out, that's a lot of damage being taken off the gorge here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, right? Like, they're already suffering with the lack of resource lead right now from the side of Wolves Esports. So taking Liu Lang off, as that Garuda means obviously you lose that ultimate that you see him right here.
Putting a lot of pressure as well, right? Every time he drops that ultimate, it forces the members coming in from Wolves Esports to really back towards safety until the duration of it. But take a look towards the team composition. For the side of Wolves, you are looking to play a very slow front-to-back fight with Track, fight with Juan with those like kiting damage here. But for KSG, it's much more bombastic and explosive. You want Radish, you want Ziyang to find those backline initiations.
Yeah, or even Point, right? Like, they have plenty of times. Like, if they can use Point as well as Radish at the same time, they could really kind of, like, pin some movement the side of Wolves Esports and really put a stop to that backline access, right? Like, obviously, Juan, Track, as soon as you get those taken off the gorge there, it's a huge blunder to the side of Wolves Esports. But speaking of blunders right now, KUAISHOU Gaming not with a single neutral objective in this first part of the game, but do they look to contest this Crimson Golem now? Obviously, opening that T1 down to the bot side means that access here is going to be a little bit more of an ease, but they are able to get it here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. But at the same time, you can see Sakura is just like, all right, bet, I can take you T1 and I can take you Crimson at the same time too.
Oh, but Radish here denies the fact, and he does get it for his liking here, forcing the flash away from Sakura. Sakura having to run away here, but the Crimson sticks over towards it. This Charlotte might be in danger and might be the one to fall for first blood for the side of KSG.
Yes, nice little bit of a love tap there from Liu Lang with that last hit onto Sakura means that there's going to be the first blood going up to KUAISHOU Gaming, which is already a little bit of a problem here for the side of Wolves Esports. Obviously yet to get first blood so far for their team within the series, but still they are ahead with the gold lead, right? Even without that Brucey bonus of the gold resources.
That's without the blue buff, and that's without the, the Crimson, double Crimson buff, and also the first blood gold here. So you can see, before that exact play, Wolves Esports was super duper ahead in that gold chart here. But coming to the mid lane here, they're looking at engage onto Xingzhen.
They are looking for a big engage. A lot of damage onto Liu Lang. Gets taken down in the early part of the team fight, but even more comes through as well. Ziyang goes down. Captain, oh Captain, please come back and save us. But it's going to be Radish forcing Sakura into his teammates and gaming a kill to KUAISHOU Gaming.
Still a 2-for-2 exchange here coming in for both teams here. But you can see Radish so consistently good on that Guan Yu, setting up the success for his team to get that additional kill onto Sakura here. And then the jungle now. This Crimson will be the contention for KSG as they get it once again towards their pockets.
Yeah, I felt like there was no point in contention there, right? Obviously, Pong was already pretty battered from that last team fight, so even he couldn't be like, you know what, I am going to go and use the Unruly Blade, try and get the smite, try and save that Crimson Golem. But what a nice, obviously, double flash in there. The pull back, the throw from one there was very well played. But at the same time, you have to give point of concession here over to the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. They're able to kind of bully Sakura back into the team fight, able to claim a kill for themselves here.
And that's going to be pretty a feels bad moment coming from Sakura, because before that play, Sakura just got out of respawn. And after that, he's back into the fountain again.
Yeah, back into the fountain again. It's a problem here for Sakura, right? Like, he's dying far too many times, but at the same time, Sakura's not worried about the early to mid game, right? Like, we're looking at that late game here for Sakura on the Charlotte. Like, maybe that's where Wolves are going to get the bounce back, right? Maybe that's where they're going to find their mojo.
Yep, late game will be one of the markers here coming in from Wolves Esports here, but Lumber going accessory low.
Yeah, Lumbar gets taken out. Once again, Captain goes down for the side of KUAISHOU Game, and it's all going to be down to these important shout call-ins here, but it's now Radish formulates around the rest of the crew. But at the same time, nothing's really been taken here for the side of both of these teams, other than, obviously, the potential, maybe trying to formulate the T1 down to the bot side here, try and freeze the minion wave.
Man, you can really see how much damage the firepower coming in from both the Kaboom and Lady Soon on the hands of Juan and Track here. But, of course, clearing up that bottom wave that you talk about here, Blam, does allow the minions to die towards the tower, further removing gold from the pockets of KSG, which we are looking at almost a 2,000 healthy for Wolves Esports prior to that 10th minute mark.
Removing gold, removing preference down to the bot side as well, right? Obviously, they did have the priority for themselves on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming into the farm lane, but now they completely lost that. But at the same time, you can see here Radish maybe just looking for a bit of a back pounce here. He is into the enemy jungle. He is trying to find Juan here, but obviously that huge mobility here from the Kaboom means he's able to escape out. But now into the back line is getting Sakura a bit of a re-engage here. Clash for clash into the back once again, but now Sakura goes down once more, but it's going to be a trade for Radish. Can Wolves come in on top of this one? Claim some more. The ultimate shell does come through. Rolling raid. Is Goya going to go down as well? That's a takedown on Track.
Track is on fire. They take down another kill onto his down. He chased him from all the way on his Azure Golem all the way to his Clash tier 2 here. But Radish, that was a beautiful flank, but in the end, it was one on that Dunshan with that ultimate to heal on time, removing Guan Yu's attempt in that ultimate here. But with that team fight success coming in for the side of Wolves Esports, they secure the Shadow Tyrant, and that will put them into such a comfortable position going into this 11th minute mark.
A very comfortable position here for the side of Wolves Esports, right? Obviously getting that first Shadow Tyrant onto the Gorge for themselves. I mean, it was looking a little bit shaky, right? Like, this game has definitely been a little bit more tit for tat. The pendulum has swung to and fro from KUAISHOU Gaming to Wolves Esports once again. But it's now where you can start to see that importance of the gold lead come through here, Sagi, right? 4K, but more important is that poke damage from Juan on that Kaboom. Like, just, you saw 3 men. There was just like, guys, we need to hold on to this T1 into the mid lane. But just that big ultimate just completely drove him away.
The kitty bombs, the ladies and rolling raids, one on that Dunshan, everything was just throwing into the face of the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, forcing them to back away from that turret here. But they do take the initiative to start out this Overlord here. Rotations are coming in for the side of KSG. Do they have enough time to finish this up?
Nah, I think they got plenty of time, right? Obviously, we saw a little bit of a scenic route there for Pong into the backline, but maybe that's not going to be where the golden carrot is being dangled here for the side of Wolves Esports. Yes, they get the Vanguard, but point goes down before dropping the Vanguard as well, which is going to be another point of concession here for the both two teams. But still, we see Dao on the run with such little life.
That was so close, by the way. Track went on with that ultimate shell flash combo, almost catching Radish, who was just a sliver of health, but unfortunately the range wasn't just there. They do in fact get that tier 2 towards the mid lane here, and the active Shadow Overlord that clears the wave is in the hands of Point, who will be coming out in just 8 seconds of the timer.
Just back on in around about 4 seconds now, Sagi. He is going to be the driving force. Maybe it would be enough of a driving force to drive away Wolves Esports from that second T3 into the mid lane, right? Obviously, that would be a scary point here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming to lose, but it's looking very familiar to game number 1, but there's not going to be big in speed there. The Howl comes through. They try and get the movement speed here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming to get a big dunk onto Wolves, but completely missed that one.
But Wolves are playing such a slow and methodical game. Every single team fight has been in their favor, and they always get whatever they want from those exchanges here. That was a Shadow Overlord going into the favor of KSG, but look at the structural damage. It is 2 tier 3s falling in the hands of Wolves, and right now, they are not done with. They are looking for the next Shadow Tyrant for more of the base coming in from KSG.
Yeah, KSG, very nice here. Obviously, trying to just put down the Vanguard top side of the map, obviously. Just trying to put some pressure into these side lanes because they know that T1 in the mid lane is not going to fall here for the side of Wolves Esports unless they get a good team fight.
This is the form that we talk about here, Blank. Coming into the lower brackets, coming into the 2025 KPL Grand Finals, form is much more needed compared to the actual performance that you had back in the breakout stage or the Masters group.
Yeah, again, obviously, just the performance here from Wolves Esports, like I said, their lower bracket performance has been nothing short but phenomenal, right? And they're still looking to stay on track with that MO for themselves. But KUAISHOU Gaming definitely showing a little bit more promise here in game number 2. It seems to be a little bit more contested than game number 1 was, because they are able to kind of drive Wolves Esports into a little bit part of a latter timer here.
But take a look at the position coming in from 1 though. Very aggressive, zoning out KSG members from that Shadow Tyrant here. Once Wolves Esports secure this Shadow Tyrant, it is their go button once again to get that final tier 3 towards the bot side. But how it's coming true?
Yes, again, trying to get the engage here. Obviously, the win slash connected onto 2 so far, and Rolly Blade's going to be the means to get out of jail here for the side of Wolves Esports Pang. But at the same time, Radish coming from the back line here as well. We do see Sakura trying to get that phase check, trying to kind of like keep that man check come through, but it's going to be contested here. KSG, they steal the Shadow Tyrant. Can they steal this team fight in their favor?
It will be difficult because on towards the front side though, 4-1, he's already fallen as the first victim here, as there is no one to match down in these team fights here. But take a look at Point here, going in for that Hail Mary here, going for a bit of a flank into the enemy's base here. But the Azure Golem seems to be spawning out his position here.
Oh no, they found him. It's cat and mouse here for the side of KSG and Wolves Esports. But the cavalry has arrived, but it's a little bit too late. We do see that Point is able to get out alive. Very nice play here from his teammates. Very well coordinated, very well timed.
And very much needed steal coming in for the side of KSG's jungler here. Allowing that steal gives the side of KSG a bit of a breather here, but Flash on the side of Juan has been forced out thanks to Liu Lang's Ying Zhen's poke coming in here. So slow and steady game, back to a square one for both of these two teams as they are eyeing themselves on the Shadow Overlord.
Hey, slow and steady sometimes can win the race here, right? So maybe KUAISHOU Gaming are just playing a little bit of a slower hand into this one, but definitely Point with a great point of access into the backline, almost wiping out Track, which would have been a huge blunder here for the side of Wolves Esports.
That was very close, almost not to a comfortable spot coming in from Track. One small misstep and one wasn't there. He could have been a deciding factor to really drop here, but look at the flag coming in from Sakura. He does pull away towards safety here as they need to find Radish. Where is Radish? Where is this Guan Yu coming from?
Yeah, they need to man check him, right? They need to make sure they know where Radish is before they even commit a little bit of a fight coming through here. But Radish has been found by Sakura. But now we are seeing 2 fights on 1 front here. At the same time, a lot of damage going on to Xiang as he's potentially going to get taken down here. But it's going to be Jungle going down here for the side of Wolves Esports. So KSG actually not losing a single blood here, because that rolling raid, that ultimate shell, wasn't actually quite connecting there.
And they're starting off the Shadow Overlord here. They're going for a 100-0 play with no jungler here, but the damage coming in from the Lady Soon is starting to hit hard here. Liu Lang with the Wings of Judgment forcing the position here. So KSG regain control on this objective. Kitty Bombs landing, but there to no avail. It still goes over to KSG. This all started when Point stole that Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it all happens with a steal, right? Like, you can steal that Shadow Tyrant away. It really kind of puts a bit of a mental boom onto the enemy team, right? Like, it's definitely one of those kind of like unsung contestants here between teams, right? Like, if you're able to steal a neutral objective that looked like it's going to go into your favor, and then you can try and come out on top of that. Obviously, if you lose everybody on your team and steal it, that's not a good trade. But if you're able to steal it and get it alive, very good comeback.
And this was a 5,000 gold lead in favor before for side of Wolves Esports, but due to that steal coming in from KSG, they are right now in control with Vanguards marching from all 3 lanes here. So this will be Wolves Esports on the reactive end for the first time in this game number 2.
Yeah, got to play very defensive here, obviously, especially if they want to hold on to that mid lane, right? Been healthy all this time with that Shadow Vanguard, and the Vanguard here means that they're going to get enough damage to get the takedown onto that T1 into the mid lane. Force Wolves Esports back a few paces.
Ooh, things are looking like we are going to a Tempest Dragon here. The next objective will be on the Shadow Tyrant here. So if we do get a big team fight that leads to an ace, things could just go to either team here. But we do see Sakura playing very aggressively on that Charlotte, wanting to get those stacks going first for those damage. But Liu Lang already forcing out that flash.
Already forcing out the flash, already forcing out the invincible warrior as well, but Radish is now obviously being checked here by Sakura into the backline whilst we see that Wolves Esports trying to get that Tyrant for themselves because they need any little bit of help possible here, and that extra bit of damage right now is definitely going to do treats for Track.
But topside though, the minions are doing a bit of a work here, but look at Daozai though, he's finding his first kill. The second one, that's 2 members down already for the side of Wolves.
Yep, Wolves get taken down by KSG gets taken down by Wolves here with a 2-1 trade. Obviously, they do lose 1 right now, but Dao and Xiang going down is not a good call. But I mean, to a point of grace here by the side of KSG, they still have points, and will they ever get to this Tempest? They have to think and try and defend this minion wave coming through in the mid lane.
The mid lanes are marching through with the minions here, but the arrow storm here does clear out the minion here. But the kill on towards point is unavailable for the side of Wolves.
The point was just there to clear out the minion wave, right? Like, yes, he was able to do that job, but at the same time, Radish has used that Sage's Sanctuary. He's not going to have it for this next wave. The minion is all coming through, but this is now going to be a good point for the side of Wolves Esports, right? They need to go for this Tempest. They need to make sure they get this to get this Game 2 victory.
And let's take a look at the replay here. So it was Hao popped by 1, finding a 2-man flip on that flip flash. That's absolutely insane work coming in from 1 on that Dunshan.
Oh, absolutely insane work there as well, obviously. It's definitely the comeback that we was really waiting for here for the side of Wolves Esports and even the coaches, but there it is. It's going to be the flash being committed here by Track as well. They get the takedown onto Xiang, so there is going to be one of the key front lines on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, but it's going to be the Radish trying to claim some kills, but the Minions take game number 2.
A climatic finish. The minions set the pace. 20-minute minions take the base coming in for KSG, sending Wolves Esports a 2-0 lead in this best of 7.
Very well played here by both KUAISHOU Gaming and Wolves Esports, right? Obviously, KUAISHOU Gaming, they almost came back with that one with the crazy amounts of steals of the neutral objectives. The team fight potential that came through in this game number 2, definitely a lot more formulated than game number 1. KUAISHOU Gaming are learning throughout this best of 7.
I did not expect the minions to actually end that game because I was thinking like, okay, there are a few ways for the side of Wolves to win that game. It was true 4v5 getting that Tempest Dragon. It was true that final fight we saw towards the bot side, but I never expected the minions to be already backdooring that base here. That was not on my bingo list.
Hey, it's on my bingo card, so hey, I've now got one scratched off there. The Minions coming through here in the 2025 KPL Grand Finals knockouts is definitely something that should not be out of the realm of possibility here for the teams, and Wolves Esports just proved that.
Yeah, Wolves Esports certainly proved that, but a very shaky mid-game is what we really saw because Wolves Esports at the 11-minute mark had like a 5,000 goal lead, but on the second Shadow Tyrant, it was Point with a really consistent smite game to really contest against Pong, stealing away the first Shadow Tyrant, and then the second one came in on the Shadow Overlord that really pulled the goal lead from 5,000 to a neutral ground, but it was in the end 1 on that Dunshan, finding the 2-man flip that really secured the game for the side of Wolves Esports.
I mean, you say it beautifully there, Sagi, right? Like, you can't kind of just, like, overlook KUAISHOU Gaming's attempts at the comebacks within this game number 2, right? Like, there was many attempts for KUAISHOU Gaming to come back within this game number 2, and they definitely tried their hardest. They played a lot better. So I feel like now Wolves have got to kind of, like, check themselves before they wreck themselves, so they don't want to get to that 3-0 scoreboard here, and then find that KUAISHOU Gaming get that second win that historically has been in favor of Wolves Esports. So there's still plenty to play for.
There is still plenty to pay for, but judging on the performance so far coming from Wolves Esports, much cleaner performance compared to the upper bracket performance coming into the lower bracket run where Sakura has been the consistent player being on that Clash lane role. Things have started to shift into a much more comfortable spot for the side of Wolves Esports, and right now, are we getting our 4th series of a 4-0? Because it's looking 2-0 and every game has been in favor of Wolves Esports from that early to mid-game department.
I'm going to play the devil's advocate here and say no because of, obviously, KUAISHOU Gaming's performance in that game number 2. So I feel like if it is, it's going to be at the blunder of KUAISHOU Gaming. But before we get into game number 3, before we even try and make sense of game number 3's BP, let's look at the post-game stats here.
Oh, post-game is very interesting in this game because this is the first game of this best of 7 that went to the Tempest Dragon that we talked about, the 20-minute mark here. So gold-wise, we see a lot of resources invested towards the hands of both marksmen here, but to no avail. The final few moments, GGWP, minions OP.
Yeah, GGWP minions, right? Obviously, the minions was just like, we brought it on for the lads. Game number 2 was our victory there, but you can't spell victory without, obviously, the V in Wolves. But if you look at the damage here from the side of Wolves Esports, right? Obviously, Juan here with a fantastic and very dominant 203k damage, right? Obviously, we were getting into the realms of the Tempest there. Didn't have to get taken by Wolves Esports, but the fact is, when you see a huge number like that, you know the potential of this cap boom.
Oh, that potential of the cap boom, Ladison and Dunshan, those pokes were absolutely a menace coming in for KSG's eyes, you know, because they were like, man, I want to defend this mid tower here, so I want to commit the Wings of Judgment coming in from the Garuda to really chunk down those minions. But the Dunshan was like, nope. All out defense here, using that ultimate, blocking all those projectiles, and then the damage comes piling in from the Lady Sun, from the cap boom, and there was no defense really coming in from KSG.
Yeah, it was a hard defense, right? Because obviously we saw all the time that Xiang on the Lumbar was getting taken down, and then the only last stand in front line would have been point on the Kaiser. And I mean, we saw many a times where the spike mail come through pretty clutch, right? Like to kind of like keep him alive, but it's all going to be down to Juan here with the MVP performance, right? With the cap boom, like I said, 203k damage is definitely something here that with the support plays here.
Yep, his final play that he really got the engage on both the Goya and also the Lumber coming in for the side of KSG was what really got him the MVP here. Without that play, the game would have got into a bit of a 50-50 between the Tempest Dragon, but due to that really daring flash engage, that is what exactly allowed Wolves Esports to end that game number 2 in their favor.
Yeah, the flash catch, obviously throwback there, we saw multiple times, was a really great play here from Juan on this Dunshan. And it's something we've been talking about, right? Obviously, Dunshan comes through for both of these teams, especially Wolves Esports. It looks like it's like still maintaining that 100% win rate, right? Like, you're going to see it here. Just the devastation and potential here of such a great hero after the revamp.
And this is the full extent to what a Dunshan can really peel you from, right? Because check out this. He was kiting away from the Kaiser, bringing out Dao, or bringing out the side of track towards safety, and then utilizing the ultimate so that Radish couldn't find those big engages towards the backside. And that is exactly what really happened to allow track on this Lady Sun to hunt for this kill from all the way on the Azure Golem to the tier 2 tower on the hands of Dao.
Yeah, he smelled the blood, he went for the kill, right? Really just opening up the side of KSG. So Wolves Esports have definitely played this one like, yes, there were moments in time where they got caught out, right? Obviously, especially around these neutral objectives where we started to see the KSG really got the steal here, as you see right there. Point with a fantastic steal. And then obviously they only lost Yang as well, so really able to keep the marksman alive, their mid lane alive, just meant that it was a little bit easier to try and come back here for KSG, but at the same time, Wolves Esports just always coming back a little bit stronger.
But let's check a bit of the mic check, what exactly went down in this game number 2.
过来，注意别人骆驼被抓了，小心来了，国影来了，双阳，没事拉走了，在蓝区应该中的，断腿了，这个打得操作吗？有点猫的，联盟大闪，可以翻他，留起来，都没抢，兄弟，我有二闪这波，慢点，国影可以背一个，国影，带我，来，可以了，狼了，打龙没就打龙，能溜吗？没技能，他交闪了，能跟吗？你跟，还行，抽被打龙了，再跟兄弟，打得过，死了，一阵还能，我看到截线，双阳截线到吗？截线，没见到，关羽没见到。留人线了，他们走不了吗？我抓牛了，留人，我跟你的，追我能跟，牛没拱，你们先上海，追关羽了，来跟我，来二上去我带，关羽中了，我放你，关羽，你4血， 留不住算了，截线上
把3线截了，怎么截3线？
我丢大了，躲安稳来，
要杀人，
杀人，切我一个开，然后我要背他，不让他走，放下来，
你背，
线没了，
要接我，
快，能活吗？别落王兄弟，
接我，
杀关羽，走，落王，回来，他们活了，
我回来，
不打射的不，来，他心很差，
没事，我打4，别怕，
我带，这么我带多少？
跟我
，OK，能开不？别急，跟他
，OK，
你又没打，来，留，
关羽在后头，要去你们那了，
我能背他，留，
关羽在这，
我接，
关羽，
风龙，有一别急，
我有风，
拉走，别急，风龙，
打一波，
先回血，一波了，
加没了，nice，可以。
And that was a very interesting, like, a communication between the team coming in from Wolves Esports, whereby few things to really know when every play that they play, it's really on the side of one to tell them like, hey, I got spell 2 and I got flash. I could go for a flash engage. And number 2, it's the ladies who coming in from track to really say that, hey, I want to go in further for that kill on towards the girl. Yeah, so do follow me and do follow up. And then you will always hear like, oh, 接线. This means that, okay, guys, there's waves. So let's cut the waves first before we do anything. Because once you set those waves, that's exactly how you really progress in those team fights. You can always get better footing. Enemies will have to show their vision because waves are crashing into their tower. So waves are exceptionally important in Honor of Kings.
Oh, they're very important, right? Like, you see, taking a bit of a flashback and a bit of an angry stance on my ranked games is when there's nothing worse than when you see your team take a team fight when the enemies have the priority within the minion wave. So they always just dive in rather than clear out the minion wave, maybe try and go back to T1, T2 territory, take the team fight a little bit more on a better footing, right? Or maybe even defend those most important, those Crimson Golems and those Azure Golems. So minion waves definitely super important here within Honor of Kings. But like you were saying there with the Lady Sun obviously just rolling through, it's like, hey, we need to like close that space. We need those kills because obviously if you roll forward with Lady Sun, obviously you can do a lot more damage with that roll in raid as well.
Oh yeah, we really saw the full extent of what a Lady Sun Dunshan combination can really bring towards that table, because Track and 1 had a phenomenal performance in that game too, whereby all the poke damage came in from the side of the Lady Sun Dunshan, and then you can see the repositioning coming in from the Dunshan to really carry that Lady Sun towards safety or aggressively towards the front line.
Exactly that, right? Obviously, just using the Dunshan just to open up the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, and many times it was very successful, right? Like, obviously, we saw pretty much a lack of deaths here for 1 on that Dunshan. Really kind of like giving over the MVP performance, getting those very high assist counts as well, which is exactly what your support should be doing. Not kill stealing, just setting up those kills, getting it all funneled over to those very important core players on your team.
Yep. And the final moment where he found that double engage on towards both the farm and roll to the side of KSG was really what set the marker for the game-winning push for the minions to backdoor the crystal. Even without the minions, I do believe that at that point, they already won out the team fight and they were on their way to really close out the game number 2 for the side of Wolves Esports here. But man, blam, 2-0 already for the side of Wolves here. Can KSG really bring it back? Because we have yet to see KSG put point on his signature jungle assassins.
That's very true, right? We have yet to see point on either the likes of the Lam, onto the Jing, or even the Luna, right? So those are definitely going to be maybe the way that KSG come back in game number 3. Like, they definitely need to kind of maybe draft towards point a little bit more. Obviously, we did say that he does have the Orgrin and has been one of the better Orgrin players, but when you know how to play against an Orgrin, it all then comes down to like, hey, how good are the team at countering and actually taking those counter measurements to actually counter the Orgrin.
Exactly, and I do want to point out a player as well coming in for side KSG, Liu Lang. Even though they're down 0-2, he's been having phenomenal performance on both games right now. His control mages has been top-notch coming into both of these games.
Oh, absolutely. Liu Lang definitely really... I mean, we kind of highlighted him when we was introducing the teams, right? Like, this is a player what got the respected ban for the newer in game number 1, right? Like, so they really are trying to focus down Liu Lang here in terms of obviously trying to create that pressure throughout the Gorge as well. Obviously, using that emergence can really kind of throw off a lot of these players within the KPL.
Yep, he is one of the best Nuas out there for the entire KPL teams, whereby he's had a lot of success stories on that hero. He played that phenomenally in that game 7 against AG. Although they lost, he had a lot of those annihilation snipes, a lot of those key moments to really set the pace for his teams. But ladies and gentlemen, we are definitely going into game number 3 between Wolves and also KSG. So, drafting, what are we looking at? What are we thinking here, Blab?
Like we said, obviously, we hope that maybe Point gets a little bit more of that attention to draft. Maybe they take a little bit of a leaf out of Wolves Esports book and build the core around Point.
Yep, Point is definitely the point of focus here coming in for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, whereby we've seen his performance on the Yangjian, on the Jing, and also the Fate to really find success for his team. He's a very good assassin jungle mechanically, but when we talk about assassin jungle, you definitely need to have your team play around your tempo, give you the farm, give you the space, and also protect your jungle camps from the invasion coming in from Wolves.
Stop the invasion coming in from Wolves as well, right? Like, obviously, that's the one thing that really kind of set the difference there at game number 1. Just the fact that Wolves were able to just have way with their enemy jungle, right? Like, there was no real safety net for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
Yeah, safety net is something, right? Because we've seen out of the 2 early games so far, it has always been in favor of Wolves Esports. Game 1 was just an absolute dominance coming in from Wolves. Game 2 was the similar story until Point found those steals to really claw the game back into the favor for the side of KSG. But in team fights, it's still very dominantly preferred for the side of Wolves.
Oh yeah, I mean, team fights have definitely been a strong point here for Wolves. I don't think there's anything that I can think of so far today where Wolves have showed a weakness or a clear weakness in their playstyle, right? Like, it's the macro has been pretty much on point. Their attention to kind of just opening up the enemy's jungle, again, been on point. And even the team fight, because it always seems to be like teams can either do one or the other, right? And then that's where they start to learn throughout the best of 7 that they need to make sure that where they're lacking, they need to bring back into the swing of things and bring back their playstyle to maybe something that's a little bit more enhanced in their macro.
And you need a lot of fuss adjustments here coming in for either teams for this entire BO7. Like we talk about, KSG, last year at the lower bracket finals, they were against Wolves Esports, and they brought the series to a 3-0 just for Wolves Esports to readjust and come back with a reverse sweep here. So that storyline is still up and available for the side of KSG. Even if they lose this game, hopes are not over yet, because this is a best of 7. You need 4 points, 4 wins to really land your marker in a series here. But this is your global ban pick here.
Yes, exactly. Quite a lot more coming through here for the side of Wolves Esports, right? Especially in terms of expensive picks. We're looking towards the Cap Boom and the Dunshan, right? Obviously, yes, the Lady Sun can be considered as the expensive pick as well, because obviously being paired with the Dunshan. But right now, Wolves Esports, do they look to prioritize the ban of the Kong again, or do they shift their focus as they have right now to that Dunshan?
The Dunshan is a very smart ban here coming in from Wolves Esports, because it really locks away multiple setups here coming in for the side of KSG. You're locking away the Dunshan Erin, you're locking away the Dunshan Lady Sun, and right now they're further locking away Master Luban from the hands of Ziyang as well.
Yeah, I mean, they could ban it. Obviously, for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, did they decide to go for the Kong this time around? Or maybe even, is it the time to bring out the Soulier, right? Like, that is a potential here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming as we're getting into game number 3 in this best of 7. But Wolves Esports right now, obviously, they still have potential to pick up here on the blue side. Maybe something. There we go. The Chano. I was about to say, the Chano coming through.
Oh, very interesting pickup here coming in for the side of Wolves Esports. You're putting priority on towards Track, who's been having back-to-back very consistent games on that farm lane here. But game 3 back-to-back games with Wolves Esports on the blue side and KSG on the red side. Do you think that this is something that we need to be talking about?
Potentially, right? Potentially. I mean, Wolves have been stuck onto the blue side for the majority of these games, and they're winning. But now, KUAISHOU Gaming, they get the Chicha, they get the Kong as we were talking about in the early part of the draft.
And this Chicha is one of the known counters against the Channel in that laning or in that mid game here, whereby the Chicha just needs to stack up her weapon to like 5 or 6 stacks and pop that ultimate and jump on towards Track on that Channel here. But I'm loving the pick here coming in for the side of Pang. They put priority on towards a strong jungle roamer duo here. Ogren and Sulia super duper strong in that early game.
Very strong. I mean, it's even like a bigger pick here for one, right? Like, he's like, you know what? I'm flexing my guns. We've got the Sulia. The Iron Colossal is going to come through here for the side of Wolves Esports. But not only that, man, like, Pang gets that Ogren. That's a scary pick here. But I mean, a good counter here would be that Lady Gem, right? Dropping that Destructive Deluge is definitely going to be something that the side of Wolves Esports is going to be playing around.
And also, when we talk about Ladies Zen, we'll always see like a fade as a combination here coming in for the side of KSG. So for Wolves Esports, since they've already landed their jungle pick, so limiting the assassin picks or the flexible tank picks here coming in 4 point in that jungle will be the real main focus that they really need to put on this second half of the pick and bans.
I mean, if they do decide to lock in something like the Fade, right? I mean, that's a lot of firepower onto the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, but not a lot of sustainability, right? Like, you are really just hoping that all your damage is gonna be enough to just take down the like of Wolves Esports. But if you look at that draft so far, you've got to try and run down a Suliet that's going to be able to kind of come back with the Iron Colossal. You're going to have the raid boss that it's Ogren. Like, is this the kind of the playstyle that KUAISHOU Gaming need to go for?
Well, KUAISHOU Gaming, they're getting target ban on that jungle department here. You have the Jing, Nakoruru, and also the Agudo locked away from points pool here. At this point, double down and go for the assassin or go back to a more traditional route. Pick a floorboard tank and then another carry towards the clash or farm on this Chicha flex.
Potential, right? Because obviously Chicha can go into Clash Farm Jungle here, but it looks like the doing is going to be for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming in game number 3. Like we were saying, they definitely need the front line. And to be honest, we've seen Pang already prove it, that the doing is able to just dive in Unruly Blade and obviously get that soak and sustain from the Gel's Benediction.
Interesting pickup here for KSG. They're really doubling down on that jungle tank for the side of KSG Point, because we know Point is really good on those assassins here. That's why, even for Wolves Esports, they're really just locking away all these assassins from his hands. They know how capable he is when piloting those, but definitely a different strategic approach for the side of KSG against Wolves in this game tree.
Like I say, definitely a different kind of KSG that we've been seeing for against Wolves compared to what we saw against AG, right? Because obviously they started off the show with the Jing, followed by Pei, and then that's when we started to see him fall back into those tankier jungle picks. And obviously, so far for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, they haven't really bared the fruit that they were really hoping for here. But for the side of Wolves Esports, they now have their mid lane menace. We have Juan on the Garuda pick, as well as Sakura on that Dharma. And we've already seen it time and time again where Sakura is always just looking for the way into that backline.
Oh, interesting pickup here for the side of Sakura with the Dharma. Dharma in the Chinese server is not as prominent compared to the global one because it is affected by the resistance boost that we talk about. So that is definitely something for us to look at in this KPL playoffs, because so far, Dharma has been one of the niche picks coming into the latest stages of the tournament, whereby we've seen yesterday on on Hua Yan, he actually picked up this Dharma and had a pretty good performance with.
He did have a pretty good performance with it, exactly. Like, now we're getting the draft locked in, right? So KSG, Wolves Esports, remaining on the blue side since the word go for this series so far. And KUAISHOU Gaming have been locked in on that red, right? Like, they've been choosing. Like, this is down to the choice of KUAISHOU Gaming because they are the losing team. They get to choose what side they want, and they seem to be favoring this red side and hoping that it's just going to bring them a little bit more victory in this game number 3. So, in terms of win conditions here, Sagi, what are we looking at for both of these two teams?
KSG, they're drafting a no marksman composition here, so when they hit that 2-3 item power spike at the 10th minute, they were looking to be very proactively jumping the members of Wolves Esports here. But Wolves Esports drafting a very strong engaged composition here. You have Sakura and One setting up those big plays. So for KSG, team fighting is still the name of the game. When their items start to kick in, they need to team fight well to secure their lead, to make sure that they don't fall off against that late game channel.
I mean, it's a good win condition, right? Because, I mean, we've seen for KUAISHOU Gaming throughout this best of 7 so far, yes, game 1 definitely looked like it was just maybe just like, yeah, right, okay, let's just get that one out of the way. We lost, it's fine. game number 2, the team fights was definitely a lot more formulated, a lot more chance of comeback for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. So now, in game number 3, like you were saying, the win condition here being team fights, is it now going to be the chance here for the side of Wolves Esports to kind of catch them off guard? Maybe not give them what they want, right? Let's not give them the team fights. Let's get the macro. Let's put the pressure on the Gorge.
First thing first, to really look into this team fight department, items are the #1 thing that we always tend to look at, because why items? 10 minutes is where marksmen, fighters start to ramp up those 3 items. That's where damage start to kick in. Those Daybreakers, those Doomsdays, those are the key big items coming in that we will be looking at. For the side of KSG, we will be taking more focus on towards Radish and Dao. These 2 players will be the primary carries here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming to find those success stories in those later stages of the game. For Wolves Esports, the engagers coming in for 1 and Sakura will be pivotal to set up Dao and also the likes of these multiple member engages for the likes of Wolves Esports.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 1 already having the MVP performance from game number 2 on the Dunshan. Now gets that Sulier for game number 3. Will we see another back-to-back MVP here, or will he set up his carry track for a MVP performance? But before we get to game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear from the crowd.
Ooh, already a flash being burned by Radish here towards the top side here. Good lane rotation here coming in for the side of Wolves Esports, because they know that Dao wants to be fighting Shrek in this 1v1 matchup here. So a very proactive lane rotation, settling the early game for the side of Wolves.
Like I said, obviously, Wolves Esports are going to have the intel, and they know the win conditions for their enemy's draft right. But at the same time, we are seeing a bit of a heavily committed red team fight here to the top side of the map. Obviously, Track able to get it alive, but can they drop down 1 here? Because he doesn't have help, he doesn't have those lanterns. What come through is going to be Pang as well as Track to get that Iron Colossal back online.
But very good stuff here coming in for Sao Liu Long. We've been putting our eyes on this player. He's been really the vocal player coming in from KSG to really put the pace for his team. You saw Trek had to burn out the flash to escape towards safety, and then with his roam alone, does burn one's ultimate, but burns like one's passive on the Iron Colossus on that Sulier.
Yeah, I can say now that 1 has that passive been taken off, right? Like, he's definitely got to play a little bit more sort of like courteously towards KUAISHOU Gaming, because again, like we were saying, obviously, when it comes to team fights, they're definitely going to have the manpower here coming through them, especially in terms of damage so far for KSG. But right now, goal lead still in the favor of Wolves Esports.
Yeah, this is the thing that we keep talking about. Wolves Esports' ability in this series to find gold in that early game has been far superior compared to KSG. So that's definitely something that has been impacting them when we go into that 10th minute. There's always a 2,000 to 3,000 in favor of Wolves Esports.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest though, KUAISHOU Gaming in game number 2 were able to actually basically balance the gold lead, right? Obviously, we saw there for Wolves Esports in game number 2 where they were able to actually surmount like such a great lead, and then obviously KUAISHOU Gaming to their due diligence was able to get that back in their own stride.
Exactly, and you can see much more focus here coming in towards this top side as we have an engage coming through from Ziyang on towards the back. 1 has to take a lot of damage as they secure this teleportation sprite for the side of KSG.
Secure the teleportation sprite, but also at the same time actually able to kind of usher those minions through to potentially try and take a bit of damage onto those T1s, right? But at the same time, we're just seeing Track just use those wolves, just use that the signal shot here, just to actually just put a lot of damage, which is going to be scary, right? Because if you look at KUAISHOU Gaming's draft, like they have, especially their mid lane, especially Kongonger right now, are quite squishy heroes.
Yeah, quite squishy heroes coming in for the side of KSG, right? Whereby you're banking onto 2 fighters here, because although Chicha looks like a marksman, but she is a fighter in heart. So she will be building towards that semi-tank build that we keep seeing, whereby you have Doomsday into the Sparks Force Dagger, and then the Spike Mail, which has an active passive, right? And then he would be jumping towards the backline, finding those members like Track or Juan in those exchanges.
Exactly that, right? Obviously, the Spike Mail is something that really keeps a pick like Chicha alive, right? Because like you were saying, fighter at heart, yes, it looks like it should be a marksman, but when you are into the nitty-gritty part of the team fight, when you need that dive onto the backline, you're looking towards Chicha, and getting that Spike Mail over just gives that damage reflection, gives a lifeline.
And talking about lifeline here, this is 4th minute here with the contention over the Tyrant here, but does go in favor for the side of KSG as they do smite it away.
KSG getting the first Tyrant onto the Gorge. Maybe the tides are turning right for both of these two teams. Obviously, KUAISHOU Gaming needed that for themselves. They've not been as lucky as Wolves Esports in the earlier parts of these skirmishes into these neutral objectives.
They definitely need to play it slow and steady, hit those item breakpoints, reduce those mistakes, and then bring the team fight when Dow and Radish are both capable and online here. But so far, it has been a quiet early game. There's no first bloods, there's no active tower trade, so it's still pretty quiet in this game tree.
Very quiet indeed, right? I feel like they need to, right? Like, obviously, KUAISHOU Gaming knows what potentially could be ensuing after this game, right? Like, if they lose this one, Wolves Esports are at match point, and that's scary.
That's very scary. It puts so much mental pressure on towards you and your team to know that you have to climb back 4 consecutive games or 3 to really push that to that ultimate battle here. But so far in this game number 3, much more standard stuff here coming in from KSG to really slow down their game, to really match their own pacing here. So very good adaptation compared to game 1 and game 2.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously getting that kind of trade. Top side to bot side of the map once again, just something that's very traditional here within the KPL, right? Just kind of playing 50-50 on the map, right? The top side of the map, once again, Wolves, they are on the blue side, so they always go for up into the clash lane first, maybe try and put the pressure onto the likes of Radish. Because, I mean, if you take away that means of just safely farming up for Radish, right, on a hero like Charlotte, it's really going to blunder the growth into the late game.
We always love a late game Charlotte here, but Radish here, being caught out by the Ogre here, has to burn the flash. Can he run away though?
He's trying to run away. The Conductor Souls has been committed, but the damage for Track may be what's going to be the chance of getting that execution going through, and it is. First blood going up to the side of Wolves Esports.
Wow, how did they formulate that in their head? How did they know that Radish, full HP, with flash, with so much mobility, was going to be falling victim into the hands of Power and Track? That was so well calculated coming in from the side of Wolves Esports.
Very well calculated for the side of Wolves Esports, but at the same time, calculation seems to be their game, right? Like, they always seem to go for these plays where they just freeze the minion wave, allow like the likes of the Vanguard just to kind of crash through naturally. But KSG, they're looking for a little bit of an answer down to this bot side, right? Trying to chunk a lot of that damage, trying to force out the flash, and they do onto one. But at the same time, the Iron Colossal, is he going to get procced here? No, he gets taken down. Luliang with that Destructive Deluge is going to put a lot of pressure here onto the side of Wolves Esports.
1 kill for the price of 2 here for the side of Wolves Esports here. They get 1, and Sakura was trying to step on those lanterns to bail his roamer out to safety here, but to no avail. That puts Wolves Esports in such a defensive end. Right now you can see Point playing so aggressively, providing the space for the side of KSG to get this mid-tier 1.
Yes, they're looking to put the pressure into the mid T1 here for the side of KSG, which again is just proven that they are in this game number 3 to win, right? Like, they definitely aren't holding any punches here.
I think Liu Long has had a phenomenal game tree as well. His lane design has been so consistent in setting up his team to get more space here. But check out the engager. Look at the Destructive Deluge. Disengaging when it is needed.
Yeah, disengage tool is great here for the side of KSG's Luliang, right? Like, just dropping that ultimate means that any kind of like wind in their sails that Wolves had is going to get completely knocked out here. But at the same time, a bit of commitment here from Pang, just trying to soak a lot of that damage, maybe just try and chip away onto Point's Doom. But at the same time, we do see the Blood Rage being procced here. Is it going to be enough to keep Pang alive? And the answer is yes for now. But into the backline is going to be Sakura with a huge Truth Mantra. But on top of that is going to be that Destructive Deluge, really just nullifying that 1-1 trade.
Still a 1-1 trade between the Clash laners here. With the superior health lead, KSG do find yet another Tyrant into their pockets here. So for KSG, even though they lose their Clash lane, they still pocket some of these neutral resources into their own goal that really puts them into such a favorable position going into the 10th minute team fight.
It definitely looks like it's that kind of like healthiest point that they've seen, right, throughout this entire series so far. KSG obviously leading the gold lead episode slightly now, but I mean, that could be taken away in a moment's notice. But the fact is, they've learned how to play around this Sulia, right? Like, just kind of just keep him away, just drudge him away from his teammates. He can't come back, and then drop the Destructive Deluge on top. It just really starts to show that the Lady Chen pick here is really a good counter for that potential comeback of the Sulia.
Yep, the Xulie, the Ogren, once they come in, they find it really hard to really escape with that destructive slow coming in from Liu Lang on that Lady Zhen here. So, for this next few minutes of a setup here, all eyes will be landing on towards the jungle here. But Dao, having the flash, can he path away though? Because that's a lot of damage coming in from Pang.
A lot of damage coming in from Pang here, but at the same time, we are seeing a bit of a saving grace, but not so much. Okay, 1-1 trade here for the side of KSG. We are seeing Liu Lang really carrying the side of KSG in this game number 3. Just getting so many kills, just really turning the tide of these team fights. We see Pang go down as well. They're looking for a catch on 2-1 also, but can they get it at the same time? Just trying to relieve the pressure of that team fight that failed them. Is Track just trying to put the pressure into the mid lane?
Yeah, a bit of an overextension here coming in from Wolves Esports. They got the kill on towards Dao, but you're losing 2 members back to back before the spawn of the Shadow Tyrant here. So that puts you in a strong disadvantage that falls in favor of KSG because they have the first touch on towards the objective. You lack members to actually trade across the map here because look at the speed here. It's going down so slow with 2 more members coming in from KSG marking you on this trade.
Yeah, it's scary, right? I mean, we've seen how Liu Lang on this Lady Chen is already performing, right? So for the side of Wolf Esports, you really need to try and find some way of shutting that down, right? Like, is it all going to be down to Sakura trying to get that backline access with the Truth Mantra? Like, we have yet to see a takedown on that Lady Chen.
Yeah, the Lady Chen from Liu Lang, we need to give him props, right? He's been going everywhere on time, and the spell casting has been immaculate here. So going into the latest of the team fight, Sakura will start to slowly peel off from all these team fights, whereby you can start to see 6k against 7k, not the best what you would expect coming in from a Dharma, because you need those damages to nuke the backline.
Exactly right. You need the damage to just kind of completely eradicate the likes of the Liu Lang, maybe even the Chicha here, but still no avail. But at the same time, I feel like Wolves maybe having to rely a little bit too heavy onto Track, right? Maybe obviously the core around here, Chano first pick, has to be a reason.
There has to be a reason because he gets to scale really decently well towards that late game. That's what we will be banking if you're a Wolves Esports fan. Once this channel hits that 5 to 6 item mark, it will be Protect the President coming in for the boys in the blue team.
Protect President Chano is potentially the case here for the side of Wolves Esports, as they're just kind of like making sure his positioning is on point, right? Because obviously, if Track gets shut down, in terms of the damage, right, like Huan has not had the biggest or brightest performance so far within this game number 3. Obviously, we have been bigging him up as a mid lane menace right now, but at the same time, we do see Juan overly committed here, trying to proc the Iron Colossal, but gets outside of that Destructive Deluge, but just on the border of one of those lanterns, so they do have to commit if they do want to keep him alive. He is alive for now, but Juan looking pretty low. He's trying to just aid the escape here, but at the same time, KSG getting that Overlord is pretty huge here. The flank onto Radish, onto the support of KUAISHOU Gaming is definitely going to be an opening up here for the side of Wolves Esports.
Wolves Track, he was so daring with that play. He went in as a marksman, flashing into 5 members, getting Radish, getting Ziyang, and that put Wolves Esports into this game. 5-5 to the scoreline, but KSG, they do secure that Shadow Overlord for their taking.
They do secure the Shadow Overlord. It's going to be a heck of a molehill here for the side of Wolves Esports to climb up or try and come back from here, especially with that Vanguard being put down into the mid lane, right? Like, that was the golden carrot being dangled in the face, right? That T1 was like, all right, okay, it looks pretty damaged, but we're going to drop that Vanguard down there. It's going to make it a little bit harder for Wolves to come back.
Things are getting heated between these two teams here, but you can see for the side of Dao, items getting in for the Chicha, forcing the Pure Sky, forcing the movement here, potentially sacrificing one as well.
Yep, sacrificing one there, he does get taken down, but also obviously drawing out those ultimates from the Luliang. But when you are down 4-5, you aren't really wanting to be taking any team fights if you're Wolves Esports at this point.
Exactly, and with Vanguard still marching down out of 3 lanes here, one would think Wolves Esports has to play even more passively for the next 20 seconds before one on Asulia will be reviving and up and available in the next few team fights.
Available maybe in the next few team fights here, but at the same time, obviously, you're seeing a KUAISHOU gaming that's just been very dominant, right? Like, they have managed to push to those T2 territories right now onto the side of Wolves Esports, meaning that Wolves Esports have to be careful when they step outside their base. Are they going to fall into Xiang's Kongkonger? Will they find themselves at the victim of the win slash from point, where that knockup becomes so crucial that it gives time for your teammates to come through? But let's look at that highlight here around the Overlord.
So the Overlord was a bit of a tussle on the health bar here. First out of one, he does burn the Iron Colossus here. Immediate lanterns were touched and stepped on, allowing this rover to come back online. But take a look at Track's positioning on that channel here. Towards the left side, because of the overextension coming in from Radish, immediately the channel leaping out the bush, flashing in and finding damage onto Clash and Roam for the side of KSG, netting 2 kills for Wolves Esports.
Yep. Wolves Esports be able to come back with those 2 kills, obviously, in that quick replay. And at the same time, we start to see where KUAISHOU Gaming are starting to kind of come back with this one, right? Obviously, maintaining that gold lead for quite some time now. We're stepping into that kind of 2K territory for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. It's past the 10-minute mark. We're getting into around about the 15 minutes now. So you're going to start to see already that teams are going to be very close to full slotted items, right?
And back-to-back Shadow objectives as well going in for KSG. They are looking much more dominant compared to Game 1 and Game 2. In this Game 3, they will be trying their best to do all the structural damage, get those tier 3 towers on the high ground so they can pace themselves better for the Tempest Dragon run.
Tempest Dragon is probably not a stretch of the imagination, right? Like, it's definitely within the realms of possibilities, because we're now obviously almost 60 minutes in, 4 minutes for the side of Wolves just to defend their base. Is it doable?
It might be, right, because we are starting, like, yeah, you were picking like the side of like the Chicha, not the best sieger, because you need to auto attack some units first, get those passes in for you to hit that 6 stack, then you have access to your bow form, which you have range form. So not the best siege option for KSG, which really needs them to take more of these objectives like what Dao is doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, they have the privilege to, right? Like, there's no way that Wolves Esports right now are able to step outside their base, so they can take all the objectives they want willy-nilly just to put that full pressure onto their base. I mean, that T1 into the mid, T3 into the mid lane, sorry, is looking like where we potentially could see the point of focus here for KUAISHOU Gaming.
But a worrying factor coming in from Wolves Esports, the moment Track falls on that channel, it's immediately game, set, and over to the side of KSG. So this engage might be something on towards Dao.
Oh, wow. It's from the bush. They get the takedown onto Dao. That's already a big opening up here for the side of Wolves Esports. Can they get more? They try and get the Death Precipice onto Luliang, but forces the flash as well. But you can already see Sakura just making his way into the enemy jungle, maybe trying to find another flank.
Never go into a bush or be near a bush without having full vision of where the enemy engagers are at, and Dao got punished so hard for that mistake. That puts Wolves Esports into an engage onto Dulang.
Oh no, Luliang goes down for the first time, and now this is all for Wolves Esports to play for, right? They have the marching orders, they don't have the Vanguard, but they do have this minion wave into mid. Do they decide to, like, okay, we've taken the mid T1. Let's just go away with that one. Let's make sure we don't lose these T3s, because I feel like here, as soon as KUAISHOU Gaming take a T3 into this bot side, it's going to be difficult for the side of Wolves Esports to actually try and keep that 5v5 momentum going.
And this is the critical mistake that you cannot be doing if you're running a double marksman composition here. Look at the 4v5 right now with Shadow Tyrant. Pang is like, sure, let's go in, because I am not afraid. I will just face tank you and provide the vision needed for my team by my marksman. And right now you can see control going back into favor. The Shadow Tyrant power play coming in from Wolves Esports far more superior compared to KSG.
Yes, at the same time, I mean, we saw there, obviously, Pang towards the itemization is built the Doomsday as well, right? Like, really trying to kind of just make sure he's doing enough damage as possible, especially percentage to health. When you've got to deal with something like Points doing here, as well as Charlotte, you definitely want to be doing a lot of damage onto those healthier heroes, which is already showing a great point of concession here. Obviously, Lu Liang was the first time within this game was completely vulnerable for Sakura to just dive in on top of.
Oh man, the timers are hit by the side of Wolves Esports. Track is already 6 slotted with sufficient gold to item swap into that Sage Sanctuary towards the late game here. So if you were KSG, you need to find a way, and one is in the midst of everybody in this team fight.
But yeah, he's just trying to kind of like maybe just feed into Track here, but Track at the same time taking a lot of damage from Radish's Charlotte here, but now being charged, being probed. The heal comes through from the Iron Colossal here, but no man has been marked here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. Nobody goes down, but maybe the T3 in the mid does.
But that's a lot of flash here being committed by the side of KSG. No flash on Radish, no flash on Liu Lang, no flash on Dao. That could be a huge factor going into the 20-minute team fight on that bottom Tempest Dragon. But right now, we're putting focus on this Crimson Golem before we go into that big objective. But engages might be coming true.
It might be. I mean, again, we are getting a little bit of a pause here for the game, as when it's about to get heated up, they pause it on the final moment before the Tempest Dragon. Literally 1 second before that objective spawns, then bot side of the map. And right now, they want to make sure that they are basically like, hey guys, let's make sure the phones are working correctly here before we even try and take this game-winning fight at the Tempest. But Wolves Esports have definitely done their darndest, right? They've been able to pull themselves back in this game number 3, which looked like a brutal, easy victory here for KUAISHOU Gaming at one point.
Oh, Track has been very consistent on that channel, but once again, Dao face checking, I mean not face check, he just went near a bush without knowing the whereabouts of where one on that Sulier is, and then he got punished for it, and the entire tempo for the side of KSG that they set up since minute number 10 has all been wasted and washed down the drain. Back to a 50-50 between these two teams. So whoever finds the backline in the next few engages, be it Radish or Dao, they will be the hero coming in from KSG. Similar story coming in for the side of Wolves Esports, because now we saw no flash on Radish, no flash on Liu Lang, no flash on Dao. Sakura still has that flash truth.
They still have the flash truth mantra, right? Which we've already been seeing as a deadly combo here for the side of Wolves Esports. I mean, Radish and Sakura have definitely been putting in the mileage, right? Like, definitely trying to find the access into the backline as being the MO here, because again, if you look at the drafts, Chano here for the side of Wolves is the backline, the golden goose per se that you're looking here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming to get the takedown, but still have not been able to. Whereas onto the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, their backline golden goose is definitely Lu Lang's Lady Gen, right? Like, that's been taken down once, but will they make that same mistake again?
They cannot make the same mistake again. If they make it, they are at the potential of going into series point in favor of their opponents here. Definitely not what you want to be feeling in those situations, because you're not at the upper brackets anymore. You're at the lower brackets quarterfinals. 1 more loss, 2 more loss sends you out of the tournament, and your entire run for the KPL Grand Finals will be halted, and you have to prepare for the next tournament.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be if it does end in a 4-0 here, it's going to be a quick exit for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. And I know for a fact the way that these boys are playing in this game number 3, that's definitely not the reality they want, right? Like, they are playing their best right now. Obviously, their draft right now, getting to the latter part of the game, is definitely starting to fall off. Obviously, Duin is not going to be able to soak as much damage as he once was, because obviously we are now getting like 6 slotted item heroes that are just doing so much damage and able to kind of sustain a lot more, especially as you saw, and making the point there for Pang, building that Doomsday towards the end of the itemization on the Ogryn.
Well, that's very interesting, right? Because he's always up in front, especially in the faces of heroes like the Charlotte, and also the Dune. So those laser beams that he's shooting out from his staff, it actually applies a lot of damage against the enemy's lineup here. But let's put a technical pause aside first and come back to the caster cam so we can really discuss what we are looking at for the game later on. Because man, KSG, what happened in that mid game?
What happened in the mid game was, I feel like it was all thanks to the resurgence and just the denial that Lady Chen gives, right? Like, obviously, we saw it many times where one on the Sulier tried to go for a, like, maybe a bit of a poke and prod, a bit of an engage there for potential setup, and then his team comes in, get the Iron Colossal. But the fact is, when you need to all form around a circle to bring back the Sulier, what's a great way to stop that happening? Drop a Destructive Deluge straight on top of the Iron Colossal, and then you've really got to risk to save your teammate, right? Is your teammate really worthwhile where you're taking so much magical damage from that Lady Chen?
You can see for the side of Wolves Esports, immediately when the Iron Colossus passive was to drop, all the lanterns in the span of 2 seconds will be step on immediately to bail one out of safety here, because one trusts in his team to set up the pace for him, and then when you get back on the Iron Colossus, it applies an AoE slow across like a radius to really reduce the movement speed of your enemy. But we will be going back into the game just in a few short moments.
And there we are. The short moments are up. The Tempest Dragon is up as well. Game number 3 resumes here for Wolves Esports. And you can see they are cashing in those enhanced passive items right now.
Yep, those Pure Skies, those Phantom into the Blood Rage has been completed for the side of Pang, Track, and also Radish as well. So more of these contentions will be happening across this Tempest Dragon. But look at the minion wave towards the top side here. It will be a big reason for the side of KSG's failure here, because they have to send members to attend to that.
They do have to send members to attend to that. At the same time, Wolves maybe getting the catch out here onto point. If they lose their jungle now, it could be all over for this Tempest Dragon fight. But at the same time, we are seeing Xiang into the backline doing a lot of damage. Sage Sanctuary has been procced. The takedown of Huan as well as Pang is not what you want. Sage Sanctuary bought a little bit too late there for Pang. This could be the real opening up here for KSG.
DPS galore coming in for the side of KSG. The better team fight sets the pace. It's exactly what we keep talking about out of this game number 3. And in the end, it was KSG finding the superior team fight. And right now, they are at the doorsteps of this crystal of the team of Wolves Esports to put the series into a 1-2.
Yep, it looks like, I mean, they cannot defend it. It's going to be the takedown here. KUAISHOU Gaming come back with game 3.
Very clean team fight coming in from KUAISHOU Gaming there. That choke point really allowed Radish on that Charlotte to man mark that channel and send that channel away from the key members coming in from KSG. And then we start to see the lack of firepower on that front line, allowing KSG down on that Chicha to just dish out so much consistent DPS and chunk down Pang, chunk down Sakura to really allow that teamfight success for the side of KSG.
Exactly right. So much firepower onto the side of KSG really kind of opened up that teamed comp that we saw there from the side of Wolves Esports. Obviously, they were really looking at maybe Pang being able to have just much of a better performance on the Orgrim, but it's been a bit of a same song and dance, right? Like, when the Orgrim comes out, it's not been the best performance for either Point or Pang.
Yep, this has been a 0% Orgrim win rate coming in for the series here. Not what we usually see for such a dominating pick, but man, props to KSG. Even though they lost back-to-back flashes due to the previous engage, they came out on top in that final team fight to really close off this game number 3 that is so pivotal for their success if they really want to push the series into a 7-game or back to an equal footing.
Exactly right. I mean, maybe this is the turnaround. Like we saw, obviously, historically, where KSG come back, they were able to get a 3-0 victory for themselves, but then they were obviously got pounced on by Wolves Esports. But maybe this is the year of 2025 and the year of KUAISHOU Gaming, where they get that desired comeback here against Wolves Esports.
Yep, they did have a bit of a historical run whereby Wolves Esports back in 2024 KPL Grand Finals, they met KSG in that lower bracket finals, with KSG leading 3-0 in terms of their scoreline just for Wolves Esports to tear up that dream and come back with a reverse sweep here. So it may be a similar story coming in for KSG. Wolves leading 2-0, and right now, with a point in hand, this may just be a long series at our hands here, Blam.
It may be the third ultimate battle, of the knockouts here for the 2025 KPL Grand Final knockouts, right? Because obviously, first up we had in the quarterfinals, we had then in the semi-finals of a bracket, but now we are back into the quarterfinals, a lower bracket. So maybe, just maybe, we'll get what the crowd want, which is that ultimate battle towards the end of this series. But at the same time, like, that's the longest game we've had so far between these two teams, right? 21 minutes and 26 seconds. They are definitely drawing out these games longer and longer. Like Wolves in game number 1, 11 minutes and 26 seconds. Then game back-to-back, Tempest Dragons really started to put Wolves under pressure here.
It's really down to the drafts that both teams actually line up for themselves. But let's check out the scoreboard on what exactly went down in this game number 3, which led to KSG getting that comeback off a win for that team fight.
Exactly right. Obviously, you can see here that they have exhausted the Sulier here for the side of Wolves Esports. And KUAISHOU Gaming, they were able to rise to the challenge, right? We haven't seen many teams within KPL that's been drafted against the Sulier and be able to come out alive with the victory.
Exactly right, and Sulier has been one of those key heroes coming into both roamer pools that could really set up those big plays that we talk about, especially on towards Dow that we saw, right? So very interesting build as well coming from Ziyang. So Kong Kong he has those clones to really dish out damage against the enemy. So you can see Doomsday and Daybreaker on a roam. And then you really saw, like, in that game, Wolves Esports for the side of track, he found all those key moments, consistent DPS, but in a 5v5 rotation of a game, if you really fail in one single team fight at a 20th minute mark, that really burns down the entire series that you built up for those leads here. But check out the damage dealt here for the side of both teams here. You can see both mid lanes are in the 162 to 174,000, and the goalie was always in favor of KSG until that one catch on towards Dow that led to the demise for the side of Wolves Esports. And then, all in all, I gotta say, late game is so important coming in for both teams here, because late game, one bad play, one small misstep, one wrong minion wave will just lead to an absurd disadvantage for either teams here. But for now, KSG, with that dominating performance at the final team fight, they do indeed claw back the series to a 2-1 in game 3. So game 4 will be interesting. It's either Wolves Esports, they get that series point, or KSG, they push the series to a 2-2, and then that's where we will have minimum 6 games or 7 for the ultimate battle in our hands for the entire showing of this best of 7 here. To take a look at the numbers as well, this is the interesting part, right? Whereby Ziyang on the Kong Kong actually went for that Doomsday and also the Daybreaker of 8 approach to really do more damage towards the backline consistently. But in this game, we have to give the MVP towards Liu Lang on that ladies, and he has been phenomenal from start to finish in this series. Everywhere he goes resulted into multiple kills, multiple resources being in favor for those team fights, for those moments, especially for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. Okay, IQ MVP, very cool stuff here. You can see he also got like second place in one of his like tournament finishes coming in for this player, and these are the replay that we could really talk about. That for KSG, one small misstep could really lead to much of a doom. But Liu Lang, look at this Blam.
Yeah, beautiful plays here by Liu Lang. Obviously, the MVP, it has to be him, right? Obviously, he was the driving force here. And obviously, like I said in the game, right, he is the backline golden goose for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, and really opened up this victory and the actual chance of getting back onto the board here for KUAISHOU Gaming.
Yeah, KSG really utilizing Liu Lang to a full extent, allowing all these plays to be in his pockets, and he really set up his team for success with his MVP performance.
Exactly, set up the success here with the MVP performance here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, and just those destructive delusions. I mean, aptly named, right? They were definitely destructive and destructive in their force against Wolves Esports. But at the same time, obviously, Wolves Esports were able to drive this one all the way to that Tempest Dragon before, obviously, we had that technical pause come through. But then after that point, KUAISHOU Gaming was just like, right, let's take the team fight in our own measures. And they just really were able to dismantle Wolves Esports, especially as soon as they got the takedown onto Pang, and Pang was able to buy that Sage's Sanctuary on time, really stopped everything.
But let's check out the mic check on what exactly went down coming in from KSG's success story in this game number 4.
对，下不动，来，进来，我接你，他炒人，兄弟，别他妈掰，他炒人，可以打，过来，过来，走，来了，接我，先拉走，打，可以打，没事，大锤没大没血手，没打，谈，可以打直播，狗还不在，可以打，追不在，追不到了，兄弟，能追到，龙有了，兄弟，杀了，别乱，杀了 ，OK， 他没上，哎，追不到，别，我跳楼，学的，下路注意狗子去，过一半地形，你过去，搬起来，来，开我了，兄弟技能全扣，先走，开我，我也摸甲，来接，狗飞了，狗，选四个，慢来的，别慢了，你有摸甲，别，你的死，兄弟，来打，追狗，先打前排，兄弟，追狗，别慢了，追中路中线，来，上路一波，我们开龙，你们上路一波，先开龙吧，中线我能，你们去上路一波，我来开龙，你这死了可以一波，兄弟，来开呗，你这死了一波满，现在一波了，不敢来吧，兄弟，没回来，来打一波，有风险的往前走，打魔，空过来刘金人控打魔，可以，往里面顶，直接慢就行，没闪，直接顶，来走，空了，过来，别空了，别慢打，一波，nice，漂亮，就这样，好吧。
I like really how they communicated in a few things, whereby there's always the number game saying that, hey, don't back off. We need to go for these multiple plays whereby we have more members. Don't be afraid of them. Let's just push it in. And in the final few moments in that Tempest Dragon fight, the communication was very clear. Radish was saying like, hey, Chano cannot come in for this team fight. And then Sulier, the ultimate, all his spells has been already wasted. That really allowed the full team coming from KSG to work in the unison to get that team fight victory.
I mean, it's something that we heard from when they were playing against AG Superplay, right? Like, when they are playing on the sort of, like, dominant footing there, and they keep pushing, they always like to communicate that. Like, don't peel back. Don't peel back. Just go forward, which seems to be the way that KUAISHOU Gaming like to win, right? Like, when they put the heat on, it's on, like, it's all the way up to 10. It's not simmering. You are burning your enemy team.
Exactly right. When you have the numbers advantage, when you have the superior goal lead with those item advantages, that's where the goal button starts to come online, and you have to put in more focus in getting more kills into a translation of those objectives that we talk about. We can see all these Shadow Tyrant and Overlords were really in favor of the side of KSG in that game number 3.
I mean, that's like a worrying thing when you Wolves Esports, right? Like, yes, we saw the chance of a potential comeback there, but the fact is, the fact of the matter would be that KUAISHOU Gaming just had so much going for them in terms of resources, right? They had a lot of Overlords, a lot of Tyrants, and then inevitably the Tempest Dragon, which they didn't really need to finish the game, right? So already you start to see that from that point, Wolves Esports are like, right, it's going to take one heck of a team fight to completely wipe out the entire of KUAISHOU Gaming and then get the victory, when really all their comebacks amounted to was that T1 takedown in the mid lane.
The T1 takedown in the mid lane was so darn crucial coming in for both of these two teams, because it really opened up the map for your entry towards the jungle. That's why T1 mid, if you lose it towards the early game, your jungle will be an absolute terror of a nightmare, that enemies will just keep coming, they'll mark down your buff timers, they'll mark down your camps, and it will just be a repeat of just invade, buffs, and it just keeps going.
It just keeps going. It's just relentless, and that's what I was saying about KUAISHOU Gaming, right? And it's very clear from their communications that once they have that kind of thread of hope, they will just keep hold of it. They keep being relentless on it, and they keep pushing towards the enemy team. But right now, obviously, we are getting into a potential standoff with this best of 7, right? Like, if KUAISHOU Gaming take another game here from the side of Wolves Esports, that puts them then to 2-2. And then Wolves Esports need to try either take 2 games back-to-back there to try and get a 4-2 victory, or we battle our way all the way up to an ultimate battle, which could really put a bit of a stop here onto the Wolves.
Yep, the Wolves definitely needs to be stopped if you are a KSG fan, because KSG, they're looking at a few things, whereby KSG needs to play the exact same style that they did in that game number 3, where they've been contesting for that early game. Liu Lang has been a phenomenal player in that mid lane. All of the team fights started or has been disengaged by that Lady Zhen coming in from KSG. So to repeat that success, maybe the priority is to draft around Liu Lang and Point to allow the team to have much more comfort in those team fights.
The thing is, it's going to be interesting here for me now is the fact that obviously Wolves have now all selected quite of the stock standard, or at least the tier 0 support picks, right? Obviously, they've had Kongkongger game number 1, Dunshan game number 2, and now Sulia as game number 3. So now do we start to see the likes of the Zheng Fei come through? Maybe it's something like the Lian Po, right? Like, yes, it's something that doesn't quite get selected until around about the 5th pick, but when we saw dominant performances from the likes of Dragon Ranger Gaming yesterday, when they locked in the Jing as well as the Mai Shiranui, and then 5th pick Lian Po really kind of like turned the tides of the team fights here. So maybe we're going to start to see the ban out for Sulia as well as the Dunshan constantly be coming through here for Wolves Esports. But another point that we need to explore here, Sagi, is Wolves lost the game. Did they go back to blue now, or do they actually take red side from KUAISHOU Gaming?
I think blue side is still the superior side, because there's still a lot of these combos that you could visit, right? Because combos like the Master Luban, combos like the Kongkonger is still up and available for the roamer coming in for the side of Wolves Esports. So not giving up blue side might be a priority here coming in for the side of Wolves Esports.
I mean, Kongkonger has already been picked, right? So really, if we're looking at the blue side in terms of prio picks, obviously Cap Boom's been exhausted, Kongkonger has been exhausted. So what are we looking at towards the prio blue pick, right? Because obviously the last one wasn't quite the typical prio blue pick for the side of Wolves Esports, right? The Chano coming through. I mean, yes, obviously it was a potential win condition here for the side of Wolves Esports, but just wasn't quite enough. There wasn't enough manpower there for the Wolves Esports boys.
Well, to think that blue side first picks, there's still the likes of the Ge Ya for the side of Track that he has been having a phenomenal performance with throughout the entire tournament. There's also the likes of the Haya towards the mid lane that for the side of Huan could really play into a much more aggressive state to set those team fights in favor for the side of Wolves Esports. Yeah, but red side is also interesting. As we boil down into game 4, more of these 15 heroes are automatically banned out, so that leaves more of the comfort zone for the counter picks to come into play.
Very true, right? But I mean, at the same time, if we look at like one's support, like signature heroes, right? Obviously, we've had the Sulia. There's the potential of the Dong Huang to come through, maybe even the Liang here, but also, a support hero we kind of forgot, right? When we was talking about those T0 picks that we've been seeing within the KPL, obviously Chen Ren is still available. It won't be paired with the likes of the Lady Sun. So maybe you have to find something that's going to be pairing well with that Chen Ren too.
Yep, at the very least, Wolves Esports have no access towards the Lady Sun and Run, but no, for the side of KSG, they still have a lot of these openings for their farm laner and roamer composition here. So it will be interesting as we head on into game number 4 here. Drafts, team fights, early game setup will be the main factors here before we pace into that mid to late game team fight.
Yes, game number 4 will soon be under the way, ladies and gentlemen. We are waiting to get into the BP of this next game, and it could be a decisive one, right? Like, it could be a decisive victory here for the side of Wolves Esports, or is it a decision that KUAISHOU Gaming are going to take to try and turn this to a 2-2 score?
It will take whatever they need. They need to push it to a 2-2 score if they want to make this series interesting and back into an equal footing here. And also, if you push a series back to a 2-2 from a 2-0 perspective, you definitely have much more of a morale boost if you are KSG.
Oh, absolutely. If you are able to take 2 rounds back-to-back from 2 defeats, definitely shows that your mental is in check, right? Like, mental's in check. They understand what is at stake here within this best of 7, right? Obviously, tournament life, trying to go through further into the tournaments, into the upper brackets, where they will, not the upper bracket, sorry, but the lower bracket semi-final, where either of these 2 teams decide and play against the Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Dragon Ranger Gaming, yet another surprise factor that they really took down Talent Gaming yesterday in a 4-0 fashion, which to none of our beliefs that we actually thought it was going to go to 7 games, but DRG just casually 4-0ing that series is not something we would be expecting.
Exactly right. I mean, 4-0 was definitely something where we were toying with, right? Obviously, because of what we've had historically within the 2025 KPL Grand Finals knockout so far in the lower brackets, where they've all basically been 4-0 matches. But this one is definitely kind of proved the test of time. It has been broken, and history could potentially be made here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
Yep, it has been broken, right? The 0-4, 0-4, 0-4, back-to-back 3 games coming in from the lower brackets ceased to exist after this KSG performance, bringing it to a 2-1 current scoreline here. So much more matches to come. Minimum 2 more matches if Wolves Esports do put up a serious performance, pushing it to a 4-1 finish, or we might just go to the ultimate battle or Game 6.
Exactly right. That would be very interesting here for those fans, obviously, in the stadium right now. Obviously, Wolves Esports fans will probably feel a little bit more of a setback after that game number 3. But KUAISHOU Gaming fans, they will be singing loud and singing proud for their team as we get into the BP of game number 4 between KUAISHOU Gaming and Wolves Esports.
Every single pick from here on out will be even more important. If you fail to really cultivate that Game 5 and Game 6 draft, that's where all the troubles start to arise. So coaches, do take the stage and do formulate that draft as we do get KSG this time on towards the blue side with the Wolves defaulting towards the red side with a 77% win rate on the red side.
Ooh, I mean, that's scary, right? Was that the tactical along here, Saga? It's like, you know what? We might not be able to win 3 games back-to-back on blue side, but we'll just basically burn out quite a bit of a good draft here from the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. I mean, in terms of their draft last game, they obviously now lose the likes of the Charlotte, obviously a big pick, obviously up into Clash lane within the KPL. But to be side of Wolves Esports now, do they decide to go something into that farm lane here? Obviously, Luban Master has been taken off the cards here. Do KUAISHOU Gaming go for the Soulier?
Oh, I don't think they do need to put so much focus on towards the Soulier. Potentially, they could put focus onto Liu Lang's main hero here. They do put the priority on his Nuwa, which he had so much success and so much plays with. Those Annihilations was just stealing away all the buffs coming into the AG series that they had in the Ultimate Battle. So, putting focus onto this in such an important game is so darn good for the side of KSG.
Very good for the side of KSG, but they are answering this here with that Mai Shiranui, right? Like, obviously something that's going to be a lot more agile to kind of get away around those creations of the Nua. But now we're seeing Pang form back into, again, another jungle tank here. The Flowborn tank comes through.
Very good blind pick here coming in for the side of Wolves here. You have the Mai Shiranui, you have the Flowborn tank, so that is a lot of knockup being drafted by the side of Wolves Esports. You know they want to play the game fast and get those team fights in towards their pockets.
Exactly right. Obviously, the Agudo come through here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. Could either be onto point or to Dao, but now we are getting that Soulier Broshang here on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. So, Iron Colossal, is it going to be answered just as effectively here by the side of Wolves Esports, or is it going to be something that really blunders them in this one?
Oh, Soulier with Nuwa. So much crowd control being drafted by KSG here, but take a look at Wolves Esports. Back to the same thing that we talk about, it is just going for that engage. The backline will be a pivotal factor here for the side of KSG. If this Liu Lang's Nuwa get to survive, that could be a huge factor here, but Wolves Esports, double backline assassination on the Fati and on that Mai Shiranui.
I think that's a problem as well, right? Like, if Wolves Esports is able to actually catch Lu Liang here on that Nua, it could be game over, right? Like, it's very difficult for him to perform here so far. That's where a lot of the damage is going to be coming from here from the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
Yep, KSG visiting the bans as well to multiple roamer bans and also the Chicha. Very smart ban here to really lock away the potential backline assassination coming in from this pick here. And you can see from Wolves Esports, priority is being set on towards multiple Clash laners as well. Limit Radish as much as possible to really allow Sakura on this Fati to play his best game.
I mean, interestingly that they go for the Lung into the Nua, right? Obviously, you're able to drop the Emergence as soon as you know where that Infinite Vastness is going to land as well. So, very interesting. Maybe we're going to see a little bit more of the Assassin approach here for the Lung.
But this draft coming in from KSG though, I like the assassination factor coming in from the Lung, but being blocked by the Maple Dance and being sniped down by the Annihilation coming in for the Liu Lang, not the best of comforts here for Track on this Lung.
There it is. We was talking about obviously supports before we got into game number 4, right? And obviously we're now saying, hey, look, obviously we might have to start to see the likes of the Zhang Fei come through. Obviously not saying that Zhang Fei is a bad support, but at the same time, it's kind of not quite the Sulier, it's not quite the Dunshan, right? But it's still going to be able to kind of prove and change the tides of these team fights, especially a very well timed Unbridled Outburst is going to be very effective here for the side of Wolves Esports.
Wolves Esports draft will heavily rely on Juan to get things going, and that level 4 Unbridled Outburst talk about coming in from 1 on that Zhang Fei will definitely need to make things work for their team, because looking at scaling alone, KSG has so much room of error, and Wolves Esports, they have really little places to actually play, right? One bad engage, one bad invade could really set their team to a very reactive state, to a very losing state of mind.
It could do, right? But I mean, at the same time, I feel like Wolves here, the fact that they have obviously the dive from the Flowborn tank, obviously very tanky hero into the jungle, then they have the Zhang Fei as well. I feel like it just really sets up a potential great team fight for the side of Wolves Esports, especially if they land all those key ultimates, right? So if they land those 2 ultimates, it then just makes a little bit easier for Huan on the Mai Shirunai just to kind of like flash in, get that huge burst damage onto the potential of the Nua or even the Ali.
The Ali will be an interesting one because there are still the known counters here, like the Mai Shirunai you mentioned, and also the Fatih here. So for the side of Dao, this Ali will not be the most comfortable one going into that mid-game team fight, so positioning is key here for both marksmen coming into this game number 4.
Position is very key, right? Especially when you take into consideration like backline picks like the Lung and the Nua for both of these 2 teams. You definitely want to be positioning both of these very well, but at the same time, obviously, Nua is going to outrange the Lung, so really here, for me, I feel like Track has a little bit of a harder time.
Well, for Track, it will take a lot of mechanical prowess. Like we saw from last game, he had no deaths, no casualties on that channel, but in the end, 5-player game, you have one person making a mistake. Even if you have a perfect game, it does not matter here coming into the professional stage. The best Honor of King players reside in KPL, so they have to buckle up and play their best performance in this game 4.
They do have to play the best performance in game number 4 if they want to try. If you are Wolves Esports, if you want to try and get this to a 3-1 scoreline here like they did in the Challenger Series and then try and get another point on board. But in terms of sustained damage, they don't really have that on the side of Wolves Esports, right? It's a lot of burst, and you've got to hope that you're selecting the right target and committing a lot of resources here. Could mean that, like, if you see Lung, Mai, as well as the Fatih all rock up to your lane, you gotta hope that KUAISHOU Gaming play a little bit better of a macro game here, because they could really try and outshine Wolves Esports in the macro.
As long as you don't stand together as 2 carries coming in for the side of KSG, that already breathes a sign of relief towards KUAISHOU Gaming fans here, because if Mai Shirunai simultaneously catch Liu Lang and also down, that could be a problem. But let's pass it to the crowd to cheer for their teams.
Oh, already a lot of pressure being put down to the bot side of the map there. Obviously, a lot of damage onto Track's Lung, which is obviously not something you want when you are trying to just get that priority for themselves here. But at the same time, we are now seeing KSG's Xiang rotate through as well. Obviously, needing a little bit of support here is going to be Track on that Lung.
But take a look at Juan though, marking the rotation here coming in from Liu Lang. So this bot side tussle for this fire big will be a key contention here, but take a look at Ziyang as well. He's forcing his body, knowing for the fact that he has Iron Colossus to get himself back towards the full health.
Exactly right. Like, he's just basically the punching bag for the side of KSG. And he has 2 members there as well, right? So getting those lanterns is definitely not going to be a hard set here for them. He dead gets it. See, it's just so much easier when you have your mid and your farm just behind you.
Yeah, that allows them to really pick up that fire beak, and that is an added resources into the pockets of Dao's Arlie here. So Dao's Arlie will be an interesting one. He needs those 3 items. That's where the Arlie starts to get going. But Pang taking a bit of a damage here coming in from the Agudo.
Oh, absolutely. The Agudo definitely kind of laying the smackdown already. But this is the thing with the Floorborn tank as well, right? Like, you definitely need that itemization on the board for him to be that kind of like brick house where he just dives in and doesn't get moved.
Yep, doesn't get moved. But towards his bottom side though, nice teleport here coming in from Liu Lang. Burning the flash from Shrek and burning that health bar here. Things are gonna be a bit stressful for this Lung.
Exactly right. I mean, Track's not even level 4 as well at the moment, so he doesn't even have the infinite vastness to be a little bit of a safety net for him here. Maybe for the side of Wolves Esports, they get that first, and then Track, again, is now level 4. So it's not going to be as hairy for him now.
Well, that's the thing, right? You drafted the Lung, knowing that the enemy still has Arlie, and also already drafting that Nuwa. So that puts a lot of question marks on my head. How does Track play this Lung safely and into their expectations here? Because that's a lot of pressure being put onto his Track on that Lung.
It is exactly right. Maybe they're just trying to like guide the focus away from Track. Maybe not put Track as the primary carry here for the side of Wolves Esports. Maybe try and get Huan on the Maestro Anointed to have that burst, have that kind of very agile burst damage playstyle.
For the side of Huan, like you mentioned, right, the Maestro Anointed will have to be picking those crazy team fights, finding those success stories towards the backline, whereby you're finding multiple knockups, setting the pace for your team is exactly what Wolves Esports need, because judging on their lineup, it doesn't really look good for sustained damage that we talk about. A lot of it comes in the form of burst damage and also the key burst from Sakura and also Tracker. So that's a bit worrying going into the latest stages of the game.
It is very worrying, but that's like what you can see here with this matchup between the Arlie and the Lung, right? Like, you may have thought that Dao was going to take a lot more damage there, but that Maple Dance is just such a saving grace, such a mid-range hero like that Lung.
Oh yeah, you can just block out those flaming palms, so that does give you a safety net that we talk about. It's more of a, how we say it, a skill matchup between the Lung and also the Arlie. If in a team fight the Arlie burns that spell too, Lung could potentially flash in and get that burst damage and bail out. But take a look at Pong.
Yeah, Pong into the back line here, just trying to force KUAISHOU Gaming back into their jungle here. Maybe just try and force a little bit of damage onto them so that going into this Tyrant fight, they look a little bit healthier here for the side of Wolves Esports. But KUAISHOU Gaming are not going to let them stop them, right? The Unbridled Light Burst actually catches onto one. Is it going to be enough here for the side of Wolves Esports? Sakura gets the kill onto Point, onto Ziyang as well. This is where the burst damage comes through, Sagi, right? Like, early game burst damage at that level 4 point is going to be huge for the side of Wolves Esports.
Beautiful Unbridled Outburst coming in from One and Huan combo. Once again, this mid and roam synergy setting up the gameplay for the side of Wolves, allowing them to counter out that Azure Golem from Point, and now they are setting their sights on this Tyrant.
Setting the sights on the Tyrant, and they get it cleanly here for the side of Wolves Esports. So already a little bit of an improvement here compared to game number 3, right? They lost the first blood, they lost the first Tyrant as well, but now they're kind of coming back to a bit of a form of glory. But I feel like as we sort of surface into the late game, that burst damage is going to be a little bit harder to execute here, especially when you kind of got that big Sulia pick on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
Oh yeah, the roamers with the vision game will be very pivotal coming into this game number 4, whereby you need active vision, scouting where is One, scouting where is Juan, because these two players are your main 2 players to really set the pace here. But Pong getting set into the tower here.
Gets sent into the tower. The Annihilation connects as well. Luliang once again putting this staple onto Pong like he did in game number 3.
Man, very good setup here coming from Ziyang. Like I talk about here, roamers set up the gameplay for their team, and Pong dropping there, not a good sign for Wolves Esports, because you need to keep this death ball going. You need to make sure the buffs are consistently being stolen away to the hands of Wolves Esports. So losing out Pang gives a bit of a fresh air towards Point to really get these buffs going, collect more of these resources here. You cannot allow more of these mistakes to happen for Wolves.
Yeah, speaking of mistakes here, obviously the T1 down to the bot side of the map being taken down with no equal trade to the top side here for the first time for Wolves Esports. I mean, they do have a minion wave, obviously naturally crashing in to the midpoint of the Clash lane, but at the same time, they're looking to go for the Overlord, right? So splitting that, no, actually not splitting the first two neutral objectives. They're getting 100% neutral objectives here for the side of Wolves Esports.
Very consistent stuff coming in for the side of Wolves Esports here, but they are playing on a timer. They need to find more of these engages towards the backline here. Juan and One will be the primary two targets to look out for if you are KSG. They cannot get free access towards that backline just like this fight right now. They are man-marking Juan so well.
They are man-marking very well, right? I mean, but Radish at the same time, he's kind of trying to deny the access of Juan into the side of KSG for now. But at the same time, obviously, having to force the flash out is going to be Lu Lang. He's having to keep himself alive because he knows if he goes down, that's a lot of damage being taken off the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
Tons of trading between spells and also the common spells here between the two teams. So you can see, hustling over buffs is exactly what Wolves Esports wants to do. That's how they force fights and that's how they find an advantage here. But slowly but surely here, pokes are coming through on towards Pang's health bar.
Yeah, it's got to be careful, right? I mean, especially when we see Dao locking in that Doomsday already, right? Like, that's going to be a lot of damage. But stealing away that Crimson Golem is definitely going to be a point of contention here for the side of Wolves Esports. And the takedown of the Lu Lang, like I said, a lot of damage being taken off the gorge here now from the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. They're looking for that T1 in the mid, and they get it.
That was such a decisive flash engage coming in from Juan. He know that Liu Lang didn't have flash due to the fact that Pang forced it out previously, and immediately with that engage, this allows Wolves Esports to further push their lead. This is exactly what they need to be doing to secure that control for this Game 4 draft.
Exactly right. Just making sure they're putting the pressure on into these team fights, getting the burst damage exactly where they needed to be, especially after such a squishy pick like the Nua, right? Like Nua, yes, you can get out if you really want to and kind of push away that initial engage, but if you've got three heroes with three great burst damage potential, you can only choose one, right? And then it's down to the rest to just get that takedown.
Yep, takedown is exactly what you need to be doing here, but so far, with those objectives going in favor of Wolves Esports, all those jungle camps, all those neutrals, it's starting to look like a 3,000 consistent alpha goalie for the side of Wolves here. And Sakura has a lot of gold in his pocket as well, because he needs to be man-marking Radish and Liu Lang, and also Dao later on towards the next stage of the game.
Exactly. Definitely man-marking Radish as well as Liu Lang, right? Like, you definitely want to be knowing where the Seekong Jet as well as the Nua are coming from, right? Especially even when that emergence is coming through. But at the same time, like, once again, Tyrant got up to the side of Wolves Esports. Do they look to contest this Crimson Golem? We do obviously see that Xiang forces out of its pit there, not making it an easy catch for the side of Wolves Esports, getting that reset, but at the same time, a lot of damage, forcing out the Iron Colossal. It does come through, but it's going to be the Unbridled Empress, pushing away Xiang as well, but at the same time, KUAISHOU Gaming playing a nice team fight here.
But still, Wolves Esports, they do get what they come for, securing that Crimson Golem and bailing out towards safety here, setting up for the next objective take on the Shadow objectives that will be spawning at the 10th minute mark.
Exactly. We got, what, 3 seconds until these Shadow objectives come through. So now, where is going to be that point of pressure here for the side of Wolves Esports? Do they lay it on thick with the Shadow Tyrant, or do they like to go for that Overlord, right? Get a little bit more of that pressure into these lanes, because if you look at the top side of the map, that's really been decimated onto the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, but the Annihilation tries to come through here for Lu Liang to try and get that steal of that Tyrant.
We can see so much control being paid by Wolves Esports. This is due to the fact that Juan setting up the team for success, just like what we talk about during the draft. If Mai Shiranui isn't able to get the game going for his team, things could just be in favor of KSG because of the superior late game scaling here. But on towards your left side here, that is the map control of vision for the 9 to 10 minute mark for these two teams.
Exactly right. A lot of control on the map here for the side of Wolves Esports. Looking for a little bit more control here with the potential takedown of this Shadow Overlord, because once again, KUAISHOU Gaming find themselves in the same position that Wolves Esports was in the last game, right? Like, Wolves Esports wasn't able to leave their base because they weren't too sure where the intel was coming from or where the enemy team was going to be.
And this is such a commanding lead coming in from Wolves Esports. They have Tyrant, they have Overlord, and right now they are just marching in to the territory for KSG to collect even more resources into their pockets. This is just a big snowball effect coming in. The reason why we see the snowball is because Juan is getting all these kills, setting up his team for success, and then it translates into neutral objectives, it translates into buffs, into the pockets of Wolves.
Yeah, it's just a lot of pressure to them to contest with, right? The Maestro annoying pick here from the side of Wolves Esports definitely played very well into this draft, and now we are starting to see a little bit of an assault onto the T3 turrets on all maps, but there's that burst damage, that attack speed coming from Sakura now, with a little bit of a tit for tat into the mid lane. We're seeing the KUAISHOU Gaming, they don't want to go down without a scrap.
And the big Overlord is marching towards this high ground towards the Clash lane here. So what does KSG do? Do you force a team fight or you just let this go?
I think they're trying to force a team fight, or even trying to just do a little bit of a mixed bag here, but at the same time, Seekong Jen going in with that ultimate, gets a shutdown onto Hua1, dives a little bit too deep, and hasn't found that trade onto the side of Wolves Esports just yet, but they do get the T3, right? They came for what they needed, and it was a T3.
But still, that kill onto Juan is just a dry kill. You cannot really convert it to any single objective because there's nothing on the map for you to collect. For Wolves Esports, it's just about returning towards your jungle, collect whatever resources that you have for your own taking, and then wait for Juan to set up another attack on that mid-tier 1.
Nicely done by Point there. Obviously, he was able to steal that Crimson Golem. So, again, just by paying back a little bit of a vengeance there from the early game when they got that stolen. But now it's going to be Fatih diving into the back line here. Sakura doing a lot of damage onto the Sulia that doesn't have the Iron Colossal going in. It's going to be Pang on that Flowborn tank, getting the kill there. Duncan onto the support. Want to keep Pang alive. He is that strong front line, but now it's going to be Radish trying to claim the kill here onto the Lung. But Track getting out alive.
Infinite Vastus bailing out towards safety here. They collect, again, the resources in towards the bottom side of KSG. Next priority coming in from Wolves will be that 30-second Shadow Tyrant that will be spawning on that bottom river. But you can see, that's how ahead Wolves is. They take on a 4v5 and get the kill on top of Ziyang. They're not afraid of you, KSG.
They aren't afraid at all, right? Like, they are definitely looking like they're strong contender at taking this game to fall. They are ahead by around about, what, 6k gold at this point in the game here. 7k gold here for the side of Wolves Esports. They have two side lanes completely pushing through here with the super minions for now. KUAISHOU Gaming just don't know how to step out of this base. I mean, they don't know how, and they can't really.
It will be difficult for KSG. If they manage to steal this, that could potentially bring them back into a more comfortable footing here. But you know, Wolves Esports, they're playing it chill. Send the waves packing into the base first, force them to react towards it, and then we will start back this Shadow Tyrant. It is a slow and patient approach coming in from Wolves Esports. They want to make sure nothing goes in favor for the side of KSG.
Radish into the backline there, just making sure that Sakura doesn't get that push or pressure of the minion waves into the enemy base, right? So I feel like Radish is definitely doing his job here onto the Seekong Chen, as obviously getting those big team fights as well as those kills onto the likes of Hua1. But now into the front line is once again we see Seekong Chen doing a lot of damage, but now we see that Pang goes down as well. So they are able to take the jungle out with this next wave of these neutral objectives. Could this mean that the access out of their base is going to be a potential here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming?
That could very much be the exact case that you mentioned here, Blam. Without the jungler, without a solid front line here, what does KSG do? KSG is getting caught out!
Ooh, oh, not the point you wanted. He gets taken down. They don't have a smite on either team. This jungle objective here, if they really want to take it between these two teams, could go either way.
Wolves Esports just needs to be patient here, but take a look at one. He's going for the engage.
Yeah, going for the gauge, trying to stop the team going back to base. We do have a minion wave crashing through into the crystal right now as we see a team fight take place. Wolves, and the minions have just been met by KSGs as well, but at the same time, we're seeing that 3-0 trade here for the side of Wolves Esports. Make that a team ace as they take this game number 4, going into a 3-1 score here for Wolves Esports.
Wolves with the deciding team fight. A 4v4 setup by none other than Juan on that Monster Nui, allowing their team to succumb under pressure, forcing KSG to take that fight or bail out on their base. This is Wolves Esports, and they are at match point against KUAISHOU Gaming.
Yes, match point for the side of Wolves Esports here. Definitely going to put them in a much more favorable light, as they lost that game number 3, but game number 4 was definitely a lot more concise here for them, right? Obviously, a lot of burst damage. We had the fear that they didn't have that sustained damage, but that wasn't a problem for them, Sagi.
Exactly. We were talking about, like, hey, Wolves Esports, you drafted a very dangerous composition whereby if you don't find those early game engages, things would just be pretty ugly for your side. But it was really Juan on that Maestro Nui and one on that Zhang Fei, making miraculous engages one after another, setting up Wolves Esports for such a perfect early to mid-game tempo, making a colossus lead for their team.
Exactly. Huge lead for their team. I mean, definitely around about, like, what was it, 7k that they were at when that next wave of the Shadow Tyrant and Overlord came through. So already at a huge point of privilege there was going to be Wolves Esports. So like we were saying, right, obviously they got the takedown onto Pang, but then Point got a little bit out of position there and kind of like felt the thunder of Track on that lung.
Yeah, Truck on that long, although he had a very shaky early game due to the lane matchup that was featured towards the bot side, but due to the fact that Juan, Maestro Nui set up all these plays, and they were really putting on pressure on towards members of KSG, it's trying to look pretty much a easy pathway for Track on that long, picking up those resources, scaling better in towards that late game with multitude of items.
I mean, the crazy thing here for me is the fact that Sulia is just being a little bit of a non-factor today with these two teams, right? Obviously, sitting at a 0% win rate for today. Like, we've been seeing a different story unfold before our eyes with this pick. But now, it's looking like neither Wolves or KUAISHOU Gaming can get their initiations or get their captain or their support to play it to their pure perfection here.
It's difficult, right? Because Sulia, you are oftentimes needed to be the front end of the team, setting up vision, looking for those big engages, trusting your team to step on those lanterns when you go into the passive mode. So coming into this series, yes, Sulia, out of the ordinary, didn't really have a decent win rate at all. 0%, not what we used to be seeing at all in the other BO7s. So really, coming into this game alone, I do think that the roamers has been great, but the mid laners has been extraordinary.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, Luliang on the newer definitely had a lot more pressure and presence into the early game, but after that point, kind of fell off, right? Obviously, we only see there with the 1-2 KDA, but like you're saying, on the opposite end, on the other team, Huan on this Maestro Nui, absolutely a driving force and dominating a spear for the side of Wolves Esports.
I think the MVP is either between Juan or Sakura. These three players has been phenomenal in this game. Track has a pretty good KDA of 4-0 and 3, but he didn't really have those like big moments that we talk about from the Maestro itself. Finding those engages on towards the members, especially Liu Lang and also Point, was really the pivotal factor in Wolves Esports' success in such a snowball team comp that they drafted in this game 4.
Yeah, very good draft, right? Obviously, they had the burst. They just needed to make sure it was online and focused at that right point of time onto the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. But you can see here, the main spearhead with the damage was going to be a Track on that lung all along, right? Like, he was going to be able to just put the pressure on from that medium range, which was always going to be created by the likes of Huan, Pang, or even Juan here.
His positioning was really good, especially on towards Track's lung, right? Whereby we always saw that he held on to the infinite Vastus until the very last moment, and his DPS on towards the enemy were really darn consistent in those team fights. But check out the score between the Pang jungle and also Point. I do have to say one thing, Point has been awfully quiet in this game 4.
Very quiet in this game 4, Point has been, right? Obviously, I mean, when you are on something like the Gudo, you are really relying on your early game to be such a strong presence that it puts your enemy team on the back foot, right? Like, you really need to be using that movement across the gorge, being able to use that wave clear as well, but also use it to kind of put pressure onto the enemy jungle.
Exactly right. And you can see the roamers as well. I gotta say, one, with those Umbrado outbursts, he has been hitting the mark pretty darn well, providing the peel with those like shields on towards his teammates. And then the late game is where this player shines, right? We saw the beautiful outburst in towards the early game, but late game, he was finding multiple levels of engagements here. But MVP, it does fall onto one person here, and it will go towards Juan on that masterful Maestro Nui gameplay in this game 4.
Oh, it has to, right? It has to be onto Juan here, because just from that one first initiation that we saw, right? We knew he was going to be that great initiation tool here with the burst damage come through as well. The catch up onto the back line was going to be absolutely huge, and that's what I was really hoping for here with this Maestro Nui pick.
Yep, Juan was a phenomenal Maestro Nui player here. The composition drafted by Wolves Esports really put pressure onto him to find those backline engages, whereby he really did in the replays here. Check out this first one on that Zhang lurking towards the backline, but immediate follow-up here coming in by the Maestro Nui, setting up that team fight, setting up the lead needed by Wolves Esports to tear this game wide open.
Yeah, absolutely. Teared it wide open and didn't close the doors behind them, right? They left the doors off the hinges here for the side of KSG. But to be honest, like we said, it was a bit of a bash up here into the mid lane, but that was a huge catch onto Luliang, right? Obviously already using the emergence, so couldn't even try and get out and escape. And obviously, when the common skill's down, you're not going to be able to get anywhere as well. But this was it, where Point got caught out. He was kind of just like a little bit overzealous with that whole skirmish.
He had to really walk up, right? Because there was no face check factor here. Sulian was down, so he was the next upcoming tank to really set the vision for his team here. But check out this one-on-one. Stacking up the Rage Bar, pushing, segregating 2 carries away from the other few members here, immediately spelling one thing. The game is over. It's going into Wolves Esports' favor.
Exactly right. Obviously, nice play here from the side of Wolves Esports. They are now technically at match point. Do they take this one to a 4-1 victory? Obviously, already upsetting the flow of the lower brackets story so far. Or do KUAISHOU Gaming come back with a 2-3 here and then try and take another game from them where they get into an ultimate battle? I mean, it's all to be still sought for here for both of these two teams.
For KSG, they will need every single drafts, every single play coming in for their team to put them back onto this series here. But where is the assassin picks coming in from Point? He is so well known on those assassin picks, but still, out of these 4 games, we have yet to see a single carry jungle pick coming in from the KSG jungler.
Correct. Obviously, we haven't seen a single carry, right? Like, we have seen plenty of tanks come through for Point here within this best of 7 so far against Wolves Esports. I mean, we've been looking at, like, the likes of what? Orgren game number 1, Kaiser game number 2, Duan in game number 3, and then Agudo in game number 4. So really, in terms of obviously the tanks that we'll be seeing for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, they've only really can kind of rely on potentially that Flowborn tank, right? If that's not the case, if that's not the calling card, then maybe they have to switch up the pace and put the core playstyle onto Point.
Yeah, Point will be the main focus that we keep talking about here, but Pang's performance today has been really consistent out of the 4 games that we keep mentioning. His game 1 pay and his game 4 Flowborn tank has been making the marker in those team fights, setting up the success story that we keep mentioning for both of the side of Wolves Esports. So coming into this game 5, jungle pool is starting to get diminished as we keep talking about it. So what do you think that these 2 junglers will be looking into their pool?
I feel like, I mean, obviously, Wolves Pang is still able to pick up the likes of the Kaiser, and whereas KUAISHOU Gaming, if they really want to keep playing to this tank gameplay into the jungle, then really forcing himself only onto that Flowborn tank, right? Like, there's very little that really can become through here, or even if they really want to, Monkey, right? Obviously, we don't see it much, but that could also come through for the side of either of these 2 teams, especially with a team that may be sort of very backline orientated as well. Obviously, having that Dream Roam is going to be a huge access for them, but I can imagine from this point on, there is going to be at least one of these junglers going back and faltering and falling onto one of these carry picks.
I do believe that carry picks, especially the Jing, will be the debut here coming in for either of the 2 junglers. Maybe we'll get like a Jing versus a Fate matchup. That could be pretty interesting going into a game 5, whereby it's tournament lives on the line for the side of KSG. Losing this drop Stain out of the contention of the entire 2025 KPL Grand Finals here. So for them, it is to do or die, pick whatever you need to formulate a game-winning composition.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for KSG, it is literally do or die, right? Like, they have to put everything into this next draft, right? Like, if we're looking at signature heroes for both of KSG and Wolves Esports, I mean, we still haven't seen... Obviously, Jing has been a frequent visitor onto the ban bench, right? They still have the likes of the Lam and the Loon if they really want to here for points, but this time around, maybe Lulian could go for the Mai Shiranui, right? Like, maybe he can be the co-op, maybe he can be the carry.
It will have to come from any other member from the side of KUAISHOU Gaming here. They need to pull off a masterful performance to bring this series to a 3-2 and then force that 3-3 to go into that ultimate battle. One step at a time is what they need to be taking coming into this game number 5.
Yes, one step at a time, baby steps here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming if they want to see themselves go further and further into this lower bracket quarterfinals here right now. But for Wolves Esports, they want to be taking the same kind of steps as the guys that visit the moon, right? You want to be taking humankind history-making first steps.
And it will put insult into injury if Wolves Esports were to win against KSG again, because based on history, KSG has never won Wolves. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. KSG has never won Wolves in the last 2 years in a playoff setting, which is very much of a stressful point if you're a KSG fan or a KSG player.
Exactly so. KSG have to be definitely approaching this one with pure caution here, because they don't want to be losing out on this series just yet, right? Like, if anything, maybe drive it to a 3-2 and then maybe lose here. But really, what's going to be the eyes on the prize here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming is trying to get to that ultimate battle like they did with AG Superplay.
Because if you lose here, you're potentially dropping a 1.5 million yuan of an increase towards that prize pool, and then you'll be exiting the tournament at 5th to 6th place alongside of Talent Gaming here. So for KUAISHOU Gaming, come on KUAISHOU Gaming, come on KSG, bring in that energy that you sent in when you fought AG in that upper bracket semifinals, because this is where you need it.
It is where it's needed, but at the same time, I mean, it's hard for them to kind of tap into that, right? Especially when they were down 2, they got a point back onto the board here. Obviously, the draft for the side of Wolves Esports wasn't particularly the strongest draft either, and they just about scraped that victory from them, right? It was still a post 20-minute game, and then that last match that we just saw there between Wolves Esports and KUAISHOU Gaming was around about the 15 minutes. So now Wolves are bringing it back into their stead step and looking to play to their tempo.
And talking about tempo, we need to keep our eyes onto the pick and bans as well, because for Wolves Esports, they have yet to pick up the Geya that Track has so much success with. He is the KDA Prince, like UNO in the chat has mentioned, thanks to his insights and analysis that we actually put on a pretty decent experience sharing as well. But this pick, this Geya pick, has yet to be touched by Wolves Esports.
Exactly, still yet to be touched by Wolves Esports. It's been quite some time, and maybe this is where we start to see a little bit more of their Cinderella story come into fruition. But this is the updated BP, right? So a lot of picks. That's 20 heroes so far for both of these two teams that have been taken off of the gorge here.
But once again, as we move into game number 5 of the draft, coaches will be on board here with Wolves Esports on towards the blue side and KSG on towards the red side. Blue side means they want to put focus on the first pick.
They do want to put focus on the blue pick again. Wolves going back to their golden standard here, right? Obviously, even though they have such a sort of strong win rate onto the red side, they're looking to basically finish this one at 1 for the Blues.
Finishing out 1 for the Blues here is exactly the case here for the side of Wolves Esports here. They've been finding a lot of success factor here, so this opens up the Geya for the taking for Wolves Esports here. But they don't have to go in directly because KSG has already expended that pick. That's where global ban pick comes into mind. But for Wolves Esports, what's the decision here coming into this game?
They've still got 15 seconds to decide that, right? To decide to give it over the Track once again. Obviously, he has been one of the players that has been kind of a star thing, but it's going to be the higher for Huan here. Obviously, MVP of the last game, giving over a dominant pick here, trying to drive away a member on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. in those important team fights.
And interesting enough, KSG banned away the marksman that could really counter Haya's ultimate, right? But they do, in fact, put their focus on the Luban, Master Luban and Jing composition here. Now, this is what we're talking about. Bring in Point's comfort zone. Put him on his favorite assassin, his main hero.
Put him on his main hero, but I mean, if we're looking so far, but between the Jing as well as obviously the Luban Master here, obviously we know that KSG is more likely going to go for the Luban. I mean, they could go for the Lung, right? Like, it's not always been written in the stars that the Luban number 7 is the pick for the marksman. Obviously, if it's not locked in straight away, they could potentially go for the late game menace that Lung is going to be. We've seen it time and time again within the KPL Grand Finals knockout stage.
Exactly, we see the Chucha as well, right? Chucha and also the Guan Yu here. 2 solid side lanes being drafted by Wolves Esports here. That which comes to one thing. Wolves Esports, they are just playing that early game to a max, just like last game, whereby if they want to break you at that 10th minute mark or not, that Luban composition, that's going to be breaking you later on when he scales in.
Breaking you when you scale in. I mean, at the same time, it's going to be scary for the side of Wolves Esports, right? Because if they start to try and draft like a tank here and they aren't able to get the dive in onto something like that Luban number 7, right? That's going to absolutely shred their tank.
And this Chucha has the flexibility going into the draft here. Although we haven't seen much of a Chucha going towards the jungle, but it's still one of the possible routes to be taken if the coaching staff, if the players willing to pick it up for the exchanges here. But you can start to see that KSG putting a lot of pressure on towards the roamer side, banning out the Liang, banning out the Dong Huang, limiting Point to allow him to really allow that game-winning plays, those big mirror domains.
That's the thing though as well, right? Like obviously the Dong Huang and the Liang are just gonna be there for the catch off point on this Jing, but I mean it's more so that the fact that these are also 2 signature heroes from one on the side of Wolves Esports. So doing a little bit of homework, but also just making sure that Point has a secure game. But oh, the sunset with the Jing, potentially using this as a little bit of a delivery service for that mirror domain into the backline.
Exactly right. You have so much engaged tools coming in from KSG. For the side of Wolves Esports, you're looking for those big backline access, right? You have the Guan Yu, you have the Chicha, and this Chicha, it's going towards the jungle on the hands of Pan. What a way to put it in this game 5.
Jungle Chicha, I feel like it's the first time I've actually seen the Jungle Chicha whilst I'm on broadcast, so that's going to be interesting here for the side of Wolves Esports. Can Pang make this pick be the carry that he needed to be, right? Because I mean, if we look down to the bot side of the map here, Track is not going to be getting online anytime soon, right? Like, we're going to be waiting for a few items to come onto the gorge here for the side of Wolves Esports, but this is what I was saying in our last little segment, Sagi. Does Lu Liang go for his Mai Shiranui? And the answer is yes.
Very good answer here coming in for the side of KSG. They are fighting firepower with firepower here. They are no longer wanting to only scale with the side of KSG's farm and roamer setup here. They want to play that double assassin, dive heavy composition towards the backline.
They are looking for that one towards the backline here for the side of Wolves Esports, as well as KUAISHOU Gaming, right? Obviously, both the Jing and the Mai Shiranui are going to be looking very much eyes on deck when it comes to that Shoyue, right? Like, they're looking to get that pick up because in terms of the damage onto the side of Wolves Esports, realistically, we're looking towards, obviously, both Pang and Track, right? Obviously, one on the Motsu here could have some great shot calling potential as well, obviously using that Cannon Blast quite dominantly on shutting down any kind of engage as well. Like, even if you get the pick up onto just one, it really just upsets the flow here of KUAISHOU Gaming's interactions.
And the Motsu Shoyue combo that we keep talking about back in the global or the KPL region, whereby the laning phase is actually so strong. You land one Cannon Blast, you land one shot on towards the enemy, and then 2 or 3 times, the enemy has to back away or look for a recall. So that puts a lot of pressure going to whichever lane that Track M1 will be visiting in this game 5.
Yep, drafts have been locked in for both 2 teams here. Is this going to be a match point for Wolves Esports or KUAISHOU Gaming finally getting point on his carry? Jing, is this going to be enough to carry them through to that 3-2 scoreline?
Pressure will be high here, Bland, because this is Point at the brink of elimination, bringing in his signature, his main pick against Pang's Chicha here. So tournament lives, like you mentioned, on the line here. Whatever he needs to do one thing. That is to win this game.
Win this game, exactly what they need to do here, right? For both of these two teams. I mean, they are playing Honor of Kings, and nobody wants to lose, right? We always say that losing means learning, but for either of these two teams, with tournament life on the line, neither of these teams want to lose right now because yes, you will learn, but it's going to be a sore learning curve, right?
A learning curve, a learning experience for the price to pay. You lose out this game and you're losing a 1.5 million yuan increase in that prize pool, and you are bidding goodbye to the potential FMVP skins and the golden trophy here. So that is too much of a price to pay in my appetite.
Oh, absolutely. A big price to play, and even the exit out of the tournament is also a huge price to play here for either these two teams that look to make this draft in game number 5 work.
To make it work, let's look at a few things here. For the side of Wolves Esports, you want to be commanding all these engages with Juan on that Haya, with Sakura on that Guan Yu. For the side of KSG, things are simple. You're not only banking on the Luban double combo, you're also looking at the engage factor, the assassins, which is the Maestro Nui and also Jing. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, this is Wolves Esports versus KUAISHOU Gaming going at it again in Game 5. Will Wolves Esports take the W to get into the lower bracket semifinals, or KSG pull in another life? But let's check out the crowd.
Here we go. Game number 5 between these two teams already. A lot of tip for tat, a lot of damage onto the backline there of KSG. Obviously, Dao doesn't want to be getting hit by too many of those combos.
So much pressure on the Luban number 7 here. They're trying to really mitigate this Luban number 7 through all these long-range pokes. And you can see the Smite coming in. Okay, nice rounds coming in on towards the fire beam to really secure this first early neutral objective.
Yeah, again, just securing that one, but now we obviously get the flash into the back line here. They could get the takedown potentially. Oh, the Kachusa gets the pick off. KUAISHOU Gaming with first blood.
Very clean stuff coming in from Ziyang, finding that spell 1 flash engage on towards 1, securing the follow-up here, but that does burn. 3 flashes here coming in from Liu Lang, Dao, and also Ziyang for that first blood.
It does force a lot, right? Like, that is a lot of combat skills that you've now got to kind of keep a check on when you are KUAISHOU Gaming. But for Wolves Esports, they could really make this into their favor, right? Especially with this Chicha, right? Just obviously diving in, getting a lot of damage. Obviously, they have no means to get out other than that link and tether.
I'm very interested in how this Chicha on the hands of Pang will really play into effect here. That could spell either good or bad. If you really lose out on a Chicha in towards the early game, you really have a lot of pressure here. But check out towards the bot side, Liu Lang putting a lot of pressure on towards Trax Shouyue.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he has to, right? Because obviously, if you leave Track to farm, he's just going to have the time of his life getting into that, like, mid to late game, right? Like, he's definitely going to... I mean, he's hurting right now. Dao is obviously feeling the pain between both the Motsu as well as the Shouyue, but at the same time, Lu Liang just trying to kind of get that phase check, get the man check here. But now, giving over that aid is going to be Ziyang, once again, just showing how beautiful this Luan Master can be.
And then Liu Liang as well, you can see. Judging from the fact that he won the lane, he's putting so much pressure, but take a look at Sakura here, getting Mirror Domain.
Oh, Mirror Domain onto Sakura here, maybe getting taken down as well, but Chicha now into the backline. Pang is here to save his friend.
No flash.
And maybe get the pick off here onto Radish. He does not have a flash. He has to commit into this 3v1, but now coming through is Lu Liang, but cannot find access into this team fight.
Juan was playing so well there, even though he didn't really lock anyone to the Musuke Mirage, but he was man-marking every single member coming in from KSG, be it Liu Lang and Ziyang, from assisting Radish in that exchange. So that does put Wolves Esports back on board, equalizing the kill score.
Equalizing the kill score here between both of these two teams. I mean, it is the early game. I mean, we've seen plenty of games where they've been such low kill games until around about that 10-minute mark, right? So For those watching at home, obviously kills aren't going to mean a lot here for these two teams, but it just means that they're able, if they get the kills, they can transition it into another objective, maybe try and steal away some resources. But unfortunately for the side of obviously KSG's Radish here, he kind of used the flash a little bit too early.
Exactly right, whereby Radish was trying to find those multi-man knockouts, but in the end, it was Juan with that strong Haya. This is why we see Haya consistently go on towards that bandage, because Haya sitting in the river, he could just literally sit in that bush and force any members who are entering this small choke point.
Yeah, it's very tight-knit here for both of these two teams, right? Obviously, going for this Tyrant, it's going to take a lot to commit for. Obviously, we now see that Sakura is there coming into the backline. We do see that Point is able to get a lot of damage onto the Huan as well. But at the same time, it's going to be the takedown of Point in the backline here. So right now, I feel like if Wolves Esports wants to go for this Tyrant, this is the time to go for it, potentially.
And it's a very big mechanical misplay coming in from Point. He could have got the kill on towards Juan and bail out with the mirror swap, but due to the fact that he misplayed that play, he sent himself towards the grave here, allowing the side of Wolves Esports to pick up another kill here. But unfortunately, due to the fact that had to visit back towards the camps, this Tyrant still goes over to the favor of KSG.
It's one of the beauties of having the Luban number 7 as well, right? Like, he is able to do so much damage. Definitely one of the most, like, the biggest base damage farm lane heroes within Honor of Kings, right? So he can do those neutral objectives on his own, right? Like, he's able to just shred it through.
He will see straight through, and then there is no attention coming in from the side of Wolves Esports. So still a pretty even game thus far towards the mid game here. I'm waiting to see whether Point and also Lil Lang can find more of those backline engagements that they really found in the earlier exchange that we were saying.
Exactly, like they've got to try and change those, exchange those backlines, right? But at the same time, we are seeing here for Wolves Esports, they're putting a lot of pressure into that top side of the map and trying to be replicated down to the bot side here. You kind of see that Lu Liang trying to get that T1 takedown, and maybe trying to stop it here is Radish now with the help of Xiang as well as Dao.
Very aggressive rotations here coming in for both of these two teams. They need to match every single play between the two squads here. If anyone were to fall or miss out the tempo, that could spell a lot of gold or resources losing to the enemy team.
Nicely done by KUAISHOU Gaming, though. Obviously, they were able to hold that T1 just for a little bit longer, but the minions now crashing in naturally are going to get that takedown onto the T1 into the top side of the map. And there, Radish played a little bit too close to the enemy team for me.
Yeah, had to flash away from Juan here. If one little second were to pass it, he could have been the victim of the Moonscape Mirage, locking into that 1v1, which will force a fight immediately in that mid lane.
Exactly. It would have definitely drove the means into Wolves Esports court there. Obviously, the ball would be in their court, but there, we're just seeing Wolves and KUAISHOU Gaming very neck and neck in terms of the gold lead, right? Like, it's very much neutralized here, so the only thing that can kind of try and change this one is potentially the next Tyrant, but no flash once again, but he does have Xiang here. This is why they picked the Luban Master, right? But it's going to be Huan bringing him into that Mirror Skin Mirage. Can he get the kill? They're waiting for him back at Point, but also waiting for him. He's going to be that Mirror Domain, but nobody goes down just yet. They are trying on the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, but once again, Liang as well as Xiang going down. Can they get some more here? They do get the takedown onto Pang, but can they get another kill onto Dao? The wall round is going to connect. Oh, Radish getting taken down as well.
The sniper coming in from Wolves. Track find his marker, snipes away Radish, makes it a 4-for-1 exchange in favor for the side of Wolves Esports. And right now, things are looking even tougher for KSG. Every single team fight loss will put them further behind, will put them further away from equalizing the series.
Oh, might be getting catch out here onto Huan, though. He's kind of overstepped a little bit into the enemy jungle. Obviously, he was trying to get and contest that Azure Golem, but soon met his maker.
They need to find more objectives due to this kill. Right now, there is a Crimson Golem open for the taking here. You can see the pings coming in for the side of Wolves Esports. Give it away. We will be equalizing those waves towards the mid lane here. We do not want to fight a 4v5, allowing KSG to capitalize on us.
Exactly. If they lost any teammates with trying to protect that Crimson Golem, that mid lane would have just been wide open for them. But now, same time, Pang maybe getting caught out with this 3v1. And now we do see the Sakuras on the run here as well. So once again, Pang being caught out twice, which is not what you really want here.
Exactly. When your jungle assassin keeps on dying in these exchanges, he loses out so much farm that makes him not hit that gold curve that we talk about, because you need so much gold on the assassin to be critical in these team fights. But for Pang, he took on the top wave, used the teleportation portal to teleport towards bot side, and he really got caught by the timing difference coming in by KSG, getting that mid priority.
He did get caught out there, but at the same time, I mean, that's really opened up this neutral objective here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, right? Obviously, getting the takedown onto Pang meant that his tempo was going to be completely knocked off the scales, right? Like, he had to start back at base, he had to try and reform back, but we are going to see a little bit of an instant replay here after that Mooskin Mirage was actually placed down.
And we can see the 3-man Frigid Charge coming in from the side of Sakura really set the tone for the game here. And then Pang, yes, he did get caught out, but look at the aggressive ultimate flash coming in from Track, and then the final snipe on towards the side of the Sun Ce. That is nasty coming in from Track.
Yeah, nasty plays here from Track, and you can kind of see that maybe the fact that Pang's dying is maybe just to be like, hey, okay, if I die but Track stays alive, that's okay, right? Because, I mean, once he starts, I mean, he's already pretty much, in terms of gold, I can imagine he's ahead of Dao at this point of the game, right? But just from the way he's hitting, but as soon as he gets those 3 items online, we see the Daybreaker being built now. That's going to definitely cause some pain here onto the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
This is a very fed Shoyu in the midst of this team fight here, but take out the engage.
Yep, the engage coming through here. The takedown onto Dao is definitely going to be an issue here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming, but can they get that Miracle Load into the pit of the Tyrant as they're trying to contest here for the Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant, sorry, but into the backline. It's going to be Sakura really creating that space for his team. He gets the charge. They get the takedown onto Luban Master. The safety net has been casted.
That was such a clean combo coming in from one, and also Sakura locking that Jing, locking the multiple members coming in from KSG, not allowing any single trace of combat from the side of KUAISHOU. But now you can see Tyrant in their pockets, Tower in their pockets. What can KSG do? KSG needs to find some openings for a chance of survival in the series.
I mean, that's got to be some pretty big pockets there, Sagi. If you can carry a Tyrant in your trousers, I mean, I would be looking to find out where you bought those trousers from, because I've got small pockets. But for the side of Wolves Esports, their pockets are very heavy right now as they take more turrets and take more lives.
Exactly right, and then towards that fight just now, Pang sacrificed himself to remove the most important member coming in from KSG. When the Master Luban and Luban number 7, one of it falls, the entire combo just breaks apart here. So good stuff here coming in from Pang in that engage.
Yeah, exactly. Just kind of, just like I said, he's kind of dangling himself to be this kind of golden carrot for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming to make it seem like, okay, we got Pang off the table, that's great. But the only time you really want to be taking down Pang, right, is if you take away that smite. That's going to be the crucial key here for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
But you can see for the side of KSG, they cannot really come out of their comfort zone here, because everywhere it's just marching down minions, buffed up Shadow Tyrant players, just looking to munch down whatever hope they have in this potential final game. And right now, for the side of Wolves Esports, with the expiration of the Shadow Tyrant, they look to start this Shadow Overlord. But KSG, do you enter? Do you take the fight?
They don't take the fight. They don't want to take the risk for that consequence, right? But it's at the same time, Shadow Overlord going over to the side of Wolves Esports could definitely put a little bit of a stop here to KUAISHOU Gaming and their potential comeback in this series.
And they spawn it towards the bottom side. They immediately pull the go button here. The breaks will not stop for the side of Wolves Esports. KSG needs to find a miracle engage coming in from anyone. Ziyang, Liu Lang Point, or Radish. Anyone would do in this case.
I mean, it's a good call, right? You put it on bot side, you force one of the enemy teams to go down there, but at the same time, you saw a point. It's like, you know what? It's T2. Forget it. We could be losing a T3 top side of the map here, or even worse, losing a team fight. So we did see Point let that Vanguard take the T2 down to the bot side, but now they're still looking to get this push as well. I mean, this is definitely not where you want to fight if you are the side of KUAISHOU Gaming.
Yeah, Overlord's marching through forcing down the tier 3, the first one to fall. Just like the hopes of KUAISHOU Gaming, every tier 3 to fall, their hopes of making a comeback towards this series will be mitigated to a bare minimum. You can see the shots coming in on towards Radish. His health bar is 210 to even tank away the track damage.
Yes, but I mean, this all could be potentially taken away at a moment's notice, right? Obviously, KUAISHOU Gaming, if they're able to get just a good team fight, maybe get a few pickups, maybe even just get that shutdown onto track right, that's a lot of damage already been taken off the side of Wolves Esports, but it looks like Wolves Esports don't want to like entertain that idea.
They do not want to entertain any sort of comeback fancy ideas coming in from the KSG squad because they are at a comfortable lead of about a 5,000 steady. They just need to collect this upcoming Shadow Tyrant for their own taking and then force KSG to take on fights with it and then potentially close out that final push.
Closing out that final push could be the case here for the side of Wolves Esports, right? As they're taking a little bit of a tussle here into the mid lane, obviously a lot of damage. Not a lot of damage, but a little bit of poke and prod here going over to the side of KSG's Radish. But Sakura, once again, into the back line, trying to disrupt and slow down that Dow on the Lu bomb, but he does get paid with a prize. It's going to be Lu Lang getting taken down for the life of his teammate. But now we do see Track getting taken down. I said moments ago, do they get the access? Do they find a little bit of a overzealous Track? And they did.
But still, the fight does continue with Radish going in for a Hail Mary play, but that is exactly what you do not want to be looking for as the final. Luban number 7 falls towards the favor of Wolves Esports as right now there are no KSG members up alive. This final push will be in favor of Wolves Esports to take it all, to take this series and advance to that semifinals. Wolves Esports 4-1 against KSG.
Wolves Esports with a 4-1 victory there and with a satisfying team ace to finish that one off. Beautiful plays here from the boys at Wolves Esports. They solidify their place in the lower bracket semifinals to go up against Dragon Ranger Gaming.
This is the Wolves Esports we want to be seeing. This is the exact repeat of what we are expecting for that KPL Grand Finals 2024, whereby they tore every single opponent in that lower bracket to make their marker here. But history does repeat itself. KSG, once again, failing to challenge Wolves Esports, and they take another loss against Wolves Esports in a playoff setting.
Yes, they are unable to dethrone the Wolves from their lower bracket Cinderella story this time around again, but Wolves now have a even stronger story to prove, right? Like, especially with Dragon Ranger Gaming waiting around the corner for Wolves Esports in this next part of the lower bracket semifinals. Wolves are still looking to try and climb and maybe even try and go up against AG Superplay once again in that grand final.
But to meet AG Superplay, they need to finish that Grand Slam of a lower bracket run. Their next opponent will be Dragon Ranger Gaming for that lower bracket semifinals here. But that is all for KUAISHOU Gaming. These are your KSG members that fought their way through the upper bracket, coming to the lower bracket to be defeated by Wolves Esports. They deserve a round of applause because they are the only few teams to push AG to that 7-game marker ultimate battle.
Correct. AG obviously definitely was looking a little bit worse for wear in that series, right? So now, KUAISHOU Gaming, yes, they leave the competition, but they should leave it proud, right? Like, yes, it probably wasn't the scoreline they wanted going out of the competition, but the fact, like you said there, Sagi, taking AG Superplay to a full best of 7, I mean, being the only elite group remaining in the 2025 KPL Grand Finals is definitely something that you should be proud of, right? If you're KUAISHOU Gaming.
Exactly. They made their marker. They are a very young bunch of players here coming into the tournament here. Props to them for making it this far to the top 6 here. They will be taking home about 4.5 million yuan in that prize pool for landing this placement here. But we won't see them once again maybe in the future in the Challengers Cup or the next season, spring and summer. But man, Blam, what a series.
Yeah, beautiful series here between both Wolves and KUAISHOU Gaming. Not quite the dominant force that we saw Wolves display against JD Gaming earlier on within the lower brackets, round 1, but definitely a step up here for KUAISHOU Gaming to put the kind of like a little bit of a kibosh on the Wolves Esports, but it still wasn't enough boom for that bite from the Wolves.
the Wolves' bite was really hard and strong coming into today. We were asking like, hey, where was the AG challenging Wolves that we need to be seeing for the multiple seasons? They were having very shaky performances during the group stage when there was Masters vs Elite, and then coming into the playoffs of the first day, they lost to DRG to fall into the lower bracket. But now they are giving a chance once again after winning 4-1 against KSG. They are now up for a rematch in that lower bracket semifinals against Dragon Ranger Gaming.
It's going to be beautiful, right? Obviously, we always talk about the Cinderella stories coming through within the 2025 KPL Grand Finals, but I feel like I love this one. Like, this is what we were alluding to yesterday, right? It was like, hey, what happens if Dragon Ranger make it through against Talent Gaming, but then Wolves make it through from KUAISHOU Gaming, and they have. So, a little bit of a fate rewind going on here for these two teams as they find themselves in the lower bracket semifinals. I feel like that one is definitely going to go to country mile for me, Sagi. I feel like this, from point on, the lower brackets are no longer going to be a 4-0.
Exactly right, especially when we talk about Wolves Esports being the lower bracket kings comparing to their 2024 performance. That's definitely something we will need to be venturing later on into the KPL playoffs here. But let's put our focus back into the scoreboards here. It is Wolves Esports with a commanding victory 4-1 against KSG in this game number 5.
Yes, very commanding victory here for the side of Wolves Esports. 4-1 for Track. Obviously, he was found out towards the end, but I feel like it was just a little bit too late for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming to actually find Track and then punish the rest of Wolves Esports. Like, Pang knew what to do. There was just so much kind of like access onto the enemy team. As soon as Track fell, they were always within a grasp to be dominated by Wolves Esports, especially at that last team fight.
And the team fight that we saw, especially, it was always in favor of Wolves Esports. This is the same thing that we keep mentioning at the start of the broadcast. Whoever plays the team fight better and the skirmishes better comes out on top in the objective exchanges. And so far, it has been in the story of Wolves Esports finding their marker in those team fights.
Exactly right. I mean, to be honest, you have to give it over to Sakura as well, right? Like, him playing that Guan Yu very, very well was able to just completely open up that backline, right? Like, you always saw that Dao, you always had quite close to the Luban Master as well, right? Like, so Dao was always next to Xiang, and then very close by was either Lu Liang as well as Point.
Exactly
so
right.
Using that Guan Yu to get onto the backline, and then we started to see Wolves just dive straight in. It was just complete kind of like a show-stopping.
Exactly, and we can start to see the potential coming in of the Shouyue Mozi composition, whereby they were landing so much of their shots that really chunked out the health bars coming in from KSG. Every time KSG wants to look for any plays, you gotta give it to one person, because Sakura is our MVP in this game 4. He's been a monster setting up for those Guan Yu plays. Multiple knockouts, all from the 007 rookie.
Exactly right. Sakura here, like I just pointed out, just opening up those team fights, opening up that potential for the rest of his members. Really, I mean, this guy is the sub for the side of Wolves Esports, right? But he's definitely putting his own branding onto his name, right? Like, especially with those past 2 lower bracket matches and series here, he's definitely kind of like, hey, like, coach, tag me in as full-time.
Exactly right, and he's also a lone player coming in from RNG and coming into the Wolves Esports roster, taking the role of return in towards the official roster here, and he's had a phenomenal display on how he plays these team fights.
Oh, absolutely. The way he plays his team fights, the way he kind of always man checks the other's clash lane as well. Like, he's always looking for them. Like, your clash lane access can be just as good or as godly as anything, but if you're unable to mark your enemy clash lane to kind of mitigate the control and the devastation you have as a clash lane, it's pretty pointless.
It's very pointless, because when we talk about clashes, they are always the miracle workers setting up the success stories for their players, whereby Clash lanes and their heroes have the kits of being able to set up multi-man engages to allow their teams in these sort of situations. Take a look at this. 3-man Razor Cavalry pushing every member away from the Shadow Tyrant. Although there's not a lot of kills, only one on towards Ziyang, but getting the kill, getting the Shadow Tyrant, it's exactly what you need to give out the game-winning team fight.
Exactly. I mean, this is what I was saying early parts of the game, right? Like, it doesn't matter like how many kills you actually get. It's if the kill matters, then that's all it is. Like, you can get 5 kills and then your whole team dies. what's the point? But if you can get 1 kill and then translate that into just catching just a early, well, not an early, but an easy Shadow Tyrant, that's all that matters at the end of the day.
Exactly the case here, and that is exactly what Sakura did with his Guan Yu here, being the anchor that Wolves Esports need to set the pace of this game number 5, sending it to a 4-1 series victory for Wolves fans.
Exactly. Wolves fans will be rejoicing, but KUAISHOU gaming fans, they will have to just walk out the stadium with their heads held high. This is a team, like I've already said, that was the last remaining team from the elite group stage, right? So they were able to kind of carry themselves through with a lot of jests, with a lot of poise as well to get this far within the KPL 2025 KPL Grand Finals. But now, unfortunately, the exit does come. Now we are down to 4 teams remaining, which is obviously Weibo Gaming, AG Superplay, Dragon Ranger Gaming, and the last edition, which is none other than Wolves Esports.
It's a very interesting Cinderella story coming in for the side of KUAISHOU Gaming. They came in as what Bland mentioned, the elite group 2nd seed, going into the breakout stage, just casually beating up the players known as Top Esports Armor, and then they are the so far only 1 team in the entire playoffs of the KPL Grand Finals to take AG to 7 games here. Props to them for making it this far. They do take on the stage further for the next event.
They do take it on. They set up their sights onto Dragon Ranger Gaming, right? Like, that's going to be the next calling card here for this tournament. But first off, obviously, we do obviously have the exit interview here with none other than KUAISHOU Gaming. So let's take it to the stage.
赛后采访，我是殷凯，今天邀请到的是句号和子琪来跟大家打招呼吧。
哈喽，大家好，我是苏州快手句号。
Hello， 大家好，我是苏州快手子琪。
欢迎两位。其实今天快手的状态让大家会有一点这个比较担心，因为之前好像状态特别好，有跟 AG 打的巅峰对决了，今天好像是有点起伏的，是遇到什么困难了吗？在对决狼队的时候？
也没有遇到什么困难吧，就可能打得比较着急吧。
哦，这种着急的情况，教练怎么看呢？在台下？
感觉今天主要就可能是跟对面打一些乱架比较多吧，那就打着就可能把我们自己的节奏就打得有点乱了嘛。
但是今天翻盘的那一局其实是怎么调整过来了？我看到是句号麦里博和流浪的一个关键伤害的配合嘛，聊聊你们局中的一个判断呗。
主要当时对面想秒龙的情况下，那个视野必须得去挤，然后对面可能看我们人少，就选择5打4打一波。
所以其实那一波也是刚好你们的反打找到了机会，但是也说了很着急，这个问题其实在很多队伍的对决当中也会出现。今天面对到狼队这样的队伍，对手会给你们带来这种着急的感受吗？才让你们接得很迅猛。
主要1、2把输了嘛，然后第3把呢也刚开始也是一个大顺风的局面，然后就因为可能太着急了吧，然后差点被对面打回来，差点被翻盘了。
所以也是跟队伍的感觉也有关系的，包括今天在 BB 阵容选择上，好像很多观众也很期待说，那逆风局的时候什么时候能给句号来把野合？但是好像今天不急着出，能不能教练跟大家分享一下你的想法？
首先第一个吧，就是我觉得句号的谭野在这个年种也打得非常的好，这是第一点吧。第二点就是我觉得野合跟谭野根据不一样的阵容去选择吧，就也不是说就强行要去玩一个野合，看阵容吧。
那包括在刚才最后的一局，好像对手突然变阵了，那个时候有跟自己的队员叮嘱些什么吗？
那个时候觉得就是主要我感觉就是第一个吧，就是确实没想到他这个赤煞会去打野吧，我觉得居间当时可能想的就是他这个赤煞可能是射手路，当时觉得他可能没啥太多那种打大师的打野英雄了，然后就想着把镜给他抢掉吧。
所以当时有自己的分析之后，你最重点去关注到了哪个选手，就给他了一点你的想法。
那个时候就是说让他们不用太着急吧，打起来不用太急，打好我们自己的节奏吧。
还是总结前面的一些问题了，包括你刚刚也讲到了，其实句号的谭野进步真的非常大，在这个年总也是你突破比较大的一次，外界的肯定也很多，能不能聊聊打到目前为止你自己在年总的收获和感受呢？
反正就越打到后面心就越平静嘛，就对，然后就打得比较放松，没有什么包袱吧。
此前会出现那种不冷静或者说比较急躁的？
此前玩谭野的时候可能有点顾忌吧。现在是基本上没有什么问题了。
所以在发生这种心态转变的关键时刻，大概是哪个瞬间？还有想法吗？还有记忆吗？就是去这个想法转变的关键时刻大概是什么时候呢？
我觉得是打完淘汰赛吧，就打赢滔博之后。
所以那场比赛一下子突围赛打完之后，立刻感觉不太一样了。 那我想聊的是关于子琪教练，因为这次带队出来，其实队伍是有给大家很多新鲜感的，给了很多惊喜的。对于整个开赛季的年总征程，您回忆下来是一个什么样的旅程呢？
感觉就这个年终打下来，其实是在进步的。从刚开始的一些磕磕绊绊吧，什么龙团啊，什么乱七八糟的，其实我是觉得在就是局内的对抗当中是一场比一场打得好。就我觉得这个历程就是从难到易吧，就慢慢的在成长吧。
对，我觉得少年的路要一步步走，现在已经让我们看到了未来和希望。那之后的挑战者杯也请继续加油，好吗？感谢，我们把时间交给评论席。
We thank the interviewer and KSG's point and also KSG's coach, whereby let's summarize a few things. KSG performance today isn't that good compared to the AG series. Do you meet any issues today? Point did mention that they were too hasty in their decisions. They feel, and the coach also mentioned to the point whereby they feel like they skirmished a lot and fell into the enemy's tempo. And also, a lot of viewers and also Sagi, me, were wondering like, hey, in today's BP for KSG, everyone was asking where has Point been with those jungle carries. The coach mentioned that in this tournament of the KPL Grand Finals, Point's jungle tanks has been very on form as well. So it's really down to tactics and draft as a collaborative effort on where or what junglers were picked by Point.
I mean, to be honest, I mean, if we look at that, if we take that one little point, like they're better words, but if we take that point of the Jing being obviously drafted towards that last game within the series and compared to obviously the tank performance that we've been seeing from Points so far as well, like there wasn't any real shining moments, right? Like it was just always down to Wolves Esports knowing how to kind of just separate them apart, like giving over Sakura, one of his big picks, that Guan Yu, really completely just knocked the sales out of obviously Regis's Sunset as well as that Jing.
Exactly, and remember when Bland mentioned about the point whereby KSG came out from the elite group just to challenge themselves into the top 6 of the entire tournament, whereby they also mentioned that where did the growth come from? For Point, he mentioned that, hey, the more we play in this tournament, they start to feel calmer. And for example, right, when we play tank junglers, he feels much more calm, he is much more patient compared to before, and this all started when they won the series against Top Esports Armor during the breakout stage.
So obviously just obviously getting that momentum for some of these teams is super duper important, as you've just heard there from obviously KUAISHOU Gaming. Just making sure that they get those correct victories is just all that it needs for these players, right? Like we always say, there's no weak teams within the KPL, and this just shows what you need to become one of those dominant forces. Is just one solid win that would just carry you through and through and through. But unfortunately, there is always an end to those runs. I mean, the adrenaline just run out a little bit.
It did run out in the end, and for the final words coming in from the coach and from the interviewer, they did ask, for the coach, how was the journey coming in for KSG in the 2025 KPL Grand Finals? He did mention that he felt that in-game skirmishes, the in-game preparations has been much better as we take on to every game we play. But fortunately for them, it always ends up in one step at a time to build on for a much better team and much better overall performance going into the next tournament. But that was all for KSG. Let's move on to the winners interview featuring Wolves Esports.
我林凯，今天邀请到的是小胖和道仔来跟大家打招呼吧。
好的，我是重庆的。
Hello， 大家好，我是重庆的小胖。
欢迎两位。今天因为是对决到快手嘛，其实此前对他们的胜率很高的。今天的比赛打下来是什么感觉？会有克制的感受吗？来，道仔先聊。
没有吧，就做好自己。
打得很吃力吧？今天
哪些地方你会觉得比较吃力？对手给到的压制力让你觉得要复盘的呢？
每方面压力都很大啊，每个人都很强。局内其实上一次可能看不出来，但局内其实压力很大。
那其实在这个局中能看得出来，有些地方大家是有互搏的一些小的节奏、一些想法。你觉得今天打下来，哪位队友给你的印象最深刻？有吗？胖？
感觉每个人都有很深刻的记忆点啊，全都有高光啊。
每个人都要点评到，每个人都要夸到。但是我其实很担心的是，看到第一局打完之后，好像是有人在给你捏手，是吗？是有不舒服，怎么回事？
现在年龄偏大吧，然后身体有些不好，有一些伤病吧。对，这个一直不太想说，但可能有些时候就是确实有点难受吧。对，
所以还是紧急做了一下恢复和治疗。在这个竞技比赛追求冠军的道路上，还是希望大家每一个职业选手都能够保护好自己。希望两位都是如此。但是今天值得开心的事情是看到小胖的老虎，开始连胜了，找到感觉了啊！ 是吗 ？FMV 感觉回来了。
说实话，我夏季赛老虎就是战绩啥的，还有局内表现也还可以。
没人跟你说夏季赛，说年总。
我知道，我说年总不知道怎么了，可能现在稍微手感这东西说不清楚，一下就回来了吧。
哦，他自己说不清。你站在队友的视角，你看呢？刀仔，
我看的吗？可能是吃饱了吧。
好，今天吃的比较饱，跟老虎这样的话，英雄会比较契合。但是我们也知道，你也说了，其实打了很多年的选手，也是小胖登场 KPL 5周年了，下面有很多观众来给你应援。在这样的一个里程碑，在这样的一个时刻里，其实我们知道小胖也拿了非常多的荣誉，3个 FMVP， 5个冠军了，有什么样的感受吗？到这样的一个节点？
希望还能就是再去总决赛，就是再看一下吧。感觉好久没有进总决赛了。
只是去总决赛看一看吗？
先进总决赛再说吧。
啊，一步一步来，好吧？那我们问问这个道仔，因为我们知道，年总对于道仔来讲，去年总道仔的表现就特别好，也让大家都认识到了你。你觉得这对你来讲是一个什么样的舞台呢？本届包括今天打的也非常不错，聊一聊吧。
因为这是就是 KPL 最大的比赛吧，然后就很重要，然后就要全力以赴嘛。
包括在今天的比赛，在赛前，大家最期待的是看到你对决到为狼队拿下了非常多冠军的这个优秀射手妖刀。今天打他是一种什么样的感觉
呢？妖刀一直是我比较尊敬的前辈吧，因为就是他为狼队拿了很多冠军。然后就是我一直也以这个为目标，然后就是尽量追赶上他吧。
所以今天其实也是掏出自己全部的实力哈，
就是全力以赴吧。
真的表现很出色。那我们认真说的是，在下一场比赛，因为你们要走这个败者组的道路，每一场都很难打。马上要打的这个队伍，上一场状态爆棚，并且把你们打到了败者组的釜山第2季。大咱们有什么想说的吗？
我们从地狱回来了。
刀仔呢？
第2季我送你回家。
不知道第2季现在心情怎么样？反正我们都非常期待那场对决的，希望大家都能够加油。感谢，我们把时间交给评论区。
So that was the interview between Wolves Pong and also Wolves Track here. So let's really cover some of the few points before we're going for the wrap up. You have a high win rate with KSG. How do you feel today? Track mentioned it's okay. They just did what they needed to do. Pong mentioned that he felt that it was actually very stressful. They need to check back the VODs and improve a lot after this. So for the concerning fact, the interviewer did ask, Pong, I saw someone massaging your hand. What was that about? Pong did mention that, sadly to say, age is coming up, some health issues start to arise, so as much as I don't want to admit it, but I have to put focus back on towards my health. And going to the next question, Pong, we saw your pain again. Is it the start of the win streak? Pong did mention that the win rate during summer is actually pretty good. This is off a good start coming in for the pay, and to a comical answer coming in from Track. They even mentioned that because Pong is on a full stomach, that's why his pay is such on a good form.
That's so funny. It's like, hey, he's fed, like he's had some good food. He's now ready to execute on that pay. But to be honest, you have to kind of give it over to KUAISHOU Gaming, right? Like, and Wolves Esports, respectively, saying that they found it quite stressful, that they have to go back and watch the VODs to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
Exactly. And the next question will be like, the interviewer did ask like thoughts on the grand finals, because Pong did mention that he just wanted to take a peek at the grand final stage first, then they decide from there. The first thing for them is to enter the grand finals first, and for Track, it is the biggest stage. They will do their absolute best to reach that grandest of the stage at the Beijing National Stadium here. So for a specific question towards Dao, he fought Dao towards Track. He fought Dao today, who used to be a Wolves veteran that won them a lot of trophies. How did that feel towards Track? Track did mention that Dao is a veteran that he respects a lot, so he did whatever he could to match it in that game. And for the final question, anything to say to your next opponent, Dragon Ranger Gaming? For Pong, he mentioned that they are back from the depths of hell. They asked Dragon Ranger to be ready. And for Track, he mentioned that he will defeat you.
Exactly. I mean, that's the kind of fighting words we want, right? I mean, it is going to be the lower bracket semi-finals. It is going to be the determinant who fights the loser of Weibo Gaming going up against AG Superplay as well, right? So there's a lot riding on these next two matches to see who gets to that bird's nest stadium within Beijing. But that's been it for, obviously, the online English broadcast. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage over the past 10 days, ladies and gentlemen. I have been Blam. Kin has obviously been our third, our beautiful third, and with us, as always, always, is Sagi as well. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We've enjoyed covering the KPL as well. So thank you very much. We will see you on the next broadcast, and make sure you play Honor of Kings, and see you on the Gorge.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way, dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You